Okay, we should be live, I think. So let me know if you can see and hear us okay. Joe, you want to say something?
What's up, slackers?
All right, let me know if you can hear both of us. So Joe is here. We've got a link to his channel in the description. Bearded Hardware is the channel. And Joe's joined me a lot in the past, but it's been a little while. So we're back now, and we're going to be doing the 3080 today with liquid nitrogen. Joe, while I get this stream tweeted out, do you want to tell people about the type of overclocking you have some history with, and maybe about your channel? I mean, you really like 3D benchmarking, right?
Yeah, I'm more of a 3D guy than the 2D. I like the visual stuff. It's way more fun that way. So I'm more of in the 3D, like something like Port Royal, or I mean, you have some stuff like GPU Pi that are pretty good too. But
and you've done card modding in the past too, like
E-Power mods, sure.
So you want to explain what that is for people?
Yeah, if you've never seen it, it's basically taking over the power delivery on the card itself. So with previous gens like Titan Pascal, Maxwell, I didn't do Titan V, but what you do is basically you take all the power that's on the card itself, because it's kind of weak, and you end up putting like a power card on, something like an EVGA E-Power, or Gigabyte used to make one, the G-Power, and you basically take over the power, so that way you're not worried about having too little phases, and you can basically push the overclocks further, and you can basically get around all the nuisance, or how's that go? That one word, nuisance?
Well, it's either nuisances or nuance.
Nuance, yeah, nuance.
But we can go with nuisance also.
Nuisances?
It's both. There's a little bit of nuance, there's a little bit of nuisance. So it's a nuisance.
Nuisance. See, I come up with something new every day. So, but yeah, so a lot of the times, NVIDIA or AMD will come up with little precautions that make your life a lot harder to mod. So doing the power card helps you to eliminate and basically
get some more out of it.
Get more out of it.
So yeah, and today we've got a 3080. So if you guys saw the stream I did before Joe came out on Thursday, we were working with some of the partner model 3080s, and
yep.
The FTW3 is the one that did the best for me. So our biggest limitation was was power. And what does that say? Joe, where'd it go? Joe is just Steve upside down. Okay, for a second I thought there might be an audio issue.
No, that would be like this.
Yeah, you do the...
Yeah, it was like... How's it going, guys?
So we're going to be working with the FTW3. We have power modded it, but it's with the VBIOS, so we don't need the shunt resistor mod because we've gone through VBIOS instead. Yep. You can do either one, but the biggest limitation we had previously was power limits. And now, with a modded VBIOS, technically the power limit is 900 watts. Right. So that's not going to be a problem anymore. Now voltage is probably going to be our biggest limiter. Yeah,
you really need some, I think we need more voltage, but I think there's going to be some, I don't know, tinkering involved to really get that. It's going to take a little bit more time than a weekend, I think.
It is definitely going to be extra work.
Yeah.
And as for other stuff we did, we haven't insulated it yet, so we'll do that on stream, I guess.
Yep.
And we have a liquid nitrogen pot on there right now. That is the Kingpin Icon pot. It's got a brand new bracket for it because the ampere mounting hole positioning is a bit different than previous ones. So we've got that on there. We're going to need fans directly cooling the VRM, which is on both sides of the LN2 pot.
Yep.
And then we need to insulate it as well against the condensation. So, John, I was reading chat and I saw someone named John say something. John, Joe, if you want to start working on this.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if we want to start...
taking it apart?
Yes, so we did some pre-testing. We need to get a fresh coat of thermal paste on there. You specifically want to use Vince's, right?
Yeah, the Kingpin paste.
Kingpin paste.
Oh.
And I'm going to explain some of the other liquid nitrogen stuff for new viewers here while we get going. I'm just trying to keep an eye on everything. But I do see the super chats. We are going to be reading super chats today on a 30 to 60 minute-ish delay. I'll read all of them up to a point. At some point during the stream, I'm going to say stop sending super chats. We're not going to read them. If you send them, I'll put that on the screen when we get to that point. That's just so we can focus and get through the rest of the stream. That is a liquid nitrogen tank. It's going to do that sometimes. That one was pretty short, actually. But that was an off-gassing. It's a normal part of what the tank does to protect itself. Also during the stream, all of the mouse pads that you buy during the stream, so that's we have a white and blue, and we have a blue and black. If you buy one of the white and blue or blue and black mouse pads during the stream, Joe and I will be signing them. We'll sign them after the stream. They'll all get shipped out this week. They are in stock. And this is an update. So this one we've had for a while, except we updated it with the facility that we're doing our mouse mats with for that really sharp contrast, where we put a lot of effort into the print quality on the mouse mats. And in the process of doing R&D for the mats, we also updated these. We've actually been shipping these silently for a little while. We haven't publicly announced it. But if you buy one of these, you'll get the freshly updated sharp contrast blue and black or white and blue. We've got both right now. They're ½ an inch taller than previously. And yeah, we'll sign them. So that's on store.gamersnexus.net if you want to pick that up. And it helps support the stream and the liquid nitrogen purchases and the risk of Joe killing cards.
Which is often.
Which is very high sometimes.
Hey, you gotta avoid the warranty somehow.
Ideally not by actually killing it. Yeah. But yeah, so
I kill everything.
So that's the pitch for the stream. All right, let me talk through some of this stuff, and then we'll ask Joe what he's working on. So, Joe, actually, I got one question for you first.
I brought the cylinder holder.
The cylinder holder.
Cylinder holder.
So
I haven't come up with a good name yet.
Cylinder holders.
It's not good enough.
But it's functional, though.
It's gotta have pizzazz or something.
I don't know. Does it need pizzazz?
It needs pizzazz, because look at it, it's a cylinder holder.
It's a piece of plastic, Joe.
I know.
So, Joe saw Hi Cookie, a pro overclocker who works for Gigabyte, has one of these.
Well, yeah. No,
and
I
didn't
never
tell
knew.
you about it.
No. Well, if Cookie told you right that I actually supplied all the ones of these, the torch handles to him, so he's lucky. I didn't even know these actually existed, so I was like, when I got one, because I'm usually always fumbling around, these things fall over.
You know, Joe's been doing it a while when he's excited about a
cylinder holder.
Plastic disc to put his torch in.
It's not even a good Frisbee, you know?
So this stuff, Joe is going to be repasting the card. We'll get back to that in a second. Sorry, but let me turn the light around just so you can see the stuff a little easier. So this is, like Sandra, remind me to turn that around later. This is a liquid nitrogen tank. I'm going to go through the basics. It's been a little while, so if you've heard this stuff before, then give me a minute. We'll get back to the new stuff. This is 180 liters. We have 2 of these today, and the 180 liter tanks, we always get the question, how much is it? So you can get these from welding supply companies. In the U.S., at least, it's pretty easy to get it. Taiwan, especially, it's super easy to get liquid nitrogen.
It's much easier there than
Same-day
anywhere.
delivery, real cheap.
I wish I could get... In Australia, they have a liquid nitrogen truck that pulls up.
Oh,
so you can literally order
you?
a truck, and they bring it in, and you can just leave the truck there, and you just fill liquid nitrogen and bring it inside.
Oh, man.
It's the coolest thing. I was like, I want one of those.
So...
let me grab some of this.
Yeah, and in Taiwan, when we were there, I remember Hi Cookie, who, again, works at Gigabyte, he lives in Taipei and works at their HQ. He asked me, how much does liquid nitrogen cost in the U.S.? I told him one of these is about $180 delivered, and he said, $180?
Yeah.
I said, yeah. And he said, why? It's free. It's in the air. It's like, that's a good point. So yeah, this is 180 bucks of LN2. We will probably not go through more than, I don't know, what do you think, 50 liters today?
Yeah,
maybe?
probably. I would say probably around 50.
Yeah.
50 is about right.
And so that dewar behind Joe over here, this is a 30-liter dewar. And that dewar I've had for a while now. I bought it brand new for reasons that, well, dewars are used in agriculture.
Awkward.
and we'll leave that there. So I did not want to use dewar. So we bought one of these quite a while ago now. And this is 30 liters, so we'll fill this up in a second. There's a transfer hose on the LN2 tank. The transfer hose, if you're curious, is very expensive. They're like $400 for some, for that one.
It's ridiculous.
It's insane, but it won't freeze over, so that's the reason it's expensive. Dewar's like $600 brand new. So overall, your liquid nitrogen overclocking, you don't have to buy all the stuff, but you can get 10-liter dewars. you can get into it kind of cheap, I think, right? I mean, there's cheaper stuff than
You can go on eBay a lot of times and try to find used doers.
Right.
You can get them pretty cheap. Usually shipping's the problem.
Shipping's the
because they're
problem,
heavy.
yeah.
I mean,
you want it domestic for sure.
Yeah, like you ever see the cups, like the Yeti cups and stuff?
Yes.
Those are basically, it's like a bigger version of them. So they can be really heavy. I suggest if you're small and you can't lift heavy stuff, stick with the 30 liters. They can be heavy enough. Like 50 liters,
it's too much.
They're
for
just
me.
way too much. Even for me, it's just like, it kill your back.
Yeah, and so it's like, I've got more money in this than you need to, but keep in mind that I'm doing this as a job, as part of a job anyway, so we do make the money back. But if you are interested at all in extreme overclocking, you can buy a used liquid nitrogen pot, like one of these. You can find used ones. There's cheap ones. I've never tried them, but there are cheaper brands too.
Some of them you want to stay away from. Yeah.
And then if you don't want to go with liquid nitrogen right away, you can go with dry ice, which at least where we live, you can just get it at the grocery store. Yeah. And it's cheap. It's really cheap. So.
Yeah, usually mixed with like acetone or something like that.
Yeah, and look up guides on that. So if you're interested in any of this stuff, there are cheap ways to get into it. And personally speaking, I came from chilled water first. Yeah. So I did air, overclocking, water, chilled water, and then I got into this. Yeah. And Joe, I don't know if you probably agree with this, but now with the perspective I have of doing LN2, chilled water is actually way harder to work with than LN2 because the insulation issues are a lot worse.
It depends. Like it depends on which one you're doing. Yeah. Like it really depends on the generation because some generations can only do a certain how cold.
That's true too. Yeah.
You get ones that are full pot, and then full pot compared to a chiller is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in terms of ease of setup though.
Oh yeah. Ease of setup is way
like a big stupid like cooler that you know like the ones you take to a beach. You fill it with water, fill it with ice. You got to keep filling it with ice every hour.
Oh yeah,
it's a lot of work.
Breaking down too and putting it together it takes forever. That's one of the reasons why the other thing is I don't know if you've ever tried phase change, or like a water chiller, like the actual where they have like an AC unit inside there. You know. Yeah. Those are a lot of people ask, well, why don't you use those? Because usually depending on the temperature.
You mean like the one Intel used at the Computex event?
Yeah, that everybody got really sensitive about.
So another thing I should point out too, for the card, someone just asked in chat, and we'll get to the super chats in a second, but I saw a normal chat scroll by that said why the EVGA card isn't the best one. So I actually haven't done a full proper review on these cards yet, and I'm not really going to tell you what's best and what's not until we do review them. What I can tell you is that we've got a modded VBIOS for this one. Yeah. So for our purposes, it is the most unlocked one. Yeah. And we've had pretty good luck with it. You want to repaste this? And,
I think it's definitely the one that was probably the most simple, easiest, and just I don't know, better clocking too.
Yeah. So you want to repaste this like over here so they can see the process. We're going to use KPX thermal paste, which is Kingpin cooling. Kingpin actually works at EVGA. Do you need more? And
talk on.
Works at EVGA, and did you use my other one already?
I think so.
There it is. And is responsible for the KP cards. That one's mostly empty also.
Yeah, they're both empty.
Do you want to talk about what these are though?
What's that?
The
the
CRC?
cans?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, these are, I don't know, I think I'm going to stop saying CRC because CRC is just
it's a brand,
the company.
Yeah.
So
contact cleaner.
Yeah, this is basically QD electronic cleaner, so it's like a contact cleaner. They have a contact cleaner version. The red can is my favorite. But you got to make sure that you're getting the right one because they have other ones like brake cleaners. So if you were to spray brake cleaner on here, it's going to eat the motherboard away. So you want to be very specific. This stuff is awesome. If you ever want to get paste out of the socket, get paste out of anywhere, you could just spray it out and really not
like
have
out of the RAM slots, for example.
Yeah, RAM slots.
It dries fast.
Where all the pins are, so you don't bend any pins. I mean, even on AMD with the inside the sockets, you can shoot them out. Yeah. I mean, this stuff is like gold. So. But yeah, just don't get the blue can like Steve, because otherwise the pressure's too high and you'll kill things.
Well, the blue can, the real problem is that it leaves friggin' residue.
Yeah, it's got a nasty
residue everywhere. No. But it doesn't the residue doesn't hurt stuff, but it kind of sucks because it doesn't disintegrate the paste, it just relocates it.
Yeah.
So it ends up all over the PCB instead.
Yeah, and then you get it into the RAM slots, and it will leak all over depending on what you're using it for.
Right. All right.
Do you have a vest for this?
Yes. You have KPX out?
Yeah, I have that one tube he gave me. The big boy. We're just using alcohol because we ran out of the other stuff.
Do you want that?
Steve's slacking.
You know, the Arma, what is it? Armaflex? Is that what it's called? What is it called? That
Armaflex.
Foam or whatever you need any of
No,
that?
we don't need that.
So Vaseline we use for insulation, and the biggest problem is so you're freezing the liquid nitrogen pot. Liquid nitrogen is minus 196 degrees Celsius, and as you freeze it, if we end up with a crash or a freeze or a hang or whatever, not a literal freeze, but a software freeze,
Yeah.
then the problem is you end up with all that ice that forms turns into water.
Yep.
So the Vaseline's to protect the card from water.
Yeah, because we're going to be heating up and cycling, and when you're cycling like that, it just creates a lot of water. All the water that's in the air, so if you're in a high humidity area, it really can be bad for you. So I guess we'll just put the Vas on. Do you have anything to heat it up? What do you want to do?
You want a
on
heat
these?
gun? We just go over. At this point, I'm
Nah,
not
okay.
reviewing this card. We'll have to get another one. So
Oh, nice. I get to keep this one.
no, that's not what I said.
Darn it.
So what do you need? A heat gun?
Yeah, just something to heat it up a little bit.
Reflow it. Yeah.
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're going to put Vaseline on here. Basically, it works as a barrier. So that way, when the water goes, it doesn't short anything.
Jacob from EVGA messaged me, by the way, a minute ago,
About what?
and he said, "Don't kill the card. Good luck."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What fun is that? You're not working hard enough if you don't kill it.
I really don't want to kill it, but it's also my card. So, all right.
That's the way he thinks.
So heat gun is useful for liquefying the Vas once it's on there, and sort of just getting it in between the small components a little more. Let me check these super chats.
Yeah, it helps to flow it into little nooks and crannies. Because otherwise it's a little bit difficult to get it everywhere. So what you want to do is just basically work it around there. Get a nice even application. You don't have to worry about too much. When you flow it, it will basically go into all the areas needed.
Right. Okay, so let me just answer this one. I need to get all the other super chats, but this one just popped up in front of me. So Azor Therion DKK20. This is a good question. We get a lot. I guess we'll go through it the same way we always do. So the question is, do you use O2 sensors to not quote suffocate from LN2? So I guess let's go over this. With nitrogen, first of all, nitrogen is most of the air, but with liquid nitrogen, when you're working with it, if you're in a small enclosed room with no ventilation, it is possible to get narcosis, and it is possible to actually die, but we're in a very large room, a large office. We have ventilation. I'm not going to give out the exact square footage, but it's a large office.
Yeah, there's plenty of space to have a couple cans.
The entire tank could leak right now, and we would be fine because the volume of the nitrogen in the tank versus the rest of the office is irrelevant. But that said, O2 sensors, you could get O2 sensors, yes. You can also get fire, which is basically an O2 sensor. If you can't light the torch, then you remember that one time on stream we were doing that demo? And I was like, if you can't light the torch, then uh-oh. Just because I locked it. So yeah, the torch will tell us if there's oxygen, but we're fine because it's a large room. We have active ventilation, so we're good. But thank you for the concern, though.
Yeah.
That is something to be aware of if you're getting into this. I mean, if you have a really small room to work in, you absolutely need ventilation.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, even to have a torch, you should
probably have an O2 sensor if you're in a small room. Too.
Yeah. Because you don't want to be passing out because it can be fatal.
I mean, yeah, you pass out, you're not getting up because there's like that's it with nitrogen. So yeah. But we are good to go. Thank you for the concern, though. Let's do another one. It's been a little while since we've done this, so I think we're going to get a good amount of those questions about like how does this stuff work.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah. Should I do? Let me take one super chat before I do this demo. It'd be nice if the YouTube interface worked.
Never does.
Okay, first one we had. Actually, it was before the stream started. DJ POB said, have fun with the overclocking. Thank you. We really enjoy it.
I like that mentality.
That's, well,
Have
yeah.
fun. It's the whole point. If you're not having fun, then why are you doing it, you know?
And that is worth addressing too, because there's always the like, well, what's the point of all this?
Exactly.
And the answer is that it's fun. So, I mean, it's like, what's the point of playing video games, right? There's an equal amount of point. So, yeah, it's fun to do. You can determine more about how the hardware behaves. For us, for our reviews, it's interesting. From an architecture perspective, we can learn a little bit more about how Ampere behaves. Ultimately, it is a fun first and foremost type of thing, though.
Yeah, it's fun trying to hack the card.
Yeah.
That's what I enjoy about it, at least.
Gerardo Ayala Saban. No message, but sent CLP 500. Thank you. Andrew Miller, 499. No message. Thank you. Let me do like 2 more, and then we'll get to the next thing. TVG Games Co. 499. Thank you. Good luck today, gentlemen. I'm waiting for the day Gamers Nexus comes out with its own PC case, water block, or fans. Logo should be a cat with long hair.
What about a beard?
You know, Joe, you always got to make it personal.
Can't help it.
Why not a beard and long hair? Captain Overclock returns.
I don't know. We still have to do something with that.
Cordell Roberson has a question, I think, about hardware. 1950X, 1080 Ti, bottleneck at 1440p, HRR gaming. Don't want another dead platform. 3950X asks a few questions. TRX 40. I know you only have so many words with super chats, so it's all truncated. 2 monitors, gaming, 4K plus YouTube simultaneously. Plan on a 3080. Lots of decompression, not for money. Okay, so not doing it for work. There's a lot of creativity in this message to cram.
For real.
Like, I'm following it. It's perfect. Ryzen 4K, question mark. So that's the question. I don't know about Ryzen 4K or 5K. We don't have any information yet that I know everything you do. So I can't really answer that. I can tell you that for 4K, you said, yeah, for 4K gaming, the CPU definitely matters a lot less. 3080 sounds like a good plan when you can get one. And then YouTube simultaneously is not going to hurt performance on any modern CPU. Okay, so I'll get to more of those super chats in a minute.
You want to heat it up?
Yeah, let's heat it up.
All right.
So if you want to mute your line while you do that, just so it doesn't pick up too loud. Yeah, this is loud enough. And then I'll talk through some of the liquid nitrogen stuff. So Joe is going to heat up the Vaseline, and he's just going to flow it into the, into the board. As for why we're doing this again, it's to prevent condensation. The water will, if any water lands on the board, it'll just roll off of it, and you push it all the way up to this one.
Too hot, though. I raised it so much yesterday. So
oh yeah.
Too hot.
So yeah, this will protect us if water falls on the board. And then for the CPU, we're not going to do liquid nitrogen today because we don't need to for Port Royal benchmarking. Liquid nitrogen, if you had a question from previously about like, well, is it safe to work with? Why don't you wear gloves? Those are really common questions. I have answers to all of them. We've dealt with them a lot. First of all, safe to work with. If you're going to do anything with LN2 yourself, obviously look into the safety of it, research it, know what you're dealing with. It's just smart. But as for how we work with it, light and frost effect, if you want to look it up, will tell you about why I can do this and not really feel anything. It rolls off your skin. You can actually see it boiling a little bit. Rolls off your skin if you don't let it soak. So that's the problem is if you cup your hand, you pour it in your hand, it'll feel just like it'll feel if you put your hand on a stove. So it's minus 196 degrees Celsius. It is serious to work with, but you don't have to worry about us. We've both worked with this a lot. Joe especially, you started what, 10 years ago, LN2? Longer? 12. So
getting old.
So yeah, not as old as Kingpin, but you're working on it. So yeah, that's the deal with this. It will evaporate basically instantly. You want to do a demo here. So where should I drop it, Andrew? So there's your cool like fog and smoke demo. Don't forget to unmute your mic when you're ready.
Oh no, I gotta switch the card.
Okay. And it just evaporates. So that's because of the temperature gradient between the liquid nitrogen and everything else around it. When we transfer LN2 into the doer, there's actually, sorry, there's a lot of noise right now. I'll mute. Okay. So when we transfer into the doer, there's a lot of efficiency loss because you figure you got to bring this thing down to a similar temperature to contain it. And so you see a ton of smoke come up when we fill it from that efficiency loss as it equalizes the gradient, as it reaches equilibrium. So that's the quick demo for this stuff. Why don't we wear gloves? I have my answer for that, but Joe, you might have a different one. My answer is I find it very difficult to handle the LN2 wearing, because the cryo gloves are thick. You know, they're like...
Well, cryo gloves, they don't usually even fit me.
Yeah,
so
that too.
It's one of the problems. But even when you do it, they're very awkward. I feel like they're more dangerous.
I find it more dangerous because you are a lot clumsier handling it.
Yeah, because you can't really grab it, because they're just weird.
Yeah, you're more likely to spill on yourself. The one time I might wear cryo gloves, sometimes I'll wear them when I'm working with a lot of transfer back and forth.
Yeah, that's usually when I use them. It's just because the hose will, it'll get pretty
freeze.
cold, and so you want to make sure you're not
and
grabbing it with your hand because it will hurt.
Right, and it will hurt. You unmuted, by the way.
Oh, I'm on?
Oh, you're good. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
So hopefully that answers a good amount of the basic questions. Like I said, soaking is what's dangerous. So if you were to get some in the glove, that would hurt a lot. If you got some in your socks, that would hurt a lot, stuff like that. But if it's on your arm, like when we're just pouring, it'll bounce off. So like I said, if you want to do any of this, look up the safety precautions, but that's my answer for it. I need to do super chats, but I also need to transfer into the doer because we're pretty low on the doer. These are thermoses. They're standard. This is actually a Linus water bottle, but that works too. We'll freeze that up to send Linus a photo later. I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
Should look cool.
Yeah, it should look cool. Maybe he can use it on his store page or something. So yeah, these are just thermoses for transfer. Sometimes you use a smaller one to transfer into, right? Like the Corsair one?
Well, it depends. Like, so we're probably going to go full pop.
Yes. Do you want to explain what that is too?
Full pop means we're going to go down all the way to minus 196 degrees Celsius. When we say full pop, it means we're basically filling the pot completely because it can't go any colder than minus 196 degrees. So you're basically at that limit. We have the term called full pop. Now, like, you have other cards that might only go to like minus 120, minus 140. So usually when you have like a little, where'd you have it?
What you looking for?
The little, what is the name of it?
Thermos?
Little thermos, or I can't think of the name. But yeah, usually you want a smaller one of these because it's easier to basically pour in because you're going to be like shooting real quick. So you want something that's not as heavy or bulky, and you can basically get your more accurate pouring because a lot of the times you're gonna be fighting the heat. So you got to basically combat it with cold and keep on going quickly. So doing it with something like this, I can do it. Most people can't, but it just gets a little tough on the arm, you know. You gotta.
It's also harder to aim for those smaller GPU pots where they've got the smaller opening.
Oh yeah, if you do SLI or anything like that, because the openings are like that big.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do a transfer. It'll be loud for a second, but I'll talk through it while it's happening, so it's a little bit canceled out. So there's a transfer hose. I'm going to hold on to it while the transfer starts. And this tank's been a little higher pressure than most I've dealt with, but it's still 22 PSI.
Usually if they sit. Sometimes you'll build pressure on it. The reason why it holds it is because it can be very dangerous when there's so much pressure that comes out. This is a low pressure tank, but sometimes it will build extra depending on how the regulator is. But when you do that initial pressure, that will actually kind of snap out like a snake. So like, it will hit you in the face and mess you up.
I mean, you had a door breaking incident once.
Yeah, I think it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and we had been benching all week at Gigabyte, and I basically went to go fill up another tank, and I was just tired. I went like this. The hose came out and just went like this, like one of those Matrix moments. Went like this and went into a glass door and just shattered the whole thing. It was kind of epic, actually. It was kind of amazing.
Yeah, it was their door anyway, so they can deal with it.
Hey, we were smashing world records.
Cookie was working there then?
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the full GB crew. I miss those old days. Those were fun days.
We were just talking this weekend about how we miss hanging out in Taiwan with Cookie and Vince, the pro overclockers.
Yeah, it's sad.
We'll be there soon enough once it's back to normal. So, someone said the LN2 tank sounds like a chicken crying.
That's an interesting.
I don't know. We normally hear like, it sounds like you're communicating with aliens or something. So let me get some super chats. Like I said, if you buy one of the mouse pads during the stream, the mouse mats are not currently stocked. But if you buy one of the pads, then Joe and I will sign them. We're going to sign after the stream. Blue and white and blue and black are both in stock. And we've got the new sharp contrast model up there. Like I said, it's been shipping silently for a little while. So it's been out there, but we didn't publicly announce that it's been updated until today. It's also 1/2 inch taller than before. So we've got those up on store.gamersnexus.net if you want to pick one up and help out the stream.
Support the dream.
Support the dream. And then for super chats, I'll do a couple of these. What do we need to do here before I start doing these?
Ready for paste.
Paste? Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to explain it while I do it?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just going to do an X on it.
An X? Okay.
Yeah.
Joe, an X is suboptimal.
Says who?
Well, the internet.
Yeah,
sure
don't believe everything you hear on the internet.
There'll be comments.
Or see. Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Oh, man.
All over the place.
It's dead. You just killed the card.
Yeah,
it's dead.
done.
It's over.
It's done.
So,
It's done ski.
This is KPX thermal paste. There are some pastes that work better with, there's a lot of pastes that suck. There's some that work better with cold, extreme cold especially. Something you have to worry about a lot is the paste cracking.
Yep.
And I mean, do you want to talk through like what happens, how you can tell if it's cracked?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird term because it doesn't really mean cracking. Basically what it does, when we say paste is cracking, it means the paste actually freezes. And the barrier between the two, basically there's no barrier between the two. So what happens is you're basically like barely cooling it. So if you were to run benches at that temp and you're a high clocks and high voltage, you can risk killing the card. So you'll probably see me talking about it as we go. It depends. It really depends on the application. Sometimes it will crack more than others. But that's what we mean by paste crack.
Yeah.
So.
Tech Deals just sent a super chat. Thank you, Tech Deals, $50. Said contribution towards LN2 resupply. Definitely going to go towards that. We bought a lot for this weekend. And maybe a card if that one doesn't survive. Congrats on 1 million subs. It's amazing. Onward to 10 million. 10 million feels very far away at this point, but the dead card may be closer. We're not going to kill it.
What are you saying?
It'll be fine. I'm here to supervise. We'll be good. So, if you want to do the mount, let me catch up on some super chats. We're behind.
It means I want to kill it now.
Just
me with a good time.
To spite me.
Yep.
Do you guys have ventilation? Yes, we're good. We've done this before. Don't worry about us. Thank you, though. Tom Cavalick, good to see you back. Tom's a regular in the streams. Stephen Joe, I'm so hyped, and says, welcome back, Joe.
What's going on?
And Joe, if you're not aware, has a channel as well. I've linked it in the description. Bearded Hardware is the channel. You should subscribe to him. Joe took a brief hiatus. You had a newborn, so.
Yeah, my little Thor.
Little Thor.
Yeah.
So he's had a brief hiatus, but I think you're working on some stuff soon. So.
Yeah, we got a lot of new stuff coming actually. Kind of changing the whole format, so
nice.
It's gonna be exciting. You get to see all the toys I play with.
Ram21S says, new to your channel, your depth of review is like, Anand Shempi from back in the day. I don't think I'm anywhere close to his knowledge on architecture and stuff like that. That is very flattering, but Anand wrote some of the best reviews I've ever read. Says, what AIO would you recommend for a 10850K? Glad to find you. For 10850K, basically you're at 10900K at that point, so 280s and up, you should be good. 240s, I think, are going to be a little bit constraining if you do any overclocking. 280 will allow you to get a lower noise level while still maintaining good thermals. 240, you can also maintain good thermals, but your fans are going to be a bit louder. So for, generally speaking, best balance between noise and thermals, I would say a 280 and up. So Liquid Freezer 2 is good. EKAIO is actually very good. I was impressed. It was up there with the Liquid Freezer 2. And then if you want something more traditional with more LEDs and stuff, Asetek Cooler, the MZXE Kraken X63 is also pretty good. A lot more LEDs on that though, so it's more expensive. Okay. I see a lot of questions coming in. I am working on getting to them. Vocaloid says, Joe Mama. LMAO.
What's up?
DePoets, good to see you, DePoets. We need to meet up as soon as there's another in-person event. Says I wanted to send you guys cigars in time for that. Not for me, but in time for this stream, but didn't get in touch with Joe in time. Enjoy and void some warranties. I think we've already voided the warranties. Good to see you here, DePoets.
I feel like a couple times.
Yeah, yeah. Stig Eric Baccarat said, "Hi Steve, how has life been since you became so famous and rich?" I don't think so. It must be delicious and have a sea of money. Yeah, I am not paid very well. I did the math recently.
Yeah, his boss sucks.
Oh man, I did the math recently. So I think the one thing to keep in mind, and you know this, having run businesses, but because of the investment over 13 years, not money, but time, right? So I took the amount of money I've paid myself, which has gone up in the last 2 years finally, but I took that and I divided it against my hours invested into the business.
Yeah, most people don't realize that.
Dude,
yeah.
I'm between $3.21 and $4.32 an hour, dollars.
Less than minimum wage.
Like $4.32 an hour, over 13 years, mind you.
I think people don't realize how much time it takes to do something so good, you know?
Now that said, obviously when you own the business and it starts going up over time, that will get better and it should surpass where I would be if I worked like a normal job. But just like reality check of if you don't blow up right away and it takes as long as it took us to get here, then you're, because I'm getting taxed on the money I get paid now, not the money I get paid now divided by 13 years. You know?
That's true.
So it's like,
that's always the rough part.
yeah. It's still not that high, but thank you though. Stig Eric Backrad, we see here a lot. It's always good to see you. Thomas F says, "Can we please have real gaming benchmarks instead of boring times by numbers? This number don't do anything for me, but for example, 20 FPS more in Tomb Raider is like, wow, it doesn't make sense." Yes. So
sounds boring.
So I've actually done gaming benchmark numbers with LN2 in the past. We did one with the 2080 Ti. If you look up, I think 2080 Ti Kingpin like gaming benchmarks on our channel, you'll find it. I want to do that with this also, but we need to get it stable under a reliable benchmark first, so Port Royal.
Yeah.
And then as an aside too, even though the score isn't like a gaming score, the useful thing you'll get out of the benchmark here today is you can still mostly extrapolate the percent difference. So let's say we gain, well actually let's go back to an air overclock. With an air overclock on Thursday, I was getting about 3% from baseline. And when I test that with games, the gaming is also about 3%. So maybe plus or minus 0.5%. So you can still take the percent delta and calculate against the FPS of whatever game, and that's about what you'll see. It translates pretty cleanly. I'm checking the normal chat. Will you liquid nitrogen overclock the 3090? Definitely once we get it, for sure. Let's see. Looking for other one. Lol, shameless statements trying to make people think you aren't rich. I'm literally not. Did you see my shoes when I did the demo? Like,
that was funny when you showed me. You're like, got a big hole in his shoes.
Yeah, in both. Like, I'm not gonna. I don't need to explain this because it's none of anyone's business. But seriously, I just spent like 13 grand on testing equipment. Right? I love this stuff. I love spending money on testing equipment. That's what I spend it on. That means I don't have it anymore. That's normally how it works.
That stuff is expensive.
It'll come back eventually, but
yeah.
it's not like immediate ROI. Anyway, I don't need to explain
it. You got to do something with it, right?
Don't need to explain it any further. Let me take one more and we'll get back to talking about what you're doing. Ursus says, OCs are invalid due to the amount of hair present. Joe, you've been a judge of overclocking competitions.
For way too long.
So in those
Many
OC competitions,
yeah.
what's normally the limitation for how long your hair can be before your overclocking is invalid? Or does it have to be a beard?
Has to be a beard.
Okay, so if you don't have a beard...
That's a hard requirement now. If you don't have a beard, you're pretty much... Yeah.
So if Roman's going to win an OC competition, you take one look at him and you go...
I don't think Roman's ever won an OC competition.
Cold.
Just kidding. Just trolling Roman a little bit. I'm still waiting for my pots. It's been like 2 years now.
Well, you got to get it from Ike.
I got to buy it, yeah. His buddy in crime over there.
Buddy in crime, yeah.
Where is that fan header? Trying to put off all the fans because they got to put the VRM all in strange places anymore.
Yeah, they're split on both sides now. So if I buy a mouse pad now via description link, it will be signed yes. Okay.
forget these Corsair phones. Which one's, is it this way?
Yes, if you want to blow the air into it, yeah. Okay.
I don't think that one's that powerful.
That's an interesting question that's not really related, but are you investing into tech companies? I do not invest into any companies in this industry. But I have some stuff in like solar, not much though. Linus gets this question a lot too.
Really?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think people just want to know, like, if you work in the industry, what do you think of investing? Linus has a similar opinion I do, I think, which is that it makes more sense for us to invest in our own companies, where we control the future of it to some extent. Okay, so
I don't know.
I'll see if you can leave it like that, please.
Okay, leave it like that. All right.
I'm a big fan of Tesla, though.
Tesla?
Yeah, I just like their. They got some cool stuff.
You don't have one, do you?
What?
Car?
No, I don't know. It's not powerful enough. It's not big enough. They need to make a big version. I drive like an F-350 dually. Tesla doesn't make one of those, which they should. I don't know. I might buy a Cybertruck when it comomes out. They're pretty cool. They're kind of ugly, but
Kind of ugly.
kind of ugly, but it's useful. It's
They
not
look
all
like
about
they look like
function.
a low poly model from like '99.
Yeah, but you have bulletproof windows, man. It'd be awesome.
Bulletproof windows, unless you throw a baseball at them live on stream.
That was the best. Whoops.
Let's try the other one. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we messed up. You gotta love it. So I think we're pretty much ready to go over here, Steve.
Nice.
If you're ready.
LN2's ready.
Oh.
You want me to fill it up? Can I get rid of the heat gun? You're not going to use it anymore?
Probably warm up the card later.
Okay.
But you can move it out of the, clean it out of the
Yeah, I'll
space.
move it down here.
Let's see. You want to go over some of the LN2 stuff?
Yeah, sure. So, doer
You know
time.
these.
We're going to fill these up and...
You want to fill this one up yet, or?
Oh, yeah, sure. We'll start with Linus's. Are you going to transfer into the smaller one, or are you going to work out of these?
I'll work out of these.
This is...
Well, I don't know. I'll probably switch back and forth. It depends on how cold we go.
The handle is still very cold also.
Need some help over there, Steve?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
You sure? You look like you're struggling a little bit.
For that, I should just fill this up like halfway.
I think you spilled more on the floor.
Maybe.
I always put some on the floor. Everybody always.
Oh,
does
that's
it
good
before.
luck.
That's right.
It's like throwing salt over your shoulder. You gotta
Yeah.
put some LN2 on the floor.
You could throw LN2 over your shoulder. It'd be fun.
How, do you know, were you paying attention when you were pre-testing? How quickly were you going through one of these on this card?
I don't
how,
think I was going through too much.
That's
I mean, I don't know. It's the card doesn't really clock like 2080 Ti. It's completely different. It seems like way more behaved. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Ampere, we've had an easier time overclocking so far than Turing.
Yeah, I feel like the generation, the new, what do you call that? Not stepping, but
Architecture?
architecture is basically likes LN2 a lot more than the old one did.
At least our card does. I don't know. We haven't tested any others, but it works well.
Well, I've heard from a couple other guys that it seems to be a lot nicer with LN2. Everybody just thinks that you just put LN2 on it and it's just so easy, you know. Just LN2 makes it just fly. There's a lot more to do it.
Someone says, is this pre-recorded? Yes.
Yeah, this is like 2 days ago.
Yeah, we recorded this ages ago.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. I'm actually just making up the chat as we go. Someone asked about gloves. I already explained it a little earlier, but the short of it is we find it safer to work without gloves for specifically this.
Yep. Plus, they don't have a glove my size.
Yeah, well, but also, yeah. And again, just to do, it's empty. Come on, Joe.
Bro, you're the one pouring.
So, we're good. Okay.
It's nice for a cool break, you know, if it's hot.
Is power supply on?
It is now.
Yes, let's get going.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
You want to insulate the board at all, or no? The motherboard?
I just put a little vest in the slot, nothing
Okay,
crazy.
cool.
I have mostly paper towels down. Usually when I have liquid nitrogen on the CPU and GPU, that's when I'll really get down and dirty on the board. But
Okay, yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily here because it's just going to be all in the card. Just a little bit in the slot, so.
Okay. We sign a teardown mat. So actually, we do have. If you're talking about the automats, we do have an autographed version on the store. But today, it's the mouse pads. If you buy a mouse pad during the stream, Joe and I will be signing it. Okay. Can I boot it up, Joe?
Yeah.
Let's get going.
Yeah, the only thing you should have to change for CPU is you can go Turbo V. It's got the multi.
In software?
Yeah.
I'll let you set it up initially. We are behind on super chats a lot. I'm gonna do my best.
Catch up a bunch?
I'm gonna do my best. So you want to start setting us up and get it kind of going, and I'll
it should be
back to you.
Pretty good to go. Do you want me to move the screen over a little bit?
Yes, definitely. Andrew can tell you when the positioning's good.
Good. Yeah. No. Yeah. I want to be able to see too, you know.
We want to make sure you hurt your neck trying to see the screen, just like last time.
These work conditions are just unbearable.
Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah, this is more painful than the not gloves.
For real. That's too funny.
All right, so while you set up Turbo V, let me take a couple of these questions. So Zachary Ganter said, get Joe on the mountain bike trails with you. Good luck today. That'd be fun. We'd need a... I don't have another bike, though.
Need a better bike. My weight limit's a little bit big.
Inch underscore said, just wanted to show appreciation for all the work you do. Well, thank you very much. We definitely appreciate the appreciation. It helps a lot. Orthu Saku says, how does one get a custom VBIOS? Good question. I'm not sure if we can say. We found it.
Lots of research.
It fell off the back of a truck.
Yeah.
Sorry to not be more help. As a serious answer, normally after cards have been out a little while, you can look around on overclocking forums. Do you have any that you recommend these days, like OC forums? There used to be a lot of them, but...
Yeah, probably Extreme Forums is one.
Extreme
If
Forums.
you really want to go with the extreme stuff, I mean, you have what, overclocked.net.
Overclocked.net,
And then
yeah.
those are pretty much the two. A lot of the Facebook forums, but the Facebook forums don't seem to be too hard, like as hardcore, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, those are pretty much the most of the gist of them.
Go crawl around there for VBIOS.
Yeah, I mean, you could also ask around on other forums too. I mean, even EVGA's forum.
In my experience, you have better luck finding a VBIOS for like a Strix, an FTW, maybe a Lightning or something than you do with some of the other cards.
Yeah, and be careful using different BIOSes too. So a lot of the times, if you use a BIOS for say a Strix and then want to put it on a FTW, you got to be a little careful because a lot of the times the VRM is different. So the BIOS interaction with the VRM can cause some issues. I wouldn't say it necessarily kill the card. It's a possibility. It's always there if you don't know what you're doing, but a lot of the times you could just flash it back with another one and be pretty good. But as long as you have another card, because if you break the one card, you can get you need another card to be able to at least flash it again to get it back to working again.
Yeah. So you're gonna set clocks 53X on a 10900K?
Yeah. So we got a 10900K that I got from Intel a while ago. This was on the stream that I did for the release. We're doing like 7 gigs. So Port Royal doesn't really scale with CPU. It's a GPU benchmark, a real GPU benchmark. What I mean by that is that GPU clocks are what's going to get us the score. By raising the CPU, we could possibly get a little bit, but we're talking like 1 or 2 points, you know.
Trying to see if it's possible for me to enable slow mode on chat after we start.
There you go.
People are asking for it. Let's see.
These probes can be a pain.
Slow mode. Yeah, so this is a thermocouple reader.
Yeah, I should
This
run
will
mine.
tell us the temperature of the liquid nitrogen pot, not the GPU, but it's close to the GPU.
Well, if the paste doesn't correct, yeah.
Right.
That's usually how we know, like, I can usually tell how the paste is doing by looking at the pot, because if I'm pouring and it's getting cold and there's no heat interaction, so if I hit the benchmark and it keeps getting colder, and it's not adding more heat, then we know that there's a problem. So it's real more for checking, because we'll have things like a cold boot bug or a cold bug.
Right.
We need something to be able to figure out what that temperature is, so that way we can get close to it, so that way we can maximize the efficiency of overclock. So
let's do a baseline run.
Okay.
And
so just stock.
Yeah, just stock with maybe keep
Here,
it.
let me go over CPU real quick, I guess.
Yeah,
just some of the
sure.
settings. So I'm at 5.3. This is a pretty decent chip at 1.3 volts. That's kind of a good standard. If you can do 5.3 at 1.3 volts, run a bunch of benchmarks, you got a pretty decent chip. So this is a better than average chip. So we're running basically on the Asus. This is an Asus board. This is the Maximum 7 Impact. So it's only got 2 memory slots. The reason why we have that is for better overclocking. So the 2 DIMM slots closer actually lets you clock higher, right? So we're not going to go into details of why in this stream, but
right.
I really like this board. It's one of my favorite boards. I usually go with like, most people complain about having 2 slots, but you can buy big enough modules now that it doesn't really matter as much. But,
right.
Because you can technically overclock those bigger modules better too. So the other thing is that we're running G-Skill Trident Z's Royals. This is a 4K kit. If you watched the video from when I was here last time, basically how I removed the heat spreaders, these are those same chips. A lot of people were telling me that basically it was killing, you could kill your chips, and these things are still running, so it's whatever.
The memory can take a whole lot.
But yeah, these are G-Skill Royals at 4K, so what I'm doing is I'm running them at about 4800 at CL18, basically almost XMP, nothing crazy. You could probably put it down a little bit, but for this, we're not going to be doing that. So you'll see in here in the SPD, you'll see that these are the G-Skill modules. Actually, no, these are 4800 bin.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I mixed them up with another kit I have.
Yeah, you got.
These are the 4800 C18 kits, which is a great kit. Usually on the G-Skill ones, if you get a little bit of a higher, you can usually find a pretty decent kit, especially now compared to the old B-die A1s. So, but yeah, so that's enough for the CPU. I'm using the Asus Turbo V core. I like to use software. I don't like to boot up at it.
It's a little easier.
It's a little easier. It's just nicer to do. So
here's a good question. I got to get to all the other super chats too,
go
but
for it, man.
one just popped through and said, Alexander Lufberg said, "How come you're not using a PCI extender to avoid condensation on the board?" That's a good question. Do you want to take it?
You can. I actually use them a lot. But a lot of the times, if you're having issues where it's getting too cold and you can't use it, then you probably should be breaking down and not using it anyway. So you can use them. A lot of the times, it depends on the quality of them. I've seen it where it does more damage, or not more damage, but it will lower your score in some aspects. It really depends on which one you have. I mean, I use a riser that's usually around this big, not anything big,
just to get it off the board.
So. But for now, if it really gets that more liquidy, then
we'll deal with it then.
Yeah, that's pretty much the.
So okay, let's run something. Do you want to take some of the or pose the questions, and I'll do some initial runs, then pass it off to you for the hard work, the actual work.
Sure. Here,
I'll show you where. Let me scroll up to where the.
Yeah, show me where you want to start.
Where we stopped. So I think I stopped at. Oh, does it actually push them off now? Oh man, that's a pain. Let's see, super chats. I think it's actually scrolling stuff up now. I didn't know it did that. I saw Louis Rossman complain about that. I thought he just was on a different page than me. Anyway, let's start there.
Okay, and just go down.
Yeah, and I just read them before you say them, and then.
All right,
we'll
XBST _ $5. Thanks, broski. First time watching when actually live, but have been following for years. Just a thanks for everything you do. I'm on Patreon too. Good to see you two streaming again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
XBST, was that the name?
Yeah, XBST _
Nice. Thanks you very much.
KCT $4.99. You get Joe his tater tots yet, Steve? He actually gave me tater tots yesterday, so we are replenished and good to go today.
For the quota. We've met the quota for this trip.
He goes, slackers gonna slack. Steve and Joe, any preference on AIB cars so far?
I haven't fully reviewed them yet, so I'd like to get all the noise normalized numbers in first. I will say for this, we've had the best luck with the FTW3 thus far, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily my preference for most people, for 24/7 normal user. So we'll be reviewing them as we go, though. Keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, and so, okay. So the next one, VC Jester, what is your opinion on the fishnet look of the EVGA Hydro Copper?
Oh, I haven't actually looked at it.
I didn't even look at it either, so.
But I will say EVGA probably changes their designs the most generationally, and not always for the better. Yeah. It seems like people hate their design every time, no matter what, and then like they still buy it. So EVGA is just like, whatever, we'll keep doing it. All right, we
gonna get it colder.
Got a stock run going. I don't know. You think I should for a stock run?
No, actually no, because then it's gonna go into the
it'll be too high
because the offset changes.
Yeah.
So when you get colder, basically the turbo boost, what you're adding, like plus 20 or plus 50, is going to be a different clock than when you're at negative temperatures.
Right.
I keep on forgetting that too.
Yeah, so the boosting behavior, actually we can show you the LN2 pot temp, which this is not the GPU die temp, keep that in mind. Ignore the labels on the top, that's not actually accurate for this. So we're at, I think that says 10 from here anyway. So yeah, the colder you get NVIDIA GPUs, the higher they'll boost. It scales pretty much all the way down, and you'll get a couple megahertz for every couple degrees. So even just running this thing colder while still stock will still perform better than actual stock, just because it's colder and it clocks higher.
Yeah, because by itself, it's going to be able to push it a little bit harder.
Yeah.
It says it's okay. NVIDIA says it's basically okay.
Right. What's the next one?
All right, it's Steve, I freaking love you. No, that was for me. Just kidding. That is Burbana, $5 broski. It says, I'm your biggest fan.
Burbana was in here on Thursday, too. Good to see you back.
Yeah,
I don't know if
goes-
Burbana's a new viewer or a longtime viewer.
He said he's going to be ordering some stuff when the mugs are back in stock, bro.
Oh, yeah.
So he's like, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Nice.
Check out Joe, too, if you like this kind of stuff.
Heck
He
yeah.
did hardware on YouTube.
All right, next one. Dougal, Kaz699. Nunavut
Any
is getting a
message? Oh,
couple of
Nunavut.
mouse pads. Hooray for Bearded Nexus. Gamers Hardware. Any suggestion which motherboard I should get for Zen 3? Thanks.
So,
that was a good,
first
funny
of all,
little one.
good to see you back. Yeah, none of it. This particular viewer asked once in a stream something about, like, I don't remember if it was a purchase or they just said where they were from, but I read it and I was like, I think I've been there. And I looked it up on the stream, on maps.
Yeah.
It's like way, way in the north of Canada.
Really?
And like, yeah, and I was like, oh no, I
Definitely not there.
definitely have not been there. But yeah, that's awesome. So what was it? Any recommendation on what motherboard?
Zen 3.
Zen 3.
I don't know, it depends on what you want to get. Like, I feel like when anybody asks me a motherboard, I feel like, okay, what size you want?
Yeah,
Like,
that too.
I mean, like, certain ones, I like the Mini ITX. It's a more expensive board, but the Rogue, the Impact.
Yeah, yeah.
Basically.
Great for overclocking.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a 2-dim board like this, the Impact. It's not Impact, right? Or is it?
I can't keep track of
what's the
Asus's
old
names.
one? Oh, man, I can't remember the name of it now. It's not Impact, but...
Impact is the one they brought back recently and killed for a while. And
yeah, no, there is
yeah.
Impact then. Yeah, so... But yeah, if you want an OC board, that's a great board.
And then if you want a non-OC board, we've had a lot of good luck with the X570 Masters, a more reasonable but still high-ish end board. And then for lower end, like B550 Tomahawk, or is it B450 Tomahawk was good, but I wouldn't buy older now. X570 Tomahawk's good, but that said, going to like Ryzen 4000, 5000, I have no idea. They're probably gonna have X670 too. So
Yeah. Well, also the MSI Godlike. It's expensive, really expensive, but to be honest, it's a solid board.
yeah,
I did really enjoy overclocking on it too, but it is a little on the higher range for expensive.
right. I'm
You
gonna
got-
take a look, Joe, at frequencies
Sure.
just versus cold and temperature. The temperature delta I'm interested in.
All right.
You want to take the next one?
Yeah, it says VC Jester again. It says PS. Oh, hi, Steve and Joe.
Oh, hi.
What's going on, Slacker? All right, Sean, Texas, $5. Mr. Burke, how did you get where you are now? Did you go to school? Not trying to pry, but I think what you do for a living is interesting.
It's cool.
I love you.
I like it. It's a good job. How I got here was, did I go to school? No, not really. I took a bunch of English classes and I dropped out. So that was helpful for writing because I started with just a written website. Didn't really do much with YouTube for a while. So that helped there, but I did not go to school for technology. I took some computer engineering classes in high school, but nothing in college. And then I worked for Dell briefly for about a year doing like test technician, some test engineering type work, which is translated really well here. But basically how you get here is, I think the single best piece of advice I can give people who want to get into this or are new YouTubers is if you can, if there's any convention near you, once they start again obviously, or if you can justify some investment to fly to one, like a hardware show, it's extremely helpful to get in front of people who represent the companies. So then they're like, oh, this person's serious. They spent money to come here.
They'll take you more serious instead of you sending them an email asking for stuff.
You'll get a lot further. Like if you can afford it, it's worth investing $1,000, $1,500 to just go to one trade show.
Yeah.
That might cost more if you're international, but and I know that's not affordable for everyone. So the next best thing to do is to just push, like just email as many people in the industry as you can, ask them the questions, try to get access to PMs and engineers. They'll get you more than the PR people, although some PR are really good. So it just depends. We are running 1830, 1845 megahertz just with what's our temperature? Let me look at that. So the pot temperature is about 8 degrees above 0. And the GPU temperature is it listed?
The die temp, it's all the way, oh no, that's CPU temp.
GPU, 8 degrees. And now we're at 1 on the pot. So we've got about a 5-degree delta, which is actually really good.
Yeah. I feel like with this generation, it's a lot easier to mount. I feel like the older dies were a lot more curved.
And you want to be as close, you want the LN2 pot, liquid nitrogen pot, to be as close in temperature to the GPU as possible.
Yeah.
It's easier to control that way.
Yeah, and then you could also, that it's a better mount by that, just that alone.
Right.
Like you'll also keep track like when you're running and if it goes cold or worse.
So now our GPU says 0. Software will no longer update us on the GPU temperature. We are below what it can see.
Yeah, there's always a point depending on what we're talking about. I know like certain cars like the EVGA Kingpin, they'll add another indicator in there, so you might be able to go down to like -140 or -40 or -50. But unfortunately, anything under that, you really are going blind. So that's why we use the meter.
And I'll demonstrate this too. So a second ago, I said we were at 1830, 1845 megahertz when the GPU was at 9 degrees Celsius. And that was with no overclocking, no anything. Now, just with cold, pots at -30, we're at 2040, 2070, 2100, 2070. So you can see how the frequency increases as the temperature decreases, even without changing anything. This translates outside of extreme cooling too. Now there is a limit with air coolers, but generally speaking, the better the cooler you have on your card, the higher the frequency without extra effort. So if you put it under an open loop cooler, for example, as like the only thing in the loop, or it's a large loop, then you will gain at least maybe 15, 20 megahertz, if not more, over some air cooler that doesn't perform quite as well. What? Is it something you can read or no?
No, there's something that goes, Gamer Nexus, will I get a smarter if I grow a beard? And I was
That's a
gonna say,
question for you.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah, but he asked you.
Yeah, but you
No, he asked you. It says that Gamers Nexus.
See, but you've got the experience.
What are you talking about?
I think you can speak better. I mean, do you feel like over the past couple of years you've gotten smarter as the beard?
I get smarter every day.
There you go.
Yeah. So my beard grows every day. I don't know.
So if you shave it.
I don't know. I probably get weaker. Not gonna lie. Probably get weaker.
So I'm gonna do one run, Joe, with just cold and no overclock, and then we can look at the two scores. And I'm gonna pass it off to you for some more actual overclocking.
Actual overclocking.
Yeah.
Here, you want me to go nail out a couple of these?
Yeah.
First? Okay, we got Blendinator, Kaz $10, 2 beers. At first, I thought he said 2 beards, but I was like, not so much.
No.
That's baby beard in my book.
Blendinator, we've seen quite a bit too, so always good to see the regulars come back.
All right, Unlimited Hero, or Haro 78, $4.99. Can you guys teach us how to deploy bots in order to have a chance on a 3090?
So, like, install them? Is that the question?
I think they try to get cards. To be honest, I don't think that 30. About 3090 right here.
Can you guys
you know how all the
teach us
3080s
how
sold
to
out?
deploy? Oh, bots.
Bots. What
Okay.
is it?
Okay, I thought you were asking about LN2 pod installation.
Oh, no,
it's like,
no,
yeah,
no,
we could
no,
teach
no.
that. Deploy bots, yeah.
I think the 3090, just because it's more expensive,
it's too much.
I don't think it's probably going to sell not.
There will
out as
probably
much,
be less inventory because it's going to require higher quality silicon, and the yield is always lower for larger dies. So that's yeah, I don't know. It could go either way. But I know NVIDIA is trying to work on bot countermeasures. Over time, though, I think this is going to become more normal, unfortunately, with a lot of consumer technology launches, like phones.
Ooh, here's a great question. Let me answer this one, too. So, is it Daniel Maciel? It's M-A-C-I-E-L. Sorry if I butchered it, bro. But $5. It says, thanks for the content. Question, does anyone know how many people actually do XOC around the world?
Great
is there
question.
a group where you do head counts and chant one of us?
It's a secret cabal, yeah. It's like an underground lair in Florida where Joe lives.
First rule of XOC:
They all
don't
do.
talk about XOC. I'm kicked out now. But yeah, actually, if you go to hwbot.org, I know it's kind of, I don't know if it's, what do you want to say?
Public.
Well, it's public. It's hwbot.org.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, though.
What do you mean? Oh, well, no, I don't know what you're talking
Okay, I guess it's not public.
about. Oh, what? Roman?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think it's public.
Okay.
Yeah, I
It
think
probably doesn't matter. He
It
won't
doesn't
care.
matter at this point.
Roman owns it.
Yeah, Roman owns it now, but which is good actually.
It's going to take him some time to update it, but
Yeah, there were a lot of issues. There's a lot of people that actually have been in overclocking for years actually. So there's actually a lot more than you think. It's a good group of guys.
oh, it's still.
But yeah, if you want to get into overclocking and do a bunch of other stuff, you can always go to HWBot and join in on the fun.
Yeah. And as far as how big the group is, I mean, I can name
There's thousands.
a good amount of overclockers,
sure.
but yeah, it's a lot more than you'd think.
I think there's like 20, 30,000 at one time.
Where was this shutting down for you? What temperature?
Yeah,
Full pot? Okay. So the reason, anyone wondering, the reason I started
Just keep it at
torching
minus 100 and run a bunch of times for a while.
Yeah. The reason I started torching it is because I had poured a bunch of LN2 right at the end of the run, and once the run ends, the load on the GPU stops, so there's no more power going into it. You go from 500 watts or whatever down to 12. And so I was torching it to try and burn off some of the LN2 so we don't get too cold, get a runaway. Score went to up about 1,000 points just from cold.
Yeah.
No work at all other than liquid nitrogen. So that just gives you an idea of the cold scale of NVIDIA's GPU. This is where I was saying earlier, other than fun, there is some actual education you can get from this stuff. I don't want to act like it's the main reason we do it anymore. We do have a lot of fun with it. But as a nice side benefit, you can see directly the frequency scale. We went from 1845 megahertz up to like 2100 just from cold. Not to say that this particular cold is accessible, but without any overclocking. So that just shows you how GPU boost works, which is part of NVIDIA's architecture. And there's, in the past, I mean, as boost came out, I'm sure you had the same experience as a lot of people where it's like early on, a lot of people really hated boost for overclocking.
Oh yeah, it was it was difficult to get people to understand actually.
Yeah.
It was also difficult too because I think when that was really an issue, remember previous generations. I mean, when you went from like 780 Ti to 980, there was a big gap because you needed less voltage for certain things.
Right.
Like even on water, like you'd actually go in and you would reduce voltage, would get you more overclocking. So
Right.
and I think that's Pascal when that second boost came out, and people were very confused about it.
Do you want to take over for getting this actually going?
Right here.
Which one?
It's highlighted right now.
Okay, thanks.
I gotta say this one though. This one's pretty good. So Gargs92, it says, "Why get an expensive O2 meter when you can just get a canary?"
I don't know that over time the canary is cheaper, but
Yeah, because you got to feed the canary. I mean, come on, guys.
right.
All right. So what did you have clocks at? Nothing.
Nothing. It just ran it cold. That was it.
Oh man, you're really pushing it there, buddy.
Thank you.
You're not voiding the warranty
I'm
enough.
extreme. Technically, GPU Boost doesn't void any warranties. You just run it cold, just like AMD. This name is written in, I'm pretty sure this is Japanese, but
How big do you want to go? Here, we'll just do
a baseline OC.
Well, I was gonna do memory now, so
Okay,
we'll jump up.
500 start is where I was the other day,
Okay.
and go up from there. 500 is where we got stuck with the air cooler.
Yeah.
This question, though, from a name I unfortunately can't read. It is in Swedish kroner, $20. It says, why is the Strix 3090 $340 more expensive than the top? I have not looked at the 3090 pricing, but if there's a Strix that's $300-something more than the top. Normally, with that stuff, you're paying for overclocking potential. You know, like on the KP cards, you pay for a lot of mods pre-done. I don't know what they're doing on the Strix yet. I would have to take it apart. So I'm actually not sure. For most people, out-of-box usage, other than the cooler quality, you're not necessarily going to gain a lot from like the highest end SKU from each company. But if you're doing overclocking, you might have better access to unlimited vBIOS or BIOS switches, better VRM, stuff like that. But if you're not doing that stuff, then it's not as valuable. Okay. Let's see. We got one from Tyler Tim. Have fun overclocking. My 1 day off in the last month, and I'm loving the stream.
Awesome.
Well, I mean, that's definitely an honor that you're spending some of that time with us. Thank
Hell
you.
yeah.
And I'm glad you're loving it. Hopefully, now that we're getting into the OC stuff too, you're learning a bit. We tried to do the setup early on in the stream if you missed it. So once the archive goes up, you can check that out. But we showed initial preparation of the card. We showed some of the liquid nitrogen stuff. In fact, the tank over there is still frozen over in the top from when I transferred. So that's in the beginning. Now we're getting to the OC stuff. Air Troops 83, how high do you think the card would go with just the secret 900 watt V-BIOS and a massive open loop? Also, if you wouldn't mind letting it slip where one could acquire such a BIOS would be awesome. Best suggestion we had earlier was forums, potentially. But open loop and 900 watt BIOS, you're going to end up limited by...
Or you can do hard mode.
You do a hard mod, yeah, that's true.
I mean, I want to, but I don't really have a card to.
Yeah.
Do like a Founders on a hard mod, I mean...
And these are so early that no one's really done.
Yeah, I know Roman did the, was it the tough card?
Yeah, shunt resistors and yeah.
I didn't really check it out too much, but I don't really have a tough card, so
yeah,
it doesn't really help me. But if you do have a tough card, Roman put out a nice video with how to do a shunt resistor mod to be able to get power, because power seems to be one of the major limiting factors.
Normal chat, someone says, Preston says, is liquid nitrogen conductive? No, we don't have to worry about.
No.
It's not like water. If the LN2 falls on the board, it's fine. Now, if it freezes and melts, it will become water. Now, I guess the LN2 doesn't freeze; it condenses the air, but it can create things that are conductive. But we've insulated stuff, so we should be good.
Yeah, the main thing is if you're in a high humidity environment, you want to try to reduce the humidity as much as possible.
Yeah.
That's one of the issues why I haven't done streams lately too.
46% humidity in here, so it's not too bad. Not like Florida where you are.
Bro, it was raining for like 3 weeks straight. So every time I went to like try to do a stream, even inside my house was like 60%. I was like, it's ridiculous.
And to answer the question about how high can you go on an open loop, I think you will become thermally limited at some point, but you might, maybe with the unlimited BIOS and a really good open loop, you might get an extra 25, 50 megahertz out of it, something like that.
Yeah, because remember, we're not using voltage either.
Right.
So, well, technically, I guess there's a little bit of voltage that you're allowed to in precision. I don't know how that translates. I didn't do any VMods yet.
It's like, it used to be more of a placebo slider for a long time, but I think the current assumption is that maxing it out allows it to run closer to the card's maximum allowed voltage, but it doesn't actually increase it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did notice that, like, when I set this 100, I was actually getting better overclocks.
Yeah, it should increase the, well, it won't increase the ceiling, it will increase the duration for the card stays at the ceiling, I think.
Yes.
I think that it's all like voodoo mysticism. No one actually knows what NVIDIA does. They're not really big supporters of overclocking normally, I don't think.
Well, they used to be, not so much anymore.
Yeah.
They're becoming more like Apple, where it's kind of make it all proprietary and try to close it
Right.
off.
What's the, we should say this, what's the current world record in Port Royal? Should I look it up? Where's that? You looking on the 3D
Hall
Mark?
of Fame.
Hall of Fame.
3D Mark Hall of Fame.
So if there's a 3D Mark website, let me go there before I mention it so that it doesn't crash. The last time it did.
Yeah, just click on that one for now.
Uh-oh. I already did click on it. It's not going anywhere. Well, that's unfortunate
You
timing.
crashed it already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoops.
Do you have the score memorized?
I actually have it on my phone. Hold
Okay.
on.
All right,
So
cool.
let's see.
We're going to get you the score that we're trying to beat today. It looks like their
Yeah.
site is down right now.
Hold on.
It's very unfortunate timing.
Oh, yeah, I tried to reload. I think it's 13,488.
That sounds right.
Yeah, it's by Ronaldo down in Brazil.
So 13,488 points is what we're trying to beat. If the points don't mean a lot to you, that's completely fine because they don't mean a lot to many people. It's just higher is better for this. But
Means a lot to me.
if you want to try and extract a value out of the points system for gaming performance, like if you're curious, hey, in a theoretical scenario, if you had a friend who was such a good friend that they would just pour liquid nitrogen for you all day while you played games, then you could take.
Are you asking for a friend?
Joe?
I would totally pour for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna play games for like 12 hours, and you just took up a line straight from the tank.
I've done it for more than 12 hours, so that wouldn't be the first time.
So if you want to like extract some kind of value, what you would do is take the baseline number. So you do new minus old divided by old, gives you percent scale. And that should tell us how much performance you would get in like a normal game. John Gogo said, Gogo's back. Where did the Office PC rebuild live stream go? Oh yeah, I think I forgot to set that public. I want to rewatch and read my super chat and talk about loots. Oh yeah. Good luck on the OC. Thank you. Yeah, we did do a PC build live stream. I think I leave these unlisted once they are done. That way they can process. Because otherwise people are like, they get really confused.
Yeah.
And they say, where's the other half of the stream? Because YouTube processes it in bits and pieces.
It's kind of annoying, actually, the way YouTube does it. Because on my streams, I probably should do the same
I
thing.
wish they would just not publish it until it's processed.
Exactly. Well,
because
didn't they used
people
to do
get
that?
they did, and
Yeah.
people get so confused, and I don't blame people for getting confused.
No.
Because there's no indication that half the
It
stream
doesn't
is
make
there.
sense.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, what is going on? Like, did I miss it, or are we live?
Yeah.
Like, I know I get a question on it every single time.
Oh, we get that comment too. Have you seen those where people will
Sorry.
post comments after the archive's up?
Yeah.
And they'll say like, because I ask at the beginning of the stream, can you hear us? And we'll get comments after the archive's up like, yes, I can hear you. It's
It'd
like-
be like, yeah, we already did that.
YouTube probably needs to clean up its interface, make it more clear. Let's see. Dorby says, nitrogen narcosis requires much higher pressure than 1 atmosphere. The risk in a confined space is diluting and displacing the O2, not narcosis. Well, thank you for the correction. That said, for anyone worried about it, we are in a large open space, so we're good. Manuel Schaefer. I think you can tell us on the 16 gigabyte 3070. I haven't heard anything about that. Is that a rumor right now?
I don't even know.
I don't know. We don't have.
What, that they gimped memory on the 3070?
Well, 16
that
would
what the
be
question is?
16 would be higher than. So maybe there's.
Oh, I thought you said 6.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So if there's a rumor, I haven't read it, and I don't currently know.
I haven't heard anything.
I don't know any more about the 3070 than you do. We're not under any NDA for that right now. Mr. Goodfella said, grabbed a mouse pad, extremely excited to have it signed by the lawn hair and lawn bearded. Oh, technically he said beard. B-E-A-R-E-D legends. Well,
The bearded?
Baird.
It's okay. It's a typo. Autocorrect is my nemesis.
I think half typos I've seen you do are not autocorrect.
No, they're all.
I think
autocorrect.
that's you. I think that's you and
We're
your
going
giant friggin' hands trying to type on a tiny phone.
It is true. Like my fingertips just do not work. With
How do you
phones
not
anymore.
hit like 12 buttons at once?
But I type pretty fast too. Most of the time I'm just like, and then I'm like, oh, damn it. Like,
None of it is legible.
yeah.
So 13,160. Score was what? 13,488.
Yeah, I just bumped up mem though.
We think it's 13,488, but I can't get the site.
Hold
to
on, where's
load.
the? Yeah, it's definitely 13,480.
I'm gonna watch chat for a second. Normal chat. If anybody has the score open, I'm pretty sure it's 13,488. But sounds like something someone under NDA would say. No, if I were under NDA, I wouldn't be able to tell you about it because NDAs are under NDA. So it's like, like if I'm telling you I don't know anything and I don't have more information because I'm not under NDA, that actually means I'm not under NDA. If I don't comment on it, then it means I'm probably under NDA. And if I don't comment on it, it could also mean I didn't see your chat. So figure that one out. All right. So 13,160 with what's your settings?
13,160 was.
75?
I don't want to bring up.
Oh, yeah, your screenshots?
Yeah.
200. Oh, no, that's one from the
Oh.
other day. You're spoiling it, Joe.
I know.
Sort by date or name.
Well,
I
sort by
guess.
name should be good because of 48. No.
Other side.
Where is that?
Top left. Oh, bottom left, sorry. Under precision. Nah, it doesn't matter. Whatever.
Yeah, forget it. Go to the next one.
Yeah.
Like
Just run again.
Could have sworn I did it, and I might not have. So, but anyway, yeah, we'll do 800 on the mem. I just bumped the mem up another 100 and bumped another 25 onto the core.
No worries, but did you skip some of the super chats? I'm still catching up. The one I'm reading right now is from 4:47 p.m. It is currently 5:40, and some of them did disappear on me. Oh, maybe some of them about 5 maybe disappeared from before 4:39 p.m.
Looks like we have a pretty decent mount, so.
Yeah, mount seems good. Von Lark, $5. Thank you. Jared M says, where can I learn more? Where can I learn the more intermediate to advanced overclocking techniques? How do you know what to tweak to push? This is a good question for everybody, I think. To push an overclock further than just bumping voltages and multipliers, specifically CPU OC. Good luck, have fun. So I'll start this one and then Joe can take it for more advanced stuff. For intermediate, I would say a lot of what you can do is, I wouldn't really look at reviews necessarily for overclock numbers because a lot of time, us included, reviewers will run a crunch. What we do is we set a voltage we know will work, and then we set the highest frequency we can. So we're not really tuning. If you want to learn, if you want a quick reference for like where do people typically max out early on, you'll get the frequency number there. But then forums are going to be the best place to look for discussion.
My streams when I get hardware and come out.
Yeah, and
I usually go over pretty well.
I'll say this too: the best thing to learn is not. We were talking about this yesterday.
No.
Not copying numbers just because people set them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because one, there's a risk of killing something if you don't understand the numbers people use. Like if you copy Roman's numbers for an LN2 stream on your air-cooled CPU,
yeah, you're gonna have problems.
You can cause damage.
Yep.
So instead of like looking for numbers for a specific CPU, I'd more recommend. That's useful for getting a guide. Where's my max? But what I would recommend is learning. So okay, multipliers, basic stuff. vCore is basic stuff. What you should probably look up after that is look into LLC and how load line calibration works.
Probably the most important thing.
Very important for CPU OC. So load line calibration, there's a lot of material to read on that. There's short versions that are pretty good.
And it's different between manufacturer too. So Asus versus
yeah, like
Gigabyte.
level 1 versus level 8.
Yeah, with the way you set them and stuff, it's just you always need to know what LLC is just to be able to go in first, and then you got to figure out how they do LLC.
Right.
Because they'll do the opposites and they'll make it all confusing.
So if you have trouble with system stability, load line calibration is a great place to start tweaking.
First, yeah.
And then I would also say disabling all the power targets or limits is very important. So we got a fail here. Digi plus VRM if you have ASUS. EVGA normally disables out of box. MSI has an advanced CPU overclocking page. So there'll be a page where they have power limits. You want to disable those. And then after that, I think
we need to be colder with that memory.
With Intel, you're looking at system agent and I/O voltages for stability, for like uncore overclock, stuff like that. And for AMD, you're looking at SoC voltages. Be careful with that. You can degrade chips with too high SoC, too high SAIO.
Yep.
Recommendations, Joe, for this person who was it? Jared M. on where to start learning more advanced overclocking or
YouTube.
how.
I mean, just research. Go through your forums, kind of see. It depends on like if you got a new board that you're pretty stoked about. Go and research that board to the fullest. Find out like you don't even necessarily have to get an OC board. Just get one board and learn that board particularly.
And if it's a high-end board, like
high-end boards are usually a little bit easier because
they're easier, and if it is an overclocking marketed board, like let's say a Dark from EVGA, an Extreme from Asus, then there's a good chance that the company has an official forum post or guide on how to get started.
Yeah,
so
those guides are usually pretty good. I mean, those are our initial, like when I go and get something, those are what I read before I go in.
Yeah. And I'll say this too, if you can't afford one of those boards, which is totally fine because the Extreme's like $750 for...
So expensive.
So, but if you can't afford it, you can still get use out of the guide. Look up the guide for their flagship.
And usually it goes down to like their lower boards.
A lot of the concepts are the same. It just won't do as much for you, but the concepts are the same. So I would say a good place to look is guides for the really high-end boards, and then apply that towards the lower-end one. Just make sure you're looking at the same company for the board you own.
I'm chicken clocking here a bit.
You want to talk about your scores you're getting and...
Well, no, I failed at one. I think
the
reason why I failed is that memory needs a little bit colder.
Okay.
We're pretty high on mem, so I think I put it up to about 800. So it's going to be pushing it a little bit. What that means is it's cold scaling, so when we get it colder, the more you can actually push it up without adding voltage. Usually with VMODs and stuff, I would push the memory voltage higher, but we're basically working with stock voltages. So the more cold we get, the higher clocks we can get.
13291. Let me take a quick percent difference on this for people who are curious. So actually, I have my results from the other day. When I have the stock cooler on, and this board down here, under all this stuff, this is an EVGA FTW3. It's that card with the ugly red accents on the cooler. So this card is the one that I overclocked on stream the other day with the air cooler without a special view BIOS. To give you perspective, my out-of-box score completely unmodified for that card was 12,140. Joe is currently at 13,291. So I will give you a percentage improvement divided by 12,140. We are 9.5% faster than the out-of-box performance for this card, and that's so far. The overclocked performance for this card, when it had the assembly in the cooler, it was 12,460, and you're at 13,291 minus 12,460, 12,460. It's funny. One time, someone said something about how they didn't understand in math classes how to do percent difference. They watched one of these streams and then they
learned.
It's like the first thing you learn for this stuff. It's so helpful.
It's amazing what happens when you're interested in something.
Oh yeah, I didn't learn anything in school from math.
I was the same way.
I was like a D student in math.
Well, math I was actually really, really good in, but trying to do math problems sometimes is like watching paint dry.
Especially
like,
when you're
awful to learn.
Yeah, and I was interested in it, but the concept of like, when you're forced to learn something as a kid, especially,
it's torture.
And
I'd rather be out hanging out, riding
Right.
bikes or something, you know.
And you don't really understand then like how it'll matter later. So
how much it affects you now.
Yeah, 6.7% improvement against the air-cool overclock of the original card unmodified. So we're at 6.7% over the original OC.
Yeah, remember, we're not changing any memory voltage or
Right.
GPU voltage.
We could do a lot more with voltage changing, but we don't have a means to do that right now. NVIDIA locks that down. You can get around it though, but we haven't yet.
Yeah, I need some more playtime
Yeah.
to figure it out.
So what are you running right now while I manage some stuff?
I bumped it up. Basically, I think I'm at 125 on the core.
125
plus
offset?
more, and then I think 850 on MIM.
Oh, nice. Cool. So like I said earlier, if you buy a mouse pad during the stream, we have blue and white, and we have black and blue. They are updated. So we've updated them with the high contrast model that we just started printing after we worked with our mouse mat updates. And Joe and I will sign those if you buy it during the stream. Store.gamersnexus.net. Thank you for supporting. I'm trying to keep up with super chats. I'm getting through them slowly. We're about an hour behind on them.
This site is so down.
What?
3D Mark.
3D Mark?
It's
Oh,
down.
is it down?
Look.
3D Mark's Hall of Fame website's down.
Sorry, guys.
We think that the current high score is 13,488.
13,488.
So if we can beat that, you'll probably have to upload it later though, because it's down. But
that's fine.
cool. Let me take one. Devin L says, "Will a R5 3600 bottleneck a 3080 at 1440p?" Yes. Maybe not a ton, depending on how high you have the graphics settings. But the best place to look is look up one of our CPU reviews recently. Maybe 10850K should have the 3600 in it. We have some 1440p results. I don't know if they're in the 10850 review, but we definitely have them in CPU reviews. So look up one of those. We use a 2080 Ti in there. You'll see that it's a bit limited compared to like top-end Intel. There's some overhead with AMD CPUs where they're, in some applications and a good amount of games, not quite reaching where Intel is for gaming scenarios with a high-end GPU. So you'll be a little bottlenecked. Once you get to 4K, it doesn't really matter anymore, the CPU as much. But at 1440, you will have some limitations. Stig Eric Baccarat said, "Joe," this is phrased in a way that is going to be awkward. "Joe, can you ask Steve for a good night's sleep?"
He needs some slack time, I agree.
Awkward. And make sure he takes a well-deserved holiday soon.
I think I know where he's trying to get with
Yes, I do. Yeah, after the 3090 launch, maybe. Probably after the 3090 launch. Dale Johnson, "Is there a reason you don't RTX voice when streaming?" Yeah, I mean, it's still new. I don't fully... I'm a little afraid of changing too much stuff with streaming because we have issues with it crashing sometimes. We always come back right away. But
Yeah, and it seems like any time you introduce one, you go back
God.
3 steps.
Yeah, I know.
It's just how it is.
And also, we talked about this in the RTX voice review, but a lot of people told us that they like the sound of the LN2 port, and I think RTX voice would remove it.
That's my favorite.
I like it, yes.
To be honest, that's why I do this. That sound gets me all excited.
Yeah.
Like, it's like what you ever see in like a car where it's like, "Roar," like that's the same feeling I get with this. I don't know if you remember last night. I was like, yeah, going crazy. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's just fun. It gets me my adrenaline flowing, you know. So you want to write this down, or?
Yes, 13513 is past the current record, as we understand it.
No.
Or is it 13488?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's
I think
the
you're
record.
past the. Yeah, I think you're at the record.
Oh, wow.
So we can push further now. Oops.
Whoops. Yay, record!
So let me write these down. What's the FPS? 6256. 13513 is the score, and I'll write down your settings too. Do you know what the pot temperature was?
I'm just running minus 120.
Minus 120.
Yeah. I'm trying not to go too cold because I noticed usually when you go too cold, that's when you just run into issues.
Okay.
So I'm trying to keep it around 120. I'll slowly be going down as I increase clocks.
Yeah.
To see how much I'm going to get, because otherwise you're going to get pace crack, and that's when you have problems with the board and everything.
What
else.
was your offset for core and mem?
Plus 125 on GPU and plus 850 on memory.
That's 350 higher than I could get it on air, so that's good on the memory.
It seems to like liquid nitrogen.
Can we run, if you go to stress test and run time spy extreme and windowed, I'd like to see
What it's running?
What's that?
Sure.
Just where the frequency is during this with these settings.
Yeah, you want to do GPU-Z?
Yeah, GPU-Z.
Okay. I didn't change this. I was just making sure I didn't change it.
Right. And I will trade with you for a second. My distributor just texted me and said he updated the inventory on the site to get the blue and white plus blue and black mousepad SKU back in stock. Our inventory.
Extreme?
What?
Extreme?
Yes. You go to stress test at the top, next to results.
Oh, what
and
is
then time spy extreme drop down. And then just windowed, and that'll work. And then you can hit run.
Why do you do it that way? I don't like it.
I like it because it keeps running the same thing, so the frequency it's very stable.
I could see.
Let me take one, and then I'll pass it off to you. Anoop Sindagi sent a dog astronaut emoji sticker thing. Thank you. I'm inspired. I'm not quite sure what YouTube makes these. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I like it. Blake M says, "Does it taste good?"
Liquid nitrogen?
Doesn't
taste like anything.
Yeah.
I don't recommend doing it.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Otaku Taigu.
Yeah,
Will 47. What's up? Okay, cool. Let me look at that in a second. Will 4770K work on a 3070, or do I have to upgrade most of my hardware? I mean, it'll work. You're not really going to be limited by PCIe, but you will be by the CPU. 4770K benchmarks we have. Look up our 4000 series revisit from January or February, earlier this year. And that's for the 2080 Ti. That'll give you an idea for how limited it is versus newer CPUs, and then you can decide from there what you want. Okay, so Joe, this is where I stopped, if you want to take that one, and then I will start talking about this after we get that one.
Where was it again?
Highlighted at the top.
Okay. Says Andrew Miller, $4.99. You making conditioner or thermal paste?
I think, we'll have to get a good thermal paste supplier to really make it work. You want that high conductivity stuff. Let me talk about this frequency for a second here.
Sure.
So currently our max frequency we've hit is 2220, just running time spy extreme, kind of looping. You're keeping this at minus 120?
Yeah.
And
minus 115 is fine, but.
Okay. MEM's at 1294. I should explain this. Let me move this to the other side so we can get a better zoom.
Oh, about understanding how the clock shows.
Yeah.
Is it on? Oh, I thought it was 1, 2, 3, 4.
So for memory clocks, you're going to see different numbers for different applications. Memory has an actual clock and an effective clock. With DDR, for example, double data rate, you're multiplying by 2. So you talk about 3200 megahertz, and a lot of applications you'll see reported 1600. There's also a difference between the transfer rate and the frequency. And then for GDDR, you have more multipliers in there. So the reason this is showing, I don't know if GPU-Z is showing us the actual clock. But I think it is. So difference of actual versus effective. Effective has the multipliers accounted for. Actual, you have to do the multipliers yourself. Okay. GPU temperature shows 0, which is correct. We're actually far below 0, but the application limits here. Fan speed's kind of funny. I wonder if
is it going fast?
It thinks we're at 6,500 RPM or 65% RPM, even though we have no fan spot. You can see 0 RPM here, but it thinks 65%. So we just had a crash.
Each by.
Let's look at the power. I'll run that again so it doesn't freeze over too much. So I'm just going to get this running right away so that we have a power load on the GPU. But the board power, are we really only at 400 watts? Well, this thing may be completely inaccurate now. We'd probably need to current clamp it to really get a reading.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
I
Because I remember I was pushing 500 at like lower.
Software works pretty well for stock, but once you start doing overclocking.
Yeah, once you start doing any cold, and I think it kind of bugs out.
I'm gonna let you take over this stuff.
Yeah, let me do it.
Do you want? Let's talk about your process you've been following for setting the core and the memory. 'Cause I think there's a lot of people watching right now, and I think there's probably a good amount of people who may be inspired to play around with this on an air-cooled GPU, you know, their own GPU. So, Joe, where do you start when you're doing GPU OC? Do you go core or mem first?
Depends how I'm feeling. No.
What feeling dictates which one you do first?
It depends. Like if it's a new card, I don't know. It depends on what I'm more excited about. So
Right.
usually when I get a new card, I'm probably gonna just test GPU by itself. So I'll basically just bump up the GPU maybe every 25. I'll do plus 25, then plus 50. This is on liquid nitrogen. On like AIO or just something like water cooling, I would be doing lower steps. So plus 5, plus 10, plus 15,
Right.
just to see if there's any delta. Because some dividers that you go in there might actually be worse than going higher. You'll actually go down.
Especially
and then if you
memory.
go up 5 again, yeah, it's kind of weird like that. But that's just how it is.
Yeah, and
It's been like that every generation.
Yeah. So memory, I've explained this in the past, but it is very possible that you can set. I'll take an example I did on the 2080 Ti's. I had when I was overclocking versus Jay, I had a memory clock set. I think it was 1280 megahertz offset, really high. It was a good chip, good memory. But 1280 was actually a performance regression. The score was lower than at say 1120, 1140 megahertz offset. So even though it was running at that higher offset, you may have memory errors getting thrown in the background that you're not aware of. That can hurt the score, and the performance might actually regress. So if you do this at a smaller scale or a bigger scale, whatever, at home, even with an air cooler, what you want to do is run a baseline benchmark before you get started. Run one when you're done. Make sure the score has gone up, and then bring do this every time you increase the settings, because you'll find a point at which your scores get worse.
Yep.
And then it's time to revert back to the
And I
previous.
usually run it twice too. So a lot of the times, so if you see it fail, and you're like, oh, that didn't work, try running it again.
Try again, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it can have a little hiccup. Sometimes like the clock might not even go up to that yet.
Right.
So like you just got to give it a little bit, be patient with it. Patience is key when you're overclocking. It's so hard, trust me.
Patience is definitely the I think in terms of skills for overclocking, patience is probably one of the highest.
Yeah.
Because most of it's just knowledge and research, and there's skill to pouring for sure.
Yeah, pouring is definitely a skill.
Like you watch
Art.
Vince and compared to me and Jay in that stream, right?
Oh yeah.
And you're like, oh man, this compared to those other two idiots. Like, you know, I'm over there, Jay's over there, where we're like over pouring and then torching the pot because we brought it too cold, and Vince is standing there like staring at it like he's gonna kill it, and just goes like every few seconds. He's like, good man.
It depends on the bench, like. You'd be so, and the generation, like you'll see some, like if you have to keep it at minus 125, the art to keep it at minus 125 is Vince is very good at. That's for sure. He's used to doing like 5 pots, 6 pots. I think the most he's ever done is 7.
Yeah.
The SR2.
Can you like try to imagine managing 7 of these big things on a board?
Yeah.
He had a chipset pot. I think he had mem, or was it just all cards and chipset?
No. Just all
chipset?
cards. It was 4-way with two CPUs, and then
I don't remember what platform that was, but
SR2.
SR2.
Yeah,
okay.
because you needed the chipset pot
Right.
to be able to get B clock up, because you were locked on top multiplier. Because I was doing that one. He actually beat my record with because he got the new CPUs that had the higher multi. So I had to like you can only get so much on B clock.
Yeah.
On it.
So another thing too is knowing the benchmark. So like Port Royal, knowing where the benchmark's about to end is helpful.
Yeah, what I like to do is, it depends on the benchmark, obviously. Like, we'll see in a sec when this comes up. You'll see it has the total frames. That's what you want to look at, like, if you want to keep track. I'll be always looking at the frames at the bottom, because you can tell if you're going to have a better score than you had before, and you don't want to waste time. right now we're kind of chicken clocking, and that's by just basically we're just running it to show you guys how to do it. If we were gonna go bench for like records and stuff, I would go right to cold and start running right away.
And you got to go for records fast because as it gets waterlogged, I'll say it.
Yeah, the condensation basically starts doing funny things, and
there's stuff that like it just when you get to a point where you're like literally nothing that this is doing makes sense.
That's when you kill it.
It's time to break down and clean it off, dry it off.
Rather kill the session than kill the hardware.
That's good phrasing. Yeah. And if you get like when you get water on the board, we've done it a lot. We get water in the socket, especially with Threadripper, right? And,
oh yeah.
It won't necessarily immediately kill the board, but if you keep trying to run it like that,
that's when it will kill.
It will. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how much water gets in the socket. I killed a couple X299 chips like that.
Oh really?
Yeah, there was just so much water in there.
What chips? 79?
10 cores.
10 cores.
It's when the 10 cores came out. I had to.
So if you missed the demo earlier, I guess I'll do this again.
Sure.
If you're kind of curious, like how this stuff behaves, it's cool. It just like insta-evaporate. We actually have used liquid nitrogen for, and if you step on it too, it'll come out of the carpet. We've used liquid nitrogen for a lot of B-roll shots in the past just because it looks cool. And then like I said earlier, if you're worried about gloves, we're not really worried about it. It doesn't mean I recommend you do it this way, but Joe and I find it harder to handle pouring, and you kind of lose some of the dexterity of pouring with the gloves, which, I mean, both of us agree. To us, it feels a little more dangerous with them than without. But
well, the gloves are not how people think those gloves, like you could just stick your hand in liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
They get cold, too, after a while.
Yeah.
They actually, I feel like, are...
And it's hard, I mean, if it gets cold and you're like panicking trying to pull it off, you rip your skin off or something. So gloves aren't really that safe either. It just depends what you're doing.
That's why I like it. You'll see me all the time. I'm barefoot usually.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to have socks either because the socks soak the liquid nitrogen in, and
Joe actually overclocks naked. That's why when he does the streams, the table stops at a certain height. Joe's gonna end up getting banned one day. Oops, stood up during the stream. No more bearded hardware.
No more bearded hardware. Sorry guys.
Speaking of, if you want to see that happen someday, you can subscribe to Joe on Bearded Hardware.
Not gonna lie, it probably might happen someday.
Dr. Respectful, I assume the cousin of Dr. Disrespect,
The cousin.
said bought the new mouse mat. It is amazing. Can you sign shirts today? First of all, thank you, and thank you for the compliment on the mouse mat. Andrew executed the design on it. It's the wireframe mouse mat. It looks super cool. We're sold out right now on them. I think we have like maybe 40. We have to do a count. We might have like 40 more, but that's it.
Do you want to get the score?
Yes, that is a good score.
That's another record.
Can you sign shirts today? I don't have a good way to intercept those orders. They're shipped from a different location. Sorry about that. What's the FPS? 63.15. Which is actually a pretty big improvement for this application. So
well, I'm always bumping up mem and then bumping up core. So
were you minus 120 again?
Yeah. Well, no, this one was about minus 130.
Minus 130.
Yeah,
okay.
It seems like memory gets a little shaky when you push it up, so the cold is actually helping a little bit.
And you're 900 offset on mem, 150 on core. 639.
Yeah.
So I think the 3D Mark site's probably still down, unfortunately.
Yeah, the last time I checked, I know it was under 13,500.
Okay. So we are world record currently.
Yeah, this is the current world record at the moment.
And it'll take a little while for that to reflect and get uploaded because we're going to have to wait for their site to come back.
That's okay.
You should upload it on your account. You're doing the real work here. So do you have a... Do you just, I guess you save the results file, right? And then...
Yeah, I save, because I don't usually put internet or anything. I try to slim down the operating system as much as possible. So you can just take the file and go up into their site and basically, when it's working, basically...
Log into your account.
Yeah, log into your account, and then you can do update results, and then it lets you choose the file, and then you go to a file.
Right, so that is in fact a new record for Port Royal. The current record that was there... which is now going to be number 2 after this. Was that done on a 3080? That was, right?
Yeah, it was a 3080.
Do you know, was that liquid nitrogen?
Yep, liquid nitrogen
okay.
too. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do that high with
air.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Because we're at minus 130 right now. He'd have to have some type of magic. You never know.
It's possible, yeah. Let me, I'm going to reorient the thermocouple reader so we can show it during a run.
Sure.
I'll try to get it so you can still see it.
Yeah, well, that would be preferred.
Really?
Preferential.
Can you still see it there?
Yeah, I can see it fine.
How about?
It's such a pain with
How
his,
about now?
his. No, I can't see it.
I
Remember,
thought
I'm
you were
blind
Odin.
too. I am.
What
Odin.
happened to Odin? I thought
What?
can't Odin like see everything or something? It's got like that all-seeing eye.
Not so sure about that.
Is that visible to you, Andrew? So that
Not
top
in the
number,
tech world.
that number on top is the temperature of
Someone
the.
was saying, I thought I just saw it. It says Arbas was doing 2340.
Okay.
So his efficiency is worse than ours apparently.
Oh, because
Because
our
if he was
frequency's
at
lower.
2300, I don't know what frequency. Well, we might be higher now.
Higher now, but when I looked at it a minute ago, it was 2220,
Yeah,
and we were a higher score.
Yeah.
So
So
we
our
sh-
efficiency is much better than his somehow.
Yes, we should.
That's
talk about
usually
that
the trick when
also.
you're overclocking. So when I mean efficiency, it's getting a better score for the same clocks. That's
Yes.
what it comes down to. So it's it could be drivers that get you there. It could be specific settings on like the CPU,
Yeah.
like 5.3 versus 5.1.
Oh, did you ever enable performance mode in the GeForce NVIDIA control panel? All that stuff?
Actually, no, I didn't do any.
Because Vince always tells me to do that.
Depends. Sometimes you do it, sometimes you don't.
Okay.
And usually with newer generations, that's actually, you'd be surprised. It actually can hinder you.
Okay.
So I usually technically run like, I don't know. I feel like our efficiency is just on point. I'd rather not touch it because
Yeah.
whenever you start messing with driver settings, it goes.
Yeah.
But like later on, I'll go through and test each one.
Try to find a couple points here and there.
Well, right now, what we're going to do is try to find whatever the maximum was. I never found the maximum.
Right.
So when we find the maximum and we can't go higher than those clocks, then it's where you start ripping apart efficiency.
Right,
So I'll
right.
start going in and testing every single little detail on the drivers and go through and try to get as much as I can.
Let me take some. Let's see.
Ah, it got too warm. You had to move it. This should run again.
I saw.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it a little bit warmer. Usually we go pretty cold, but to be able to show this to you, otherwise, if we go to cold right away, the setup's going to go bad because all the condensation, and then we wouldn't be able to do anything during the stream. So we want to have a stream.
I'm saving a message. I'm not gonna read it, but out loud that is. But someone had a message for Linus, and I will pass it along to him. Okay, so we got a super chat. Knife in your neck. A says, Joe is the level of man I aspire to be.
That's great. You're welcome, broski.
Charles.
You can get there.
Just time for the.
It's just time.
Just for,
It's a matter of time.
what's your shirt again?
What, this one?
Since no one can actually see
I
it.
know, the beard's in the way. I gotta start putting the images down here now.
And the inspiration was chicken clocking. Is that
Chicken
right?
clocking, yeah. Chicken with a beard.
Charles Hollingsworth said, "Congrats on the 1 mil subs, longtime subscriber. We're so behind on these. Love your content and your collabs. Just ordered my mouse pad and limited edition gold foil shirt. Have fun.
Start pushing more.
Thank you. I'll say this too on the super chats as I kind of work through these. We talked about this last stream, but as the sub base is getting larger, it's taking me longer to get through all of them. I apologize. The trouble we run
It's a
into.
tough job, man.
Well, the hard part is like
There's a lot of them.
I want to answer all the super chats, and it is directly helping us. People are paying to support us. At the same time, I want to make sure we're putting on a good show.
Exactly.
We're educating with what we're doing, and also I'm reading the normal chat, and it's
Hard to max. Like,
unfortunately, you can't fit all of it into the stream, so
Yeah.
I'm doing my best to keep up
I think you're still doing a pretty good job.
for now.
Yeah.
Until I run out of liquid nitrogen for my own overclocks, then I'm screwed. Paul the Bearded One Downing, great to see you back.
Oh, Paul.
Paul's been a long time viewer of, I think, both of ours, right? You see him too
I
on
like
your
Paul.
streams?
Yeah.
Says, sup broskies, hope you are all well.
He's got a badass beard like myself.
He says, what do you think about the cards build-wise? They look complex and cluttered to the previous generation. Do you think any of that will affect the performance by generation more than just heat? So, in terms, I guess at that point you're starting to talk about more electrical and maybe...
I don't know. This card actually looks way less cluttered.
Yeah, so that's a good point. This card, it's not, we can't really show it easily right
Yeah,
now.
it's
'cause of
not-
the fans. Even up here, though, you can see the board's just completely empty up in this top corner.
Even around the controllers and stuff. When I was talking to John from Elmore Labs last night because we are trying to see if we could do EVC on it, and he was talking. He's like, it's so weird looking at a controller. And usually you have a lot of resistors around it, and there's just so many pads.
Yeah.
There was like 40 pads like in there around the section. It's kind of weird to see.
The boards are oddly barren, some of them.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. I don't know. It's kind of weird just from always taking them apart and seeing them.
Oh, and then this one's got big holes in it, which is for the air cooler to push the air through the board. But it just shows you how empty it is. Is that your current record on stream?
Yep.
Okay. So 13,701 is well past the current world record, at least last time we could refresh the page successfully, which was 13,488 at the time. So now we're at 13,701. Let me write down.
Pushing temps a little bit. We're doing 140 now.
13,701. You're at minus 140 now.
Yep.
What was the FPS?
6343.
And then the core offset.
175.
And mem.
950.
Can we do a Time Spy Extreme? Actually, let's swap again. I'll let you take some super chats, and I'm gonna just
don't kill my setup, man. I want to hit 14K.
Keep it alive. I'll keep it alive.
I hit 14K. Be the first to 14K.
We are on Jim Hurley's question.
Ah, Jim. I know Jim. Jim Hurley, $20. I really value the quality and information content from Tech Jesus and Tech Odin. Stay safe. Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
He's always a big supporter of my channel too. So
nice. Yeah.
Means a lot, man.
We try to explain the stuff we're doing while also putting on a show. So hopefully there's some valuable information in here.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think we're repetitive sometimes, but I feel like since we get new people and we need to explain
that's the trouble.
stuff,
is it's like you see viewers drop in and out. So yeah.
All right, Noter G, I guess you could say. $10. Getting flashbacks to using LN2 to freezing samples onto
microscope slides.
Yeah, in grad school. Always wanted to bring into a PC into the lab on the weekend and try.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah,
I highly recommend it because once you get the itch for liquid nitrogen stuff, it to be honest, it's a lot of fun. I always compare it to, I don't know, if you're into like extreme sports or like car racing, something that gives you like a lot of adrenaline. I get the same feeling if I'm doing like a motorcycle at 100 miles an hour that I do pushing a car.
Not that you ever do that.
Not that I do that, but you know what I'm saying. On racetracks, yes.
Theoretically,
I've done on racetracks. But I can say that. All right, next one. Garrick Jacobson, $5. Transferring that LN2 looks and sounds like Willy Wonka's everlasting gobstopper machine. That's pretty cool.
It's definitely got a bit of a sound to it.
Yeah, that's my favorite sound. When you're going in through. Where you going?
I brought it down. I didn't.
Keep it at 150. Keep it at 150. It's fine. Yeah.
I don't know. It'd take that.
Yeah, I don't want you to heat up too much because then you build so much water in there.
Yeah,
and then what it does is when you're passing, it just drives you nuts. Dave, did you change your name? I remember Dave. From,
yeah. No, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that one a lot.
I don't know. But anyway, $10. Hello, GN and Slacker. Hope you reach a record today. Waiting for the RTX 30 KP card.
We have the record.
We definitely have the record so far. What was the clock set? Did you see? Yeah,
it's currently at 2265, which I'm
really,
going
that's
to write
it?
down. That's it. That's good efficiency.
That means my efficiency is on point.
Yeah, so to reiterate what Joe was saying earlier, highest clock doesn't necessarily mean best score.
No.
There's some efficiency involved too. And we're at minus 150. I'm keeping it around there.
Yeah, keep it at minus 150 right now. That should be fine. Not higher. Yeah, you're
lower.
Higher. Lower. Or no,
it's
it is higher.
confusing.
Keep it higher. Yeah, I always do that. I'm always the opposite because you really.
Yeah, well, the number's bigger.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
There's just a minus in front of it.
It's kind of one of those mind things.
So this is 175 offset has us, and again to reiterate, the offset will change based on the baseline, but 2265 for the frequency, and I'm gonna write that number down. This minus 42 number is incorrect. We are below what the sensors can read. 100% power target is 100% with the BIOS we have is way higher than the stock card. Our power limit is 900 watts. So that 100% number is maybe a little misleading if you're used to stock BIOS.
Maybe that's why in GPU-Z it's only saying lower.
Oh, there you
Maybe
go.
BIOS.
I forgot about the EVGA RTX stuff. It's actually kind of cool for this.
It's actually really good for this because then I can see.
It's funny, the memory, we can tell that the memory is below 0 because it thinks it's 400 degrees Celsius.
GPU 2. Look at that GPU 2.
Where's GPU 2?
Right there, right by MEM1.
Oh, by Mem 1. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's bugged out there.
Yeah, that's
But
typical.
The useful thing is the VRM, because this isn't as close to the LN2 pot. And so you can see we're 20 degrees or so. These should be pretty accurate. They're NTC
Yeah, you always want to,
thermistors.
if you're going to go naked on a card, you want to make sure that you always have fans on there.
Yeah.
Always have fans on there. Like, I can't stress how highly that is important.
Yeah, and so with that, we're in the 17 degrees Celsius range. It's an NTC thermistor. It's right next to the MOSFETs and the inductors, so that's pretty accurate. The rest of the stuff's bugged out because we're below 0. So that still tells us useful info. Okay, I'm going to pass it back to you.
Yeah, we got to start running.
Yeah, let's push towards the highest clocks we can get.
I think our efficiency is even better than yesterday.
Yes. Ant.exe said, let's see, you recently said you'd like more productivity benchmarks. I have some repeatable and consistent game dev suggestions if you're interested. I am interested. If you have real suggestions for benchmarks you'd like to see, I can't guarantee it's going to hit like the 3090 cycle because we're getting really close to that. But basically what we do is we keep a list of suggestions from people, add them to a file, and once I get to a point where we're refreshing GPU test methods, we look through that whole list and decide, okay, like let's research this, we're already doing this, whatever. So you can email tips, T-I-P-S, as in news tips, at gamersnexus.net, tips@gamersnexus.net with your productivity benchmark suggestions, and we'll take a look into it. Like I said, it takes a little while to get to them. We may not reply to the email, but we will read it, and then Patrick and I will start figuring out what we need to do. If we have questions, we'll follow up with you. Lom said, do a Doom Eternal 1000 FPS run. The Polish guys did it at 720p. Maybe the 3080 can do it at 1080p. Unfortunately, I don't have Doom Eternal on your test bench because we're just doing 3D Mark today, and you keep pretty stripped down anyway for better performance.
Yeah, I pretty much, it's not that I strip down totally, it's just I try to keep it lean and mean, you know?
Yeah, get rid of all the Windows
all
services.
the crap. Yeah, all the crap.
It's a lot of crap.
A lot of crap.
Ryan W, no message, but sent a super chat, thank you. I'm going to check out someone said 500 watts for GPU alone. Probably, but we're not sure that GPU-Z is really accurate at this point. I'll refill you.
Yeah, I don't think GPU-Z is accurate because I want to say that I pushed 500 watts on water.
And we could get a more accurate reading with a clamp on the cables, but I don't have extenders on there, so we wouldn't really be able to do that right now. We'd have to break down, and that'll cause a lot of other issues.
Yeah.
But definitely
No stopping right now.
500 plus makes sense. Let me take another one while I fill this. Rafael Reese said, Igor Labs measured MEM running up to 100 degrees Celsius and clocking down during sustained loop. But that's something you might check out for the reviews. I am. The GDDR6X memory has a TJ max of 110 degrees Celsius. It runs hot. It can run hot, but obviously, if it doesn't need to, you want it as low as you can get it. So we'll be looking into it. I have thermocouples on the memory already for our aftermarket card reviews. Okay, there's your next one. Linus will get a nice photo op for his water bottle. We'll have to ice that over some more for him.
Looks so pretty.
Gabriel Herether said, just ordered 2 mouse pads. I'm stoked, and thank you so much for all the in-depth reviews. Thank you for supporting us directly and helping fund the test equipment. Obviously, the most helpful thing anyone can do is just watch the content. You don't have to do contributions, but it does go directly towards testing.
That might have beat my old one.
Oh, wow. I think you're over your previous score.
Yeah.
And then for Gabriel there and anyone else ordering mouse pads during the stream, Joe and I will be signing them end of the stream today.
Yeah, that's the highest I've ever done.
What is it? 13?
18, hold on, 13,849.
Did you, okay, 13,849. FPS?
64.12.
And temperature minus 150?
Yeah, we're at minus 150 now.
Or lower.
Well, minus 155.
Minus 155. And that's on the thermocouple reader in front of the screen.
Yep.
What
975 on MEM.
Oh, wow.
And 200
Core.
on the core.
And we were at 2265 megahertz on the previous run, so we should be a little bit higher now. That's a very good score.
I try.
What's Jacob saying? Jacob sent me a message from EVGA. He says, Use the new NVIDIA tool to read power, Alt-R. Can you open Precision and try pushing Alt-R and see if it does anything? I don't know if it's in theirs or if we need an NVIDIA tool. So we're going to try something from EVGA.
Alt-R?
Alt-R is what he said. Nope. I'm going to call Jacob and put him on speaker. Jacob is from EVGA. Let me mute my mic and tell him he's going to be on speaker. Joe, if you want to entertain them for a second, I should be muted.
I'm always good at entertaining. Hold on, let me kick this off before I entertain. All right. Kick it off. I'm excited. I want to try to hit 14K. I remember, I think I was the first to hit FSC 10,000 single card. I don't know. It's always memorable for me when I hit a score that nobody else has hit before with any card, you know. So this is pretty much the highest anybody's done Port Royal for single card. Pretty sure this might actually go to 13,900. I'm hoping that the GPU still has some room in there. I don't want to
put Jacob on speaker. Okay, you got my mic, Andrew? Okay, Jacob, you're on speaker. Jacob is from EVGA. He was on our stream last week too. Hey, so Jacob, you messaged me something about Alt-R and NVIDIA tools. You want to tell everyone what that is?
Yeah, so in the new NVIDIA driver update, there's a new performance overlay feature that the default hotkey is Alt-R. And the Alt-R hotkey brings up your various GPU stats like volts, and also one of them is the power consumption of the graphics card.
Oh, that's that.
It's actually brand new in the latest driver that was just released like 2 days ago.
Okay, so that's probably part of GFE, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think you probably need to have GFE installed along with it.
Do you know, are you guys going to add it to Precision? Is it like part of the API?
That part, honestly, I don't know too much about that yet. I don't know if it's part of the API or not. That's something that we need to look into, but, you know, it's just something that I actually happened to notice. I didn't even know it was really a feature of the card, so I was checking it out.
Right. Yeah, I guess that's that screenshot you sent me the other day.
Yeah.
I knew that they reported power through other software. I didn't know they had their own for it, so.
Yeah, it's brand new.
Okay.
And it also has like a lot more like frame time, you know, a lot of different GPU stats on it. Pretty interesting.
Cool. Okay, well, unfortunately, we don't have it, GeForce Experience installed because Joe wants the operating system clean, but
unfortunately.
For anyone at home who might have it installed, it sounds like Alt-R will give you some extra readouts on at least Ampere. Cool. Thanks for the info, Jacob.
Yeah, thanks. Nice scores, too.
Thanks. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Later, Slacker.
All right, later.
Jacob's EVGA's
Oh,
everything person.
just a little bit.
Does a lot there. So you're a little. We were at 13,849 last one I wrote down.
yeah, I pushed. I didn't push the core as much.
Oh, 13,860 is higher. Did you have one when I left that was higher than that? Your previous was 13,849.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically.
So
This is
64.17.
the next run after.
210 offset.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to 225. now.
1,000 mem, nice. And then what your temperature was? Minus 160-ish?
Minus 155-ish.
That seems pretty good, the temperature.
Yeah, it's actually really good. Well, I went full pot, probably too quick last night. I think.
Oh, okay.
So that's why we were kind of stuck here.
You worried about crashes or anything?
I'm worried about just it getting too cold.
Okay.
So I'm trying to like keep it like on that fine line.
Right. Do you think memory heaters would help on this card?
I'm not so far. I think they run pretty hot. I think a mem mod would probably do well. They increase the heat a little bit. You might not need it this gen. 2080 Ti was definitely way beneficial.
I'm gonna grab one of those heaters to show people what we're talking about. I think
I want to say I have one over there too.
there might be one down here. I think we had
Oh, in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't VGA. That was the CPU,
CPU,
one.
but same
still,
idea.
I think it's pretty much close, just a little bit different tune.
Yeah. So this is a memory heater. Well, this is a socket heater.
Board
for
heater.
CPU,
Well.
but yeah. So the idea though is the same. For GPU, you would have some resistors placed around the outer edge of where the GPU backside is. There's a giant thermal pad that sticks on there, and it'll hold onto the card pretty well. And the whole purpose of it is, this is, like I said, a CPU socket, but it looks about the same. You screw it into the card with the LN2 pot, and you plug this cable into your power supply into a 6-pin, and what it'll do is just heat. It just uses the resistors, it runs hot, and that's to keep the memory a bit warmer. So on like the 2080 Ti KP cards, my experience was that a memory heater helped a lot.
Yeah.
So if memory gets too cold, sometimes it can bug out and do screwy things. You do have to remember to plug it in if you want it to work. Jay and I both made that mistake in the stream.
I did it too in my stream.
Yeah, and it's because we unplug it when you're not cold yet, because you don't want to burn up the memory. You just want to keep it below too cold. So that is another like type of accessory you can get for more extreme overclocking. We got another super chat. Let's see. Elm Tree Lines is, would you like my FX 4300 CPU to overclock when I upgrade in a few weeks' time? I will let you keep it, because I think we bought a 4300 recently when we were doing CPU revisits, so we should be good on that. Thank you though. Frame it, overclock it yourself on the way out. Give it a
Make a keychain.
yeah.
Roman likes to do that all the time.
Yes, so does KP likes to do that too. Punch a hole.
Oh
in it.
yeah, VGAs or GPU.
Recycle it, whatever. Yeah. Adam Lynn, Best Tech channel on YouTube, bought a desk pad yesterday, and he just coaxed me into buying a mouse pad to go with it. Keep up the amazing work. Well, thank you for both of those. We will be signing the mouse pads. I don't have the desk mats here, unfortunately, but yeah, thanks. We're having a lot of fun with the overclocks. It's
a nice gen.
So I think I felt the same way you did the other day. You know, when you first started working on it, and you're like, oh, it feels good to be back.
Yeah, it really does feel nice.
Because I worked on Linus's system. We did that tech support challenge with them. I did an overclock on it before we shipped it to whoever won it. And the GPU overclocking, it had been over a year since I did any of that on
It's
stream.
addicting once you get it.
It's fun.
So much fun. I like it personally better than CPU overclocking, but
yeah, same.
It's just I don't know. There's just something about it. It just it's different. It's definitely not the same. It's a lot more power being used. I mean, especially with liquid nitrogen, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah. Let's see. Why can't you go under minus 150? That's a good question for you.
Well, technically I am at minus 160 right now, but the problem is once you start going really cold, the condensation buildup, like you can see all the white going around, that's snow. That's condensation from the air, basically condensated on there.
Yeah.
What happens is that causes a lot of issues, especially if it gets on the board. A lot of the times the Vaseline can
repel it.
Yeah, it can be a pain. So by not going as cold right now, I mean, we might have to actually go cold now.
Because it crashed.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, we'll go down to minus 170 and see if it runs, but we might be at the limit. I don't know. But yeah, I kind of forgot where I was going on that one.
Just why cold versus a little
Oh,
bit
it's just
warmer?
that so usually when I'd bench for a record, I would just go right to these temps and just bang it out. But the thing is, for a stream, I want to try to keep it running for a period of time. We call it chicken clocking, and
it gives us time to help explain what we're doing.
you get to see what's going on. It's almost like a nice way to test and show. So
Yeah.
I try to keep the temperatures not as low yet.
Because I mean, if you're just going straight for a record, you'll pre-test it. You'll probably break it down.
I already know what it is.
And then the next day,
Yeah.
you'll set it in like a few minutes. So,
Like yesterday, we did like 12-8 something or 13-8 something. We beat it today. But
yeah, you're past that.
I would usually, like the next day that I'd be doing it, I would go right to those clocks right at the temperature I was before and go from there.
Scott Schultz says, everyone in this chat will cry if you don't hit 14K.
Ugh,
You gonna hit 14K or are you too far?
it's possible. I really want to.
No
like
pressure.
it's to be honest, 14K would make me happy.
Big Al, great to see you back. $50 said, love when you guys get together for LN2. Here's a little something something, just in case some super slacker blows anything up. It says slack on, Joe. Jacob.
Kind of like Big Al.
Yeah, Big Al's good. He's
Good
been in
dude.
here a lot. Jacob Sullinger, our Tux cat Cooper loves you, but not Linus. Suck it, Linus. Their cat Cooper likes me more. I'll let Linus know. Jordan McClintock says, good luck, guys. Have you considered adding some VR benchmarks to your GPU benchmark stack? My main purpose for upgrading is VR, and it's hard to find info anywhere close to the level you put out. I've discussed this a few times. VR is so hard to test. There's a physical space requirement that is much easier now that we have the office, but back when we were running this out of my house, I had to set up the testing around a time when no one else was coming into work because I needed the whole room to work on it. So that was a problem in the early days. It's still a problem now because it would take up studio space, but not as much. And then the next challenge is when benchmarking low performance stuff with VR, it is physically nauseating to test. So you have this whole new element of testing where I was testing cards that were not good at VR on purpose, and you're running at like 60 FPS instead of 90, and it hurts. Like you take the headset off after 8 hours of benchmarking and have a pounding headache. So that was a really interesting like physiological thing where I was like, I don't know if I can have any staff do this. I might have to do it myself just because of that aspect. And then
oh, that's gonna be a monster.
Yeah, I saw that memory artifact in there.
That's okay.
And then the last thing is that it's wow. Wow,
it's so close.
That's crazy. Good score.
13,930.
You know how much it would, well, I guess you'd have it saved in the results. I was saying how much it would suck if it crashed right then.
Oh, that's usually like when you do HWBot and you have to have all the screenshots. I
Yeah.
can't tell you how many times I've lost
Right
world
then.
record scores like that.
So minus 170.
Yeah,
And
170-ish.
1,000 mem. What was core? 225.
225, it's the highest for sure I've
That's
done.
higher than you were doing yesterday.
Oh yeah. I think I was only like 210. I think I did 225, but I think the paste was done.
Can we run windowed and, or do you, let's, how about you try
I
and hit
wouldn't
14,
do it right now.
hit 14K
Yeah.
first, and then we'll check the
Can you
frequency
take
after.
that one?
Yeah. Let me take a super chat while I
Yeah,
fill
because we're
this.
so close. Like I feel like if we try to do that, we'll
There's a lot of chats like, oof, so close, go, go, go.
These are usually the times where something happens.
Minus 170, wow. This question's just funny. There's like all this encouragement, like, wow, GG, and stuff, and then in the middle, what keyboard are you using? They're garbage. I don't know if you can even buy them anymore. This one's from like Microsoft in the early 2000s or late 90s. I'll just throw that over there. I don't need it anymore. That was a good score, man.
Yeah, well, 14K, man.
Current record, last we could check when their website was up, was 13,488. We are well past that. You need more?
No, I think I'm good for a minute.
Oh, that's the one I just put down.
I increased the mem a little bit and the core a little bit, so see if we're. I'm gonna basically go down to minus 175 and see.
Minus 200 or go home. Well, that's gonna be kind of hard.
Impossible. Doesn't mean it might not come up, but that's bugged.
It would be
You can't go any
incorrect if
colder
it
than
came
that,
up. Yeah. Liquid helium is about the best you can do
But
for that.
remember I was talking about sound?
Yes.
This sound, like right now,
It's so cool.
yeah, this is what I think I'm more addicted to than anything. It's just like the
That's-
raw power.
That's how I feel about mountain biking when you hear all the chatter going down
yeah.
rocks and stuff. Yeah, this is it's evaporating super fast in there, like, or boiling, I should say, probably.
Yeah.
Got that Vince KP pour going on. Why is the power target only 100%? We have a custom VBIOS, and it is unlocked, so 100% is just as high as the voltage will allow us to run. So it's a 900 watt limit. PSU, someone asked what's the power supply. It is a Corsair AX 1600i. Very high-end power supply, which helps with stability for this.
Yeah, and overclocking, one of your main components that you want to have really good is your PSU.
Yeah.
For years, that's pretty much was one of my key to overclocking. I've been PSUs like all the time. They've gotten much better over the past couple of years, but before they used to be really bad. I've blown up a bunch of power supplies, and it's hit or miss too. A lot of the times the PSU would take the whole system with it.
Why is minus 200 impossible? So just the same way that let's say you have a computer that is not cooled with this, it's cooled with an air cooler, Hyper 212. It is not possible for your CPU to be below the room ambient temperature, the intake temperature of your room. Physically not possible. So if your room temperature is 21 degrees Celsius, about 71 F, then your CPU can't be lower than 21C. Liquid nitrogen is minus 196. It physically can't go lower than that. Liquid helium would be the next thing.
Seems lower.
And like Joe said, if anything lower than that pops up on the screen, it's a technology error, not a physical.
Is that
thing.
lower?
13945 you had.
Yeah, no, it's higher.
13930 was your previous.
So there's a new record again. So close.
So 64.56 FPS. You know the crazy thing? This is like only 2 FPS higher by this scoring.
Yeah.
But 2 FPS in 3D Mark means a lot more than in like a game, because it's built to do this.
Yeah, it's built to
minus 175 or 170.
175.
Okay, and then 235 core, 1000 mem.
Yep.
Crazy. Getting close, man. So everyone's saying, let's go. Iron Glove is a good idea to go with nitrogen. I answered this earlier several times, but for what we do, the answer is we don't think so. It is harder to handle the containers, and therefore we think more dangerous. That is my opinion and Joe's, though. Okay, Tekazelhoff says, how do you think 8th Gen i5s will handle the new GPUs? Everyone only talks about i7. 8600K, you're going to be limited at like 1080p and probably 1440 to some extent. 4K might be fine. So it depends. If you're running high graphics, high resolution 4K plus, probably okay. Reddit column, have fun. Thank you. We're only at 5 p.m. for the super chat, but I'm trying, man. Magic Knight, I want to water cool an RTX 3080. What do you recommend? Founders, MSI, Asus, EVGA, or should I wait for custom boards? It is normally easier to water cool the reference board, which is not the FE, but everyone has a reference model. Normally easier because there's more blocks, they're more available. So if you're not doing crazy OCs, features I would look for would be, do you want dual BIOS for a little bit of a backup? And do you care about VRM quality if you are overclocking? If you're not, then it doesn't matter too much. Cheapest reference board you can get, I guess, with a decent, you don't need to worry about coolers in the reviews then, you're just worried about the rest of it. VBIOS, you might want better VBIOS access. EVGA, Asus, and MSI for their highest end cards will normally give you better options there. Sander Suits says, any hope for 5120 by 1440 game test this GPU generation? That's not something I even considered. I don't have a monitor that can do that. I guess we could try and buy one, but we'd have to do super resolution or something, so it wouldn't be quite as accurate. But no current plans, if there's a lot of interest. Harlemans, DKK50, no message. Brian P, thank you though. I'm a noob who just bought an Alienware R10, regrets I'm not building already. That's all right. If when you buy, my philosophy on it is, you made a decision with the information you had at the time you bought. There's no real reason to feel regret. But anyway, it says 2070 Super.
Just think about it. You learn for next time.
Yeah, exactly. That's
always learn from what you do before.
Yeah.
That's key right there.
10900F, 2070 Super. Is it worth a GPU upgrade, and is it even possible? I'm not familiar with the R10 chassis, so you might need to check the chassis dimensions and the amount of power supply, the PCIe pinouts they give you. But provided both of those are compliant with an upgrade, then yes, it is definitely possible. It's just socketing a GPU. You are 100% capable of it, even if you've never built a computer. There's a couple screws. You can look up a guide how to replace a GPU. You'll be good.
Ooh, this is gonna be close. This is definitely higher.
You were 13.
Yes!
Oh wow!
Totally did it.
Nice.
Sweet.
And you didn't catch it. But we didn't do a high five. Joe actually just hit me in the face.
Yeah. Sorry. Got excited. So the first over 14K.
Nice.
Nice.
Is that ever for Port Royal? I guess so.
Yeah, they don't have the single.
For single, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Does this do multi? Or I guess it's RTX, so. Oh, man. It's still in the results file. So we've got
That's
it.
good.
We've got it, though. It crashed after.
I'm just wondering if the GPU's going to come back.
So what was that, minus 180?
Yeah.
Nice. That is awesome.
It might just come back, so.
Do you have your offsets memorized? Core and mem?
Shit. I think it was 1050 or 1025 on mem.
1025 mem.
And then
I'm sure
250.
I think chat probably saw it. I'll keep an eye on 250. That is the first over 14K. Good job, Joe.
Sweet.
Wow. Awesome.
I'm totally stoked.
That is awesome. Chat's blowing up right now. Someone says I cheered out loud.
Dude, we always have like certain rituals we do. Like we used to do with like Team AU all the time. Demo would be like, boom, every time we had a record. I always loved that. That was one of my favorite things that he would do.
How much Allen 2 did you use for this? I think we are probably at 25 liters used. This is a 30-liter tank. We haven't used
it's not too much. Usually it's a lot more when we're doing CPU stuff too.
Wow, that's awesome. Good work.
All right, so 1,025?
Is their website still down? Probably. We'll have to submit the score later because their website's been down during the stream.
Probably our fault.
Is that Jacob texting me? No. Let's see. Our distributor is trying to keep up with the orders as they're coming in for the mouse pads. He said he just did a count on the mouse pads. He went into the office to do a count on the mouse pads to see if we had any more lying around. Put 15 more back in stock. I think that's going to be it. We're going to be out after that. For that, at least the black and blue. I think we still have white and blue. And he says white and blue is still in stock, and he says the foil shirts, the gold foil shirts, we still have some inventory on as well. We're collecting a count on those of the 8 different sizes before we put in the order, obviously, because it's too many sizes otherwise. That's awesome. 13 or 14, I wrote it down. 14,059 points.
Awesome.
Feel good to be back?
Yeah, I was actually feeling good, to be honest.
So are you gonna, what card are you getting when you
I'm holding out for the big one, the big boy.
3090?
Yeah, 3090. But we're gonna do some mods to it. We're gonna do not just. I don't even know which card I'm gonna buy. That's my kind of my problem right now, because the card that I'm gonna buy, we're gonna rip apart.
Well, you're gonna mod it, right?
Yes.
So let's talk about that a little bit. For mods, what kind of stuff are you thinking? Are you like?
Well, so there's always 2 mods or 3 mods, right? Power mod. So I'll figure out that. So I want to do a hard mod. Usually a hard mod's better. Yeah, the pace might be ton. That's probably what that was.
I'd like to get a frequency number before we break down, though.
Okay.
Whenever
I
you're
don't
done.
remember if this is the same though.
You can use this one if you just do windowed.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
No, I meant that's not what I was actually talking about. I was talking about. I forgot what I was talking about now. All right.
So, oh no, Port Royal's good. I started using it because it was crashing with TSE because the benchmark's different. Joe. Port Royal.
Port Royal? Sorry, I'm like.
Don't do it!
What do you want to do in Port
crash.
Royal now?
Just what you've been doing, except drop down and then do windowed mode, where it says full screen.
What is it? Oh, duh. Sorry, my eyes
you're
are
good.
really bad.
Windowed,
Yeah.
and then yeah, that'll work. Let me.
The screen is a little.
I'm not ambidextrous. I can't use the mouse left-handed. Okay, I just want to see what frequency number we're getting. Just kidding.
Not funny.
Joe gets mad at me because
Because he always turns it off.
I use the safety lock.
Drives me nuts.
You'll see Joe go to torch pot like when it really matters for time. He's like,
No!
Steve, what are you doing?
Drives me nuts.
All right, frequency. No, come back. I just want to see the frequency.
Did it?
Oh, we got it.
It was 2340?
2340 megahertz.
I think that's a little bit higher than we were, though. If I remember correctly.
Well, you were, yeah. 2340 is still good efficiency.
Oh, without a doubt.
Wow.
I think the pace is screwed, though.
Okay.
Yeah, it's totally done.
So.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to heat it up to about minus 80.
Our distributor said, lol, those 15 mats I restocked are sold instantly. He says, gone. Yeah, we were running a little low anyways, but I appreciate it. So what's your plan, Joe? You going to do an encore round, or are you just going to break it down?
I'm going to try heating it up to minus 80.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm going to cool it off again down all the way full pot.
And the reason
Because I feel that the paste is probably done.
Okay.
So when we were talking about paste crack. Basically, that's what I think what happened.
So basically, you're trying to heat it up to remelt the paste.
Yep.
Kind of reflow it, and then freeze it again, and hopefully it solidifies without a crack in it.
Yep.
Let me get a...
I'm surprised it lasted that long in general anyway, because of what we were doing.
Oh, yeah. 2340 world record apparently on frequency right now, but I'm not sure about that. Either way, the score
efficiency,
matters.
the score is the matter.
Score matters more. But someone said, power supply fan not spinning, why? The power supply is a beast. And it won't spin unless the internal components are a certain temperature or it's at a certain watt load, I think. So it doesn't need to spin. And also, it is sucking in some, well, not via fan, but just via drafting. It's getting some LN2 vapors in there, so it's getting chilled a little by that. Not much, but a couple degrees. Man, that's a crazy score. Torching a 3080, my heart. It's all right.
It's always the best.
How do you have liquid nitrogen but no PPE matching it? We have explained this a lot, but the gloves, for what we are doing, we feel are more dangerous because you lose the dexterity to handle it. You're more likely to spill it on yourself as a result. That may change for you, but for us, that is our feeling on it. Plus, it's all right. If you let it soak, it'll hurt, but if not, then you're fine. So, let's see. Unoriginal gamer tag. It's actually original by nature of it. Where's the 3080 hybrid video? Mount an AIO to that thing, please. Kind of want to. I wasn't sure which card to do it on. Maybe we'll do it on this one. Sean Noble, just because it's already torn down, I have unlimited power. Did you see Tech Labs world record?
Right.
Shut down?
Rebooted.
That might be, we might be hitting OCP at some point, but I kind of...
No, not there.
it.
That was default.
Oh, okay. Sean Noble said, did you see Tech Labs world record break with their OC mod of the 3080? I did not.
Yeah, it's basically what we just broke.
Is that the same person, Tech Labs?
Yeah, it's the same one. He did 13488.
Oh, he did.
Somehow.
Okay, and that was with a 2340 or 2340 megahertz. What's the score? Oh yeah.
Is it higher?
Well.
Oh, that's Time Spy.
That's Time Spy. We need Port Royal. Port Royal. Where is it? I wish I could refresh their site. Yeah, 13488. We're way past that. We're at 14K plus.
What's going on here?
Credit to Joe for kicking ass with it. Current high score is ours, as far as we're aware. The website is broken. Their website, but what was it? 14. I have it written down. So Joe hit 14,059. Current world record is his.
Yeah, baby.
Port Royal site's still down. 3-mark site. Let's see. Somatic says, "Can I have a cat on my mat, please?" Snowflake's not allowed near the overclocking setups. Codaloid. No message, thank you. Stig Eric Baccarat says, "Wow, almost 28,000 watching." That was a while ago, but we're still pretty high up there. Wackabut says, "Any idea on how thermals would compare?" I'm gonna blow through a bunch of these, Joe, while you get that back under control.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit.
So give me a minute, guys. I apologize for the delay on the super chats. It's hard to keep up, but we want to read everyone's. At some point that may change, but for now that's what we're doing. So Wackabut says, "Any idea on how thermals would compare with an inverted motherboard and a 3080 FE? PowerMac G5 PC mod has an inverted right-mounted motherboard." Good question. So I'm not sure about the PowerMac mod, but I have tested the Raven 02 a lot, and that's inverted as well. I think ultimately you should see, at least in a Raven, you should see superior thermals than in most cases that are traditional. And the reason is the distance from the front of the card to the large fans is very close, so you don't have as much of a gap to lose pressure as the air gets to the card. So I think it should perform well because of that. It's really just about the proximity of the fans to the card and the performance of the fans. So it may change a bit depending on where your fans are, but with like a Raven 02, just because I know that configuration, it would be good. Jason Van Leeuwen says, will it be worth it to buy a 2080 Ti? Hey, if you can get one for cheap, then yeah, like a lot of people were dumping their 2080 Ti's for way too little money. Plus, it's still got some advantages, like being cheaper memory capacity for maybe a production workload.
To buy one.
Yeah, yeah.
It's hard.
That is a big advantage.
Yeah.
That they are available.
Yeah.
Wayne McAllister, more fun with Cryo. Glad I caught this one. Thanks for the continued content. And then says science.
Science is cool.
Science indeed. Science is awesome. Unlimited Haro 78. I'm looking for 4 200mm Noctua Chromax black fans. Do you have any I can buy or know anyone who can help me? Unfortunately, I do not. I only have the brown fans from Noctua, and we need those because we only have a couple of 200s. I would think they'd be restocking them. I don't know if that's a killed product or not. I'm assuming it's not. So try your luck emailing Noctua, Noctua.at, I think is their site. Try your luck with them and ask them when the restock date is. They're pretty transparent with that stuff. Jordan Prince, and they might put you on a list too. Just got the Mousepad 2 pack. Thanks. Oh, I mean, thanks for buying it. So thanks is definitely in this direction. Thank you. Dan Howdle says, if I use liquid nitrogen on... Here you go, Joe. This is a question I need an expert's assistance on. You're busy. Okay.
Ice in it. What's up?
I need the expert's assistance. Dan
I'm full
Howdle,
pot now, so.
Dan Howdle says, if I use liquid nitrogen, okay, this stuff, right? If I use liquid nitrogen on Nicolas Cage, will it improve his performance?
Probably. I don't even know how I feel about that question, but I like Nicolas Cage. Depending on the movie.
They took the Declaration of Independence. No, I'm going to steal the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah?
It's the only line of his I know.
I haven't seen that movie in so
and
long.
My hair is
It's a
a
good
bird.
movie,
Your
though.
argument is invalid. Conspirator. Keep up the good work.
He's definitely the one I would definitely like to meet.
Nicolas Cage?
Hell
Really?
yeah, dude. I would have totally.
Just so
hang out
you
with-
can pour liquid
Be
nitrogen
like, hey,
on
you want to?
him?
Yeah, exactly.
See if his performance improves?
You any good?
Nerd says, ordered a mouse pad, gets a signing. Yeah, we're going to have to after this. Thank you, though. Mouse pads are not sold out, you liar, someone says. I'm not looking at the inventory. So there's a few different inventories, right? There's black and blue, there's white and blue, which is probably in stock, and then there's mixes of white plus blue and black. So white and blue plus blue and black. And that inventory moves around based on how our distributor is trying to manage it, because our inventory system, basically we have X amount of units, we split it between them, and then if, say, we're selling a lot more single units than double units, then he'll take that stock and move it into single units so it doesn't run out. So it's just, he's live managing it. That's a very strange thing for someone to get upset about. Minus 190, is that what you were running at for that? You are now.
Yeah, I was just doing a run to bring it down.
Let me get through it, like another page of these quickly, and then we'll get back to talking about this. Quick update though, Joe did break the world record and then broke his own world record.
And then broke it again.
And then again.
And then again. And
Actually,
again.
like 5 times he's broken the record now. 14,059, still your high score.
Yeah, this one could be better. I don't know. I'm just trying to see if we might have to break down. Or
We're
not.
getting to the limit, but that is a score to be proud of for sure.
First to 14K.
Yeah.
Those ones are usually the most memorable.
Yeah, the first pass, some 1,000 mark.
Yeah.
Dave Leviathan Prim, good to see you back. Says, Joe, did you bring tater tots?
Nope. I ate them yesterday though.
Yeah.
Well, I'll probably have tater tots after the show though.
Probably.
I'm feeling like a lot of tater tots. I think I'm gonna have 14,000 of them.
I might have to leave in the middle of that meal and not come back so that you can pay for the 14,000 tater tots. Joe walks in and
I
he's
want to
like,
know what they would say. Give me 14,000 tots.
it's like that line from Parks and Rec. Joe walks in, he's like, I want all of your tater tots.
Just give them.
The son, I think what you just heard was, I want a lot of tater tots. I want literally all of your tater tots.
No, I want all your tots.
Macca Smith says, should I air cool or AIO cool my 9900K? Any case suggestions for either? We'll look at getting a 3080, still using a 6600K and a 1060. No idea how to overclock. What's up?
Beard power.
You're thinking?
Yeah. That's what I do when I'm thinking.
Well, you think, let me answer this. So, air or AIO cool on 9900K and case suggestions. Case suggestions, I'm going to quickly rattle a few off because I don't know kind of what type of case you're looking for, so I'm going to give you a few different categories that have performed well in our benchmarking. We are always performance-oriented at GN, so if you're more looks-oriented for a case, you're going to have to just look them up and see if you like any. Cooler Master TD500 for a mid-tower box is pretty good. Its direct competitors would be something like, I would say, Be Quiet 500 DX would be in there. Of course, there's got new stuff I haven't tested, but 500 DX, H500 Blank from Cooler Master, and then Lian Li 011 Dynamic is about $130 if you can get it. Those would be good cases to look at if you want larger 011 XL. And then if you want cheaper, probably Fractal Meshify C is not bad. Still, you do need to buy fans for it though. And then the question, AIO or air, it depends. Large air coolers are pretty competitive, but AIOs will give you more performance overall and longer soak time to steady state. So you get more of that boosting threshold if you're running stock, especially a 10 series. Hopefully that helps. No idea how to overclock, they said. Well, look up an overclocking guide. You can also go to Joe's channel. Joe, have you ever made a really basic tutorial yet, or just?
No, I need to. I've been talking about it.
It might be worth doing like a super beginner, like for baby's first overclock type of thing, like multiplier, vCore, LLC, stuff like that.
Sounds like a good idea, actually.
I think you'd be. The hardest thing you would have to deal with is not going too far with it, like.
Well, I overthink a lot of things. That's usually my issue. Like, how should I make it?
Well, you know enough about overclocking where you're going to want to caveat everything. Yeah, because you're like, you should do this, well, except if, and then.
Yeah.
I think if you keep it simpler, it'd probably be really useful to people.
I agree.
Let me read another one before I pour this. Actually, let me ask you, how's that going?
Not good right now. I tried pushing memory a little bit higher. I don't know if it likes it, so I lowered it back again.
What
We're full pot. It could be anything now.
Wow, you're minus 192. And
yeah,
it's still,
I'm totally.
This GPU is awesome.
Really is pretty fun GPU.
So
I don't know how other ones are since we only did this one.
I was just about to point that out. When I say this GPU is awesome, I mean literally this chip.
Actual GPU,
like,
yeah.
We don't know if the 3080s are all like this. They're definitely not. But we don't know if they tend to average lower or not.
Yeah. Only time will tell, I guess.
Yeah. But this one, we got a good one. Let's see. Frusignew 2011 says, "Hey Steve, tell Bearded Hardware to buy a Lordstown Endurance electric pickup truck coming next year." I've never heard of that. Have you?
Lordstown? I think that's one of the new electric ones.
That's what they're saying, yeah.
Yeah, I think that one looks pretty awesome, actually. Some of the new electric trucks that are coming out, you know how they were talking about, it's when we were talking about Tesla before.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some really cool trucks coming out. So it's be interesting to see. Nicola's making one too. That teamed up with GM.
GM, not GN, to be clear. Before someone's like, wait, there's a GM car coming out?
GM. Oh, GN. yeah. No. You could. Come on, Steve. You're slacking.
Oh, no.
No.
At least it didn't hard crash. AG said, first time posting, but a big fan of the content. Well, thank you. Shout out to big guys with beards. Joe is like looking in a mirror with me, they say. Joe, you have any comments on this?
It's like looking in the mirror?
Yeah, saying that it relates to your beard life.
My beard life?
Yeah.
It's awesome, brother. I love my bearded brothers. Gotta love the beard. It's all about the beard. Steve needs to grow a beard.
Have you ever talked about your car setup you have outside?
The car setup?
Yeah,
my truck? And trailer
the
or the car?
It. Yeah.
No, I don't think I've ever talked about it, to be honest. My what is it? A command center? The Bearded Hardware Command Center?
Just got a caravan type thing on it. And I asked Joe when he was driving up, I said, are you worried about pulling over and sleeping somewhere, getting robbed or anything? Joe said, they don't really take one look at me and they don't want to mess with me.
It's usually the case, man. We don't want to, you gotta be careful how much you push your luck, though.
Yeah.
I like to push mine pretty far, dude, so I can't complain.
Let's see, Bruno Schechter says, how do you keep Snowflake from jumping on the computer when you're working on it? Love the Allen 2 streams. Maybe another hashtag RipJ soon. Congrats on the mill. Thanks. I need to talk to Jay and figure out what we want to do. As far as Snowflake,
I want to race Jay's car.
what does he drive?
He drives a Camaro 01,
yeah,
I
right,
think.
yeah.
So
I'll race you in my.
I'm working on my Viper next week.
my 2012 2-liter.
No. Anyways, I got my Viper build coming up, which is basically, I've had this car sitting for like almost 10 years now.
Man.
So that car is coming back. I have all the parts going, and so starting next week, we're going to end up doing a bunch of cool stuff on it.
Nice.
So maybe we'll have to race Jay. He's into it.
Yeah, he does a lot of track days and stuff.
Yeah, I used to do that all back in the day. That's actually how I got into overclocking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was really into cars at the time, obviously into computers. I work in the industry. So I was like, wow, this is cool. I don't need a whole garage setup, which...
Oh, someone says, was there any thermal paste crack?
I think this is it's probably done at this point.
What is Joe's channel name? It is linked in the description, Bearded Hardware.
Bearded Hardware.
You can't see it on a
Bearded
shirt
Hardware.
because of the beard.
I know, I gotta start putting everything down here now.
Yeah, you need a shirt that's like upside down.
It's kind of ridiculous.
All the graphics are down on the stomach.
No, I try to I'm like, this is...
That is liquid nitrogen exhaust. It does that every now and then.
me haunting him.
How do I keep Snowflake from jumping on the computer when I'm working on it, though? The answer is I
You don't?
am unable to do that. Yeah, she does what she wants.
Try to get a cat to do anything.
Yeah. Dave Millard, no message, but thank you. Bearded Bullets says Cybertruck equals the Warthog. Who doesn't want a Warthog? It does. You play Halo ever back in the day? Like,
Yeah, long time ago.
It does kind of look like a lot like a Warthog, actually. Put a big. Yeah, that'd be an easy.
I just want to overclock it.
Easy starting point for a Halo car mod, I guess, if you're into that.
Oh, I would totally. I kind of
Guy,
want to build an electric motorcycle.
I've looked at those. They look
Yeah,
pretty,
it's
pretty
done
cool.
there.
Done. You gonna repaste it, or
Sure, if
are you gonna close it out?
Well, it's got to be heated up, and it's
Yeah.
gonna take a while.
I have a lot of super chats I need to read.
Yeah, I would just hammer them out, and I'll.
Okay, if you want to work on it while I'm doing that, then
Yeah,
we'll
let's
see
do
if we
that.
can get another run in after that.
Yeah, because what we'll do is instead of messing around, we'll go right for the glory.
Okay.
See if we can just hit 14K right away.
Again, yeah. Hopefully it's got some more in it. I wrote down your settings, so.
Yeah, I already know.
So recap for those of you who missed it before I get into a bunch of the super chats to try and answer everyone's questions as best I can. The scoring, Joe's top score was 14,059. The original high score was 13,488 to the best of our knowledge. Now the site's been down. I think it's still down. So we're way past the score. Joe did 13,513 was his first one past the record, and that was at minus 120 degrees. I'll give you a recap all the way down. Offset was 125 core, 850 mem. Then he went up to 13,639 at minus 130 degrees Celsius. 150 core, 900 mem. He went to 13,701 for the score, minus 140 Celsius. So 175 core, 950 mem. I'm going to skip a few here. Eventually he got to 13,930, and that was when we were like, yeah. It's so close. And that was minus 170 degrees Celsius, 225 core.
Usually
1,000.
at those times, I've gotten to the point where I'll be like 1 point away. And it's like, no! And then never get it.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than that. It's like the
That's-
biggest tease and there is.
Then finally 14,059, which we measured the frequency at 2340 megahertz. So 2,340 megahertz, but there's some efficiency baked in there too. And that was minus 180, although you've been at minus 190 lately. 250 core, 1025 mem. So
Yeah, I'm just trying to burn off some LN2.
that is a quick recap. Yeah, so you're trying to warm it up now to
Yeah, it's just a stock basically.
break down and repaste.
Yeah,
If
'cause-
you end up torching it, I guess you mute your line and I'll talk through super chats.
well, even if I torch it, the problem is that it just still, that there's too much
Yeah.
LN2 in there.
Right.
The LN2 fights the torch, so the torch basically can't do anything.
Right.
So I just wait until it burns off, and then I can torch it. But I'm pretty sure I can burn it off for a little while if you want.
Yeah. Guillermo Colo says, what a great Sunday watching Joe and Steve doing some liquid nitrogen stuff. Thanks for the stream. Unrelated question. Do you guys actually play any games? I have somewhat recently, but not since I got the RTX 30 stuff. It's been nonstop on those.
Been too busy, really.
Yeah, so I try to still get gaming in when I can in between the really heavy review cycles. I find that playing, so I've always been a strategy game player, mostly RTS, sometimes turn-based. I like city builders too. Played a bit of everything over the years, like MMOs and competitive like CS Source back in the day. But RTS I like the most because I feel like the Total War games kind of help me think through problems because it's a strategy game.
Strategy games are good.
And I really feel like if I play that in the middle of a long work session and I get back to work, I feel like it kind of wakes me up a little bit. So it's like a good way to wake your brain up. So I really like those. Planet Zoo I played recently, and then Total War, Three Kingdoms.
I like racing games, pretty much anything that's car racing.
What's the game in your whole gaming history that you played the most? Like, what were you the most into?
Car racing games, pretty much.
Anything in particular? Like
Dirt, played all those.
Yeah.
I don't know, Grand Theft Auto, I've played every one of
Yeah.
those. I love I would just kind of hang out and just go do stuff, with all the naughty things you can do.
Dirt was a good game. GTA is fun just because the creating chaos and
Yeah, and then I like playing PUBG, stuff like that.
Oh really?
And then I'll play, PUBG's fine. That's kind of a fun game.
You're a big Fortnite player, I bet, right?
Nah, not really.
No?
Not really into it, to be
Nah?
honest. No, I think it's just too much. You know what it is I feel like there's too much to it that it's just, I've got barely enough time to play to learn something else,
That's the problem I had with, as I worked more, I had trouble transitioning from playing competitive RTS into playing casual RTS.
Yeah.
I could just never...
Yeah, it's not the same.
And it's if you're not going to dedicate hours a day to StarCraft 2, you're not going to be competitive tier.
And then the other thing I play is I'll play golf.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, it
What-
relaxes my mind.
What version?
On PS5.
Oh, wait.
Well, the only reason why I have a PS5 is basically for baseball. So I play baseball too. So that's it.
You're triggering a lot of people.
Oh,
right
I know.
now.
That's the whole point. Well, the problem is on PC you can't get these. You could probably get golf.
But you really like your PlayStation 5.
Not really. I don't really even like it.
No?
Nah. Or 4. Sorry. 4.
I was waiting.
I don't have a 5. I didn't even say that. Yeah.
I was waiting for when you were going to say that.
I didn't even realize I said 5.
I couldn't tell if it was part of the joke or not.
No, it's because too many people have been saying PlayStation 5 lately.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the norm anymore. Is that it's so big. They need to put more games on PC.
On PC?
Yeah, like baseball, for instance.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no baseball game on PC. You can literally run a team, fake team, but you can't play a baseball game on PC.
Someone says I like Terraria. Yeah, Terraria's good. Factorio, someone's saying don't ever play Factorio, we'll never see Steve again. That's one of the problems I've had with playing games is when I play games, I have trouble not playing games. So I try to burn through my interest in it quickly. That way I get back to work. But so you're just running to burn off cold right now?
Yeah.
Let's take another one.
Instead of being loud.
Good question, though. Yeah. Richard Chan says, here's some money that Google has been paying me for answering surveys and using my data. Hope it goes to good use. Well, I think they take 30%, so some of that's going right back to Google. I'm sure they're happy about that.
It's like a round robin.
Yeah.
Whatever.
However, I am very appreciative of the support. Thank you. I didn't know they did that, though. Harleman says, forgot to add a message to my super chat. Hello from Denmark. Thank you for the amazing content. I've been a subscriber for many years. We have a lot of people from Denmark viewing the stream today. It's cool to see the around the world viewership.
Very cool.
Sai Namaduri says, 1, will the new single slot I/O translate into a real single slot water cooling solution, i.e. no covered PCIe slots on the motherboard? Oh, I see. I guess it is single slot I/O, isn't it? I haven't actually looked at. Well, this is an aftermarket card. Is it? Oh yeah, it is. So what this viewer is talking about is those you watching is.
I was wondering what he was talking about too. And
Yeah, it's not double stacked.
I think single slot was just one.
Yeah, it is. But I mean the
Oh
IO.
yeah, all the actual I/O itself.
Yeah, so that's a good point. But yeah, it does mean that water cooling will be a bit easier on some cards. Adam Schumann Sr. I think we're both familiar with Adam, right? He's on your channel too.
Yeah.
What CPU are you using? So reference to
10900K.
Yeah, reference to the
She
7980
said
XE.
10980 XE.
Yeah. 10900K.
109.
Joe's got it at 5.3 gigahertz, just underwater right now.
Yep.
Nothing crazy. Well, nothing that crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty good for a chip.
Sai Namaduri, is it 1, physically possible, and 2, reliable enough over the long term to actually run closed loop liquid nitrogen for an average home system? I'm going to go with no. for 2. And 1, yes, it is physically possible. I have a really fun video on the channel where we show Vince, Kingpin's...
I think I'm in the background.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
What was that? Oh, yeah, you were in that one.
Yeah, for the Roboclocker.
Roboclocker, thank you. Yeah, if you look
up
up Roboclocker, spelled like it sounds, then we've got some coverage of a closed-loop liquid nitrogen system that Kingpin built. And it was cool. It definitely had a lot of issues, as you'd expect, because it's not an easy thing to build.
Well, it's got the same. It's not the easy setup that it is for liquid nitrogen this way. It's more of like a water cooling, and like it's. Oof.
But the cool thing about it was like, so he had 2 tanks. This is all in the video, but he has like tank on one side, tank on the other side. So it's like a give and a receive, and would run the LN2 through out of like one of those big tanks and into another one, and recondense a lot of it anyway, not all of it, I guess. And then he could run it reverse later.
It saves a lot though.
Yeah.
Like you would actually, well, we waste a lot just from the pouring into different containers. He would actually use a lot of it. So, but the problem is you'd have to have 2 big tanks in your house. Those things aren't easy to get in your house.
And you need a tin.
True.
Because tin is well, he doesn't work there anymore, but tin when he was working there was Kingpin's, like, I guess engineering counterpart, electrical engineering counterpart, and mad scientist.
Yeah.
And he would sit there with a laptop and use software to control the LN2 valves.
Yep.
And
it was pretty cool because you could just hit a button.
Yeah, really
and
cool.
Just it would pour, so you'd simulate pouring.
Vince had another thing. I think we have it on our side channel, the GN Steve side channel. When he was on crutches for a little while, and what he did when he was on crutches was he didn't want to like hobble back and forth to the tanks to fill, and it was kind of painful for him. So he hooked up a valve to a tank. He ran it through just like plumber piping, which is very inefficient for LN2, but was better for him, to his setup. And he pull the valve, hold the canister under it, and that would be how he got his LN2. I was like...
Did you ever see a setup with the tank? So he would do this. He'd basically wrap this around. Go around. I think.
Oh, I have seen him do that. I didn't know why though.
I forget how he does it, but he'd wrap it up like this,
Uh-huh.
so that way you could just pour it in the container itself.
Oh, okay.
So you could do direct container. So you just pop this off and just drop it. And
Right.
go. When you're doing 4-way, the problem is actually getting liquid nitrogen to the system, not just pouring.
Right.
So you'll go through with liquid nitrogen so quick that you got to have a good pour.
Oh, okay.
So you'd keep a tank like right here, and you'd be like, shh,
right.
shh. Yeah, difficult.
That's, yeah. You're gonna heat up and then repaste and try one final.
Yeah, we're not gonna make chicken clock this time though.
No, this will be the last one. We do currently have, Joe's got world record 14,059 points, and he's gonna try one more shot. You muted your line for a second.
Huh?
Yeah,
I'm on.
yeah. I'm gonna take a few super chats while Joe does this. He is heating up the LN2 pot. Ooh, big fire. So he's heating it up so we can repaste it and do a final run, a encore run. So, what time are you at for super chats? Like 5 p.m. I'm gonna try and burn through a bunch of them. Can I disable super chats for the rest of the stream? That would make me feel better.
I don't think they have an interface.
See, disable monetization. I don't know if that turns off super chats though. I'm going to try this. Oh wait, I can't do this on this screen, otherwise we'll lose the sight of the super chats we have now. YouTube's nice and screwy that way. All right, let me read through them as fast as I can. I'm gonna update the OBS screen to say no more super chats. So after 7:14 p.m., actually, let's just do this. As of now, no. I better put it after, otherwise people won't get it. After 7:14 p.m. EST, no more super chats will be read. I'm gonna do that. So please don't submit any more super chats that you want to be read right now. I put it on the screen. Hopefully that helps. I don't like to leave them unanswered, so we're gonna do our best to get through what's there now, but don't send any more. I won't read them. Okay. That's funny to see it updated on the stream. Okay, let me get some of these while you do that. So we've got Pete Town. Hey Steve, would you consider some more educational videos so we can get a deeper understanding of PC hardware? Yes, we have been working on one on and off for a few weeks. I have a friend of ours, a friend of actually most of the people on GN staff, Patrick Stone, he has helped me out since the beginning occasionally. He's always had other jobs, but he's excited to come in and help out with content every now and then. So we have had him for a couple weeks now. He'll come in for a couple hours at a time and work on a, I guess I won't reveal a content piece, but it's more like, to give context, Patrick Stone is an experienced computer engineering teacher, and he's got a long history of teaching networking, network engineering, computer hardware physically, and then computer software. Really good at it. So I said to him, hey, why don't we take some of your lesson plans and turn them into like condensed videos? And so he's been working on that, and I'm learning a lot from it too. So it's a slow process because it's not his full-time job, but he's in and out, and we've got one that's probably about 70% done. So yes, we are working on more educational stuff.
Educational stuff's fun.
It's fun, and you know,
I'm always curious about that because I have 20 years and
yeah,
that's what I do for a living.
Yeah.
So it's kind of,
yeah, I think people,
I could teach a lot, to be honest.
yeah,
Software-wise, I'm a developer, and most people don't realize.
No, most people definitely don't realize
Yeah, I'm actually a software,
Just
big software guy.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, lumberjack on the side, and then
That's right.
software guy for the main job. So yeah, educational videos, I used to do more of them, but I got to a point where, one, I was kind of exhausting my knowledge base for like the fundamentals. I've talked about this before, where I learned through practical hands-on, so I'm lacking some fundamentals. And then also we were having trouble getting views on them. But now that we've hit a more critical mass, it's easier for us to publish an educational piece that might not drive as many views and eat some cost. Because like Stone, for example, he's worked on the content for so long now. It's going to be an extremely good piece. We're going to do animations and stuff. I'm probably going to, strictly financially, like the hours investment, the time to pay people obviously work on it. That piece, it might not be profitable, but it doesn't matter to me because it kind of comes back in the end. Like it builds reputation, it builds interest from people, and I like it a lot. I learn from it, so there's a lot of unseen value.
I'm curious if we can sand down that chip.
You want to sand that?
Well, future-wise.
Okay.
Yeah. No, because look,
Not
you
right
can see
now.
on the pot where you have the NVIDIA logo on the pot.
Oh yeah.
And so it
That's
etches
because
into the
that
pot.
stupid raised text they have.
Yeah, so that's what I usually actually sand that off.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it breaks the warranty, but I feel like it gets it better because you can actually literally see the logo. A lot of the times you'll see like the whole
Oh, I
number
can see it really
scheme.
well from here.
Yeah, like you have to look at a certain direction.
Let me get a OBS. Could you see it already, Andrew? Not really. Let me try and.
Yeah, you have to get, if you look up one way from the light, you can actually see the logo.
There it
on
is. There's
Yeah.
the logo. You kind of see the lettering right there.
Yeah, I'm really curious why NVIDIA does that.
There's a big mark down here. Oh wait,
Yeah.
up here. Yeah.
It's crazy.
What were the results for today? In normal chat, great question. So we are going to try one more encore run, but so far we're, Joe, I think it's safe to say very happy with the result.
Yeah, 14K. That was pretty much the first to 14K was my objective.
So 14,059 points, which puts us 59 over 13,488 was the last high score, I think. That's 4.2% over the previous high score. And then in terms of actual, like, versus a normal card without LN2, we are, I'm going to give you a percent scale, 12,140.
Curious on that one.
We're 16% ahead, 15.8% ahead at full stock with the original cooler.
I'm curious to see with like voltage, because I really believe voltage is one of our.
Voltage is for sure a limiting
Yeah,
factor.
we need voltage right now.
13% ahead of the overclock on air. Pretty good. Okay, let me take more of these super chats. Sai Nabaduri says, could you do what Linus once did with a mineral oil cooled PC, completely submerge the rig in what is effectively
I kind of want to do that.
a heat exchanger that uses LN2?
There was a guy that used to do overclocking competitions. He brought like a bunch of the mineral
Oh, really?
and literally did it in a competition. Because
Cool.
technically your helps insulation too.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely.
But it's just really messy.
Elmore did a cool thing at Computex.
Oh, with the box?
The
vapor
LN2
box?
gas, yeah, like I guess not. It's just nitrogen at that point. But he was pumping LN2 into a box, and it was just the
Yeah, the LN2 basically sucks out the nitrogen sucks out the oxygen. So basically it doesn't condensate in there, so you could technically run it all day.
yeah. And it's not quite as cold, but it's still really cold. We did a video on that. I think if you looked up like liquid nitrogen cube on GN for Computex, you'd find it. Dave Leviathan Prim says, does beard hair help with liquid nitrogen overclocking? Joe?
No, usually it clogs loops.
Raphael Christiani says, keep up the great work. Greetings from Germany. Greetings.
Germany.
Yeah. Feeling donk. Andrew Roofcar says, how does LN2 taste? No.
Doesn't taste like anything.
Yeah, and also don't.
Yeah.
Leadmaster537, is it time for another Rip J? It might be. I have to talk to Jay about what our rules are this time. We never did LN2. We wanted to do crazier, like, stretch it as far as you can without extreme cooling.
I'd like to see Jay do more L2.
Yeah, he's got at least a doer.
Yeah, he's got a smaller doer.
And his new studio has a roll-up door, so he could get LN2 in there. Austin Horton says, just got on back order for a large mod mat. Really looking forward to it. Thanks for all the great videos. Well, thank you for back ordering the mod mat. Brian Davis says, you guys have helped me with choosing PC parts for my first build. So excited to make it and love the channel. Hey, that's awesome. Like, if you're building your first computer, I remember how excited I was when I was working on, well, the first and the second computer. The second one, the mistake I made was I was still new to, it was only the second system I built, and it was a few years after the first one. And I remember it didn't boot. I spent all night building it. I think like
It's nothing worse than that.
Christmas night, I spent all night building it because my parents got me all the parts. And then it didn't boot. And I was frustrated and spent hours and hours troubleshooting. Finally, my dad was like, you should walk away from it and see what happens.
It's, to be honest, it's the best thing you can ever do with anything.
Yeah, even just like if you're doing actual like garage type work, you know, like sometimes you just gotta walk away. So
I couldn't do that last night.
Yeah, with this stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
So I walked away from it, came back, looked at it, and the EPS 12-volt cable was not plugged in.
That's what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, because usually that shows 0, depending
Yeah.
on the board and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a really common first
Sometimes it
mistake.
can be really something stupid, like
Yeah,
that you don't realize.
You
at the
try
wrong
everything
time.
else
Yeah.
and you overlook it.
I do that in the software world all the time. There'll be ones where you'll be working like 7-8 hours on one little issue. You could have like a character out.
Yeah, like a
And you
missing
spend-
semicolon or something.
Oh, I'll be doing it till like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I go, Joe, you gotta just stop. So then I'll go to bed, come back to it. Literally, usually I fix
Seconds.
it within like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous, actually.
Yeah, but hey, yeah, Brian Davis, good luck with your first build. Enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Christian says, I thought, oh no, scroll up. Something about EVGA warranties. I thought you serious, YouTube? YouTube sucks.
I'm gonna go.
You're gonna go blow that out?
Yeah.
Man, it scrolled up. It scrolled up like 8 minutes right when I was reading it. It was something about I thought EVGA warranties don't void when you do that. I think it probably would void if we sanded the die, but taking it apart technically does not void EVGA's warranty.
Yeah, sending the die would probably definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably definitely.
I
Know that.
apologize. It scrolled about 10 minutes. Lewis Rossman was just talking about this the other day, and I didn't know what he was talking about till now. But it just scrolled from like 5:08 or 5:10 p.m. till 5:20, and they're gone. I don't know how to get it back. We're on the viewer activity page. Is your line muted? Or are you done?
Oh, is my line still muted?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, yes. Sorry about that if I missed yours. I don't know. I don't think there's a way I can get it back.
Right.
Tongon, or Tangain, I guess, depending on how, says, you going to do the Oris cards when they drop too? Probably. I don't have any, but we'll probably look at them. This is just one that popped up in chat. Says, Steve, do you mute your mic, Joe?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, Steve, do you miss traveling or conventions, or is it kind of nice to be stuck there? You miss it? Joe says he misses it. I do and I don't. I don't because it has allowed us to really advance our testing approach to a lot of things because we've now had the time to do that. And it's been good to get a little bit of a break for once from travel. So normally first 6 to 9 months of the year, we're traveling nonstop. Like I'll be flying maybe 3 times a month. I know a lot of people fly more than that, but that's a lot to me. It's like too much to me. This year, not doing that's been a really nice break, and it allowed us to improve a lot of things here. But I miss not going to meet with engineers, and especially miss Taiwan. Taiwan's awesome, and all the companies are headquartered there, so you can learn a lot. So there's a bit of both. Catawalks. I got one of the mouse mats already, and I love the colors and design. Awesome, thank you. Any plans to make a larger or a deeper one, and any update on copper mugs? No current plans on copper mugs. We are tapped out for our other stuff right now. Any plans to make a larger one? Maybe. We've had a lot of people ask for a larger mouse mat, and I think if we did, we'd probably expand it about like 4 inches or so in the depth direction. I'm not sure yet. We've had requests, so we'll probably look into it. And for those of you watching, I'm getting through as many super chats as I can right now before YouTube makes them vanish again. That's something I've learned this stream, unfortunately, that they do. But I'm gonna get through a bunch of these. Joe is cleaning off the card right now, and then we're gonna do a like a victory lap, hopefully. He was at 14,059 points though, which is a world record. All right, Scott, did I read yours? No. Terpstra just bought a mouse pad. I can't wait to get one with your signatures on it. Love what you guys do. Thank you. Yeah, Joe and I will be signing these as soon as the stream ends. Novaland, actually we'll probably get tater tots first, and then we'll sign them. But we'll wash our hands so there's not tater tot grease on your mat. Novaland says, I'm not an overclocker, but doesn't anyone make a permanent cryo cooler to permanently run the CPUs and GPUs on liquid nitrogen? I'm not sure, but I don't think so. RoboClocker is the first thing I saw that does that, and it was a one-off build by Kingpin by an overclocker. Mr. Super Duper, wow, $140. Let me jump to that quickly just because I saw it pop in. R. Smith, thank you very much, said 140.59. Lots of entertainment. Oh, I see. Lots of entertainment. $140.59 for 14,059 points. Thank you so much. I always think of Paul's Hardware when I see super chats like that, because I remember years ago when he got like a $100 super chat, and Paul looked at the camera and he was like, I don't know what to say, but I hope you're independently wealthy. And I always think of Paul when I see those. Thank you, though. That's funny. Mr. Super Duper is back. The name that the future NVIDIA card should have, of course, Super Duper. Says, those Stanley thermoses are pretty sweet. How much for a GN version? We've thought about it. I haven't looked into what we would do yet or how we would do it. But these I like a lot. I think I paid like $30 for these on Amazon or something, maybe 40. But they're so good for liquid nitrogen. Actually, Linus, like full credit to him. I don't know that he would want me to advertise it this way, but it's been good. It hasn't like, the thing you look out for is how much it freezes over where you hold it, and it's been good for that. Okay, Grim says, helium is colder and more expensive. Does it perform better? Well, you're right, but it's way more expensive. I've never worked with it, but Joe has. It does perform a little bit better. It takes like 3 people to handle it, from what I understand. And Roman has a video, Derbauer has a video on it. More people to handle it. I think it's like 4 degrees Kelvin, or it's 4 Kelvin, I should say, not degrees. But it's about 4 Kelvin, and very close to absolute zero. But the gains are kind of limited based on the application. Next one, Rugger says, been watching pretty much everything, I think, been pretty much watching since the 3080 announcements. My go-to for anything information for tech, placing an order for a mouse mat and then a mug ASAP. Thank you. The 3080 announcements have been a very busy time for us, and then we'll be extremely busy again with RDNA 2. What are you trying to get? Oh, the card?
The paper towels.
Oh, because it's going to trigger people. Should I hit the table really hard?
Go for it.
Hey, did it?
That's a
This popped out.
Oh, okay. You might have to take the bracket off.
I know.
You got to be careful. Let
know.
me get you a bigger screwdriver so it doesn't strip. That top left one, be careful of.
Yeah, that's the one I'm worried about.
That one, you don't want to put that back in all the way. Well, you do, but not over tight because it'll strip. Tatsicom says, my opinion may be invalid given that I have an anime profile picture, but I'm going to still say it. The $20 for the signed toolkit were, that's a funny, apropos nothing comment, for a signed toolkit were worth it, and now I only have to wait for German customs. 10 out of 10 content. Thank you. Yeah, those, we do have the signed ones up there. Obviously, it's, we've got the unsigned ones too, but the extra money when you want one, we really appreciate it, and it's profit at that point, so it goes straight into the testing stuff. or in the case last month, paying Patrick to advance her testing methodology with me. Christopher Bruns says, sub to both of you on YouTube Premium. What's a good CPU, GPU pot to start LN2? I wanted to get it when I get my new cybersecurity job. That's cool. Great work. Joe, do you have starter recommendations? I don't really know too much about the lower end LN2 pot market, do you?
The problem is
Oh, you're muted.
The problem is most of the cheaper LN2 pots. I mean, Vince's pots aren't that expensive. I mean, you're still spending $200 to $300. A lot of the other pots that are going to be cheaper might not have the brackets. So if you wanted to bench like a 3080, you're not going to be able to. So I would say some of the old EK ones you could probably find for cheap. I'd say buy anything that you can to get started, because I wouldn't suggest to just go spend a lot of money on something that you might not even like in the first place.
Careful with the like pairing a high-end GPU with low-end stuff.
Yeah, usually I recommend going with like some old stuff. So I would recommend buy an old pot, like any of them.
Like old 580, 980 Ti.
Because then you'll see why, even if it, like, say that you did buy a bad version or something, you'll understand why when you actually use it, you know. But it's good to use something to get started.
Yeah,
that way
you might have better use finding used liquid nitrogen containers pots on overclocking forums than you would on eBay, I think. That's been my experience anyway. So.
Yeah. HWBot.org has classified sections in there,
okay.
And there's usually pots going on. There's a lot of guys maybe will stop doing it,
right.
And you can basically pay a lot less than they did. So you can find some of the older Kingpin versions.
And then you just buy a new bracket if you're working with new hardware.
Yeah.
But like Joe said, it'd be a great idea to start with something used and that doesn't have as much value.
Yeah.
Like if you can spend $50 on an old used GPU, you're not risking as much
and it's just as fun too, and you'll learn a lot by going through it. Trust me, when you go through a card like this and say we killed it, it's very defeating.
Yeah,
like,
and to be clear, we have not killed this card.
We didn't kill this card yet, but sorry. But seriously though, like when you lose hardware or kill hardware, it's a pretty defeat. So if you're spending like $100 versus like 1,000. I highly recommend doing something like that.
I'm going to add a text card to the screen because people are asking what's the current high score right now. So I'm just going to put a letter. T. Everyone's going to comment on that in chat, I'm sure. I should have made it say F for respect. So I'm just going to put the current high score. So current score 14,059. And then let me check the... It's got to look funny to see that being typed. Let me check the settings you had. -1, oh well, I guess you went to -190 later. But 250 core offset.
How far did you do this one?
I'll do it just because I didn't remember where it is. Stopped around here.
We had to retap it. We broke a screw in there.
I retapped it in a creative way.
Yeah.
I drilled a big hole in it, and then I took a screw that was a little bit larger than the hole, and then I screwed it in.
Hey, it works great.
The screw metal was harder than the LN2 pot metal. So
do you have a spatula? I want to try and change the paste a little bit.
Spatula?
Spatula, man.
I got a spatula.
No, we're not talking about Jensen.
Really?
And it's spatulas.
You're not talking about Jensen?
Uh-oh.
I got spatulas, Joe.
I knew this. All right, well, I guess we'll have to use this one then.
Really? You're going to go with orange?
No. What do you want, the pink one?
Sure.
It's not manly enough?
Orange. I just feel like orange is a little bit too much.
This actually might work pretty well.
I don't think we
put
should.
paste on?
We should not be using these for spreading paste. Yeah, I do have one. Let me get it. Let's see. Here you go.
Sweet.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to apply the paste a little bit different, see if we can get some more megahertz out of it.
So Joe's going to go for a victory lap, hopefully. I put the current score on the screen. Current score, I was getting... How do I add... I forget how to add a background.
Let's see.
I'm not good at OBS.
Who is?
Epos Fox is good,
I'm
but
kidding.
not me.
I find it weird
Can I
sometimes.
duplicate? I can duplicate. Whatever. I'll just leave it like that. Okay, current scores on the screen. Hopefully that helps. Let's see. Keep the spatulas. That's what it says. Hardcore, they're going for a second run. Yes, we're going to try one.
Yeah, we're going to go try.
Are the mounting holes same for the 38 as the 2080? No. I think the answer is no, because there's a different bracket for it.
Well, I don't know if the bracket is needed.
I measured it in the teardown.
Yeah, I
It's
didn't.
50-something millimeters. You watch the teardown. Well, I might not have made it in there. I don't think they're the same, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. Sabrix, the dynamic duo added again. If you need a crazy OC, who are you going to call? Clockbusters.
Clockbuster.
Drunken Beard says liquid nitrogen and beards. The only thing missing is drinks. Scott Schultz says let's start a cyberpunk game in Star Citizen. Isn't that the wrong game for that? Fiona Martin says new viewer just saying hi. Thank you. Thanks for all of the rad and informative videos and congrats on 1 mil. Thank you. It was 13 years counting the website to get here, and I guess on YouTube. Started technically 2009, but started pushing like 2012. So thank you very much, and hi to the new viewers. Lee Marlowe says, finally caught both you guys doing some liquid nitrogen overclocking. Are you guys doing great together? Just want to give you another thank you to the GN team for the mouse pad and mod mat. Can't wait for the 1 mil sub shirt. We're working on it. It hit faster than expected. So we're working on that one. Joe is currently repasting the video card. If it looks like he's staring lovingly at it, it's because he's very focused.
Yes.
On a good paste application.
Yeah, paste matters a lot.
Let's show the final application you did. So you did a manual spread on this one?
Yeah, the key is to try to get, I did just kind of an X. I usually do it on water setups all the time, but with liquid nitrogen, a lot of the times, you don't want air getting into the system, like air underneath the chip. So what I'm trying to do is put the paste a little bit over all around, so that way it basically doesn't get to basically not crack is the whole point. So basically the theory is by doing that, it lets less air come in to be able to mess it up. So.
Right. Elk44 sent 45 DKK, said, are you going to do this for a 3092? Probably, almost definitely I will be. And I know you're trying to buy one or whatever, so you can do it too for the 3090s.
Yeah, but I won't have one release day.
Yeah, I will. I'll probably do one release day. Scott Poynton, no message. Thank you though. James Blake, 999. Any chance of getting the subway map poster with a dark background? Keep up the good work. Unfortunately, no. What's up there for the subway poster is going to be it. So that's the last run. We're leaving it alone at this point, and then we'll retire that design. That's the X570 chipset Metro poster. That was it behind me, and then we'll retire that design. So sorry we didn't do a dark version. Normally, at our size, there's not quite enough demand to split the SKUs like that. I definitely understand people want different colors, though. Dominic Clar says, it's good to have some entertainment besides updating some servers. So, says so I can have next week off. Have fun. Greetings from Austria. Greetings. Greetings to Österreich.
What's going on, Slacker?
P. Patrick Tuckers. Somebody was overclocking with liquid helium. Would you like that, or do you think that would be a waste of the helium? Helium is important and rare. I mean, I agree with you. It is important and rare. There's not a lot of it. But let's answer the is it worth it question purely from a sense of extra performance.
It's the difficulty rating from the liquid nitrogen to go to liquid helium is like dramatic.
Takes more people, right?
Yeah, you need at least 3 people versus 1 person for liquid nitrogen. The second part is that the crazy expense.
It's insane.
It's like 10 times more. Probably even more than that.
I wrote
depending.
it down somewhere. Liquid helium cost per minute?
I remember I tried to get it and they like looked at me and they're like, yeah, well, you got like 15 grand. I was like, are you talking about for something that I can reuse?
So for 2017, I spoke with Roman, with their Bauer. Didn't know him that well at the time. I just met him, I think.
Yeah, I think the Asus did the show on it.
Yeah, and it says, so he did some work with liquid helium. This was 2017, mind you. And he said for the overclocking they were doing, it cost $4.40 per, what's the time? Oh my
I feel
God,
like it's cheaper there, though.
Per second.
I feel like that's cheaper than like if you were to get it here. Because remember
$4.40 per second for liquid helium for what Roman was doing. May have been a lot of it, but Minus 250 degrees Celsius.
I think
as
that was
opposed to
X299 release. Is when they would do
Oh,
this.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was 7980. Yep, Rowan broke some rules and let us film the 7980XE ahead of launch. And Intel was unhappy, and Rowan said, screw off. Because he's Rowan. What are you going to do? Pull samples from Case King?
It's a nice part, man.
He was, yeah, that was a cool video. They actually didn't explicitly tell him he couldn't show that stuff, and he genuinely thought he could. And this happens all the time. And then the company will try
Happens with everything.
They
You'd be
try to take it
surprised.
back later. They're like, no. We thought you were just going to show the CPU. And of course, Roman's like, I did just show the CPU. I just took the top off of it, right? Like, technically, it wasn't turned on. I was just showing the CPU.
I feel like they get too, I don't know,
Anxious
about it. Like, and it's kind of stupid, and to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, there's just too. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they should relax a bit.
They want to control everything about their launch. You're insulating more this time too, huh?
No, it's the same one I did last time.
Did you do that last time?
Yeah, I just took them off, but I used them to wipe stuff. So I'm just
re-upping it.
Yeah.
Scuba Steve, I'm just going to keep going through these while Joe resets the bench. He's going to do another run. Current scores on the screen. Scuba Steve says, greetings. Would either of you have a recommendation for a 32 gigabyte kit of RAM paired with a Z490 Dark KP at a 10900 KF? Decent parts have been hard to find.
G-Skill Trident Z Royals, the I forget which kit it is, the 32 gig kit.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
They have that.
I have one of those.
FC4000 kit from them is really good at Overclocked.
I think that's the one. Is that not the? I only remember by the Trident Zs.
Yeah, it is a Trident Z Royal. Yeah. Toby Ingram.
I feel like they have too many SKUs to even try to keep up.
Yeah. Toby Ingram said, love the stream. Question here, tech support question here. Got a new Aorus X570 Elite motherboard for better overclocking, updated BIOS and drivers, got wired internet dropouts during gameplay. Any ideas on the issue? Thanks for the help. Definitely drivers or software. So, if it's not an internet connection issue, my go-to would probably be, I don't remember if there's a second Ethernet port on that board. If there is, try that. My next check, oh man, Ethernet dropout, I don't know, that's tough. There's so much. I know it sounds stupid because you're talking about a motherboard, but I would probably reset the router. It seems to magically fix a lot of problems. And then BIOS update I would have done too, and you got that already. Drivers I would do. Cable. I don't know if you had this issue before, then it's not the cable, or it is the cable potentially. But if you didn't have it before, then it's not the cable. So try a different cable if it's maybe crimped or something. I don't have a lot of great suggestions other than like reset the router, check the devices on the router, make sure you don't have a throttle on it or something like that.
You could also do a lot of those Wi-Fi routers and stuff. You have open source platforms.
Oh yeah, right.
So that way you can. I highly recommend them. They're usually a lot better and a lot less buggier.
And potentially more secure.
More secure, and then you also get a lot more advanced features. So if you have like multiple, you can bridge them.
Yeah.
There's some cool features.
Those Linksys WRTs have a lot of open source.
Yeah, I think DDWRT was one.
I think so.
Yeah, I used to do them all the time, and to be honest, they made the router a lot better.
Yeah, more reliable in my experience.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to say, but it is.
Yeah, that may be worth looking into too for your router.
Yeah.
Bert Banana said, ordered instead of waiting for stock, mugs and toolkit next. I've been a viewer for a few years now. Join Patreon today. Oh, thank you. We're going to work on some more behind the scenes video once we get through 3090. Could you add ultra wide benches to reviews? Keep up the good work. And says, I love you as well, Joe. Yes. So,
feel the love.
Ultra wide. I was talking to Patrick about this the other day, and we're thinking about it. I think what we would do is probably just do a one-off as opposed to like a regular thing, because it adds too much right now to get a single GPU through the whole bench. Takes a couple days. So just for games, it's about a day, 8 to 10 hours of game benchmarks, and then it's 8 to 10 hours of overclock benchmarks. It's about a full day almost for games. Adding another resolution to that, we have 3 already. I don't know, increasing the workload proportionately. So we'll probably do them as one-offs. We're talking about it. I think Joker did some though. He might have some numbers up for you. Good thing about ultra wides, for the most part, you can extrapolate because multiply the pixel count. You're between 4K and 1440. You get an extrapolation. There's more stuff drawn on the screen potentially, but
I like ultra wide. That's what I game
me
myself.
too. That's what I use. Skozerny says, I'm not much of an overclock enthusiast, but I find these overclock streams very entertaining, especially with Joe on board. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate it, broski.
The overclocking streams are it's a fun break from the serious content from the reviews. PJ Sparks, I fried my 3700X trying to overclock it to 455 gigahertz. It lasted all the way up until I tried to open Cinebench. Time to get a new CPU. What is the best overclocking Ryzen chip? Ouch.
Usually you kill it running Cinebench.
Yeah,
that's when you put the load, if you have no load on it.
Make sure it's actually fried.
Yeah, that might be, sounds like something else.
That might be a different issue. Your CPU might be okay. Not to give you false hope, but
yeah, could be board too.
Could be the board. Could be something screwy with memory even. Yeah, do all the I'm sure you've done it with basic troubleshooting steps of isolating components. Best overclocking Ryzen chip. I don't have any data to support that the XT series has been better. I would imagine it probably is. If you are more focused on overclocking, I'd probably look at the XT series just because it's probably better silicon. That said, newer Ryzen silicon is better anyway.
Yeah, it's like on the Intel chips, you have a new stepping.
Yeah.
So usually they improve on the process. Not always, though.
Not always, but yeah. Richie De Alto says, Steve, I'm recently new to the channel. I haven't built a computer since 2013. Gianna's gotten me back up to speed. Your work is thorough. Thank you. It's 2013, you're going to have an insane upload.
Big difference?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're going to...
It's funny.
2013 was like the end of the cold cathode era, and now we're into RGB LEDs, so the world has changed.
I remember that switch.
The cold cathode change to LEDs, yeah. So are you going straight for record, or are you gonna do
I gotta pull it down. I'm gonna go straight for it.
Okay.
So we're gonna basically pull down, go cold.
So you're gonna go to minus...
Full pop.
Okay, so minus 190.
Well,
or
I mean,
lower.
maybe we could try minus 160 first.
I
Minus
don't
170?
think we need to chicken clock this. We already proved the point. So.
Okay. I'm going all the way.
But if you think it'll be more stable to do minus 160 first.
I don't know. Sometimes cards they like a certain temperature. So just because you're going full pot doesn't mean it's going to be okay.
Right.
So obviously every time that we've brought full pot, we always have issues.
Yeah.
So maybe we have to keep around minus 160.
Right.
170. Because a lot of the times when I'm decreasing that temperature, remember I was saying about paste crack? Well, you could also have paste, like the paste performance just disintegrates. So like it's not like a full crack where it's basically the performance kind of gets less and less. So just because you're minus 160, you might only be minus 140 on the
GPU.
actual die itself.
Yeah.
Let's see. Are we cold?
It's
It's gonna take a little bit to go down. So, are we at minus 68?
Someone saying they like cold cathodes more. I actually agree. Okay, let me catch up on these other ones. Check 1090 says, already ordered a mousepad a while ago. Wanted to say thanks for all the content. Well, thank you. Super Bam Bam says, hey, quick question. How do you maintain the beard? I'm assuming this is for you, Joe. They say mine tends to get in the way when I try to eat. Good work, by the way.
Well, usually you gotta go up here. These ones annoyed me, so I always shave these down quite a bit. But the rest of the beard, just go with it. It's a good bib, you know. You just gotta go like that.
Store it for later.
Yeah, you store it for later. I mean, how do you think I've gotten so svelte? You know, you have to push the limit a little bit. You know.
Let's see.
And lots of oil too. Oil's always good.
Zentix says, when you did the live bench, I asked a question about the MSI Afterburner versus X1. Who is better? I've used both. Love GN. Keep up the good work.
Well, Precision will give you. This is an EVGA card, so it's a little bit different. So you get it some enhanced features.
Yeah.
Using
Boost lock and stuff if you wanted it. But
so that's a big benefit why we would be using it now. But there's no reason that. I mean, otherwise Afterburner you could use too and not have an issue.
Right.
I've used both over the years, so.
I
usually test with both. Like you check to make sure one, and then because you'd be surprised sometimes. Sometimes there's a bug that you didn't realize that happens in one of the programs. So.
Sodium chloride with a knife says, call out for being irregular. Yes, Nassau with a knife, as I'm still not sure if it's the chemical abbreviation of sodium chloride or not. I forget. Yes, definitely call out. Thank you for returning. It's always good to see the regulars, especially ones who've been here for a really long time. Especially with how YouTube's built around like kind of recommending different people different times. Ed's Tech says that they're on this was at 5:26. Hopefully this is no longer true. So they were on the toilet and watching the stream. Perfect Sunday. To each their own.
We usually call that the office.
The office.
I'm in the office. Yeah.
Christian Logan, this is the best Assassin's Creed Valhalla promo ever.
I'm waiting for us we need characters in games next.
Yeah, that's right. Need a Joe character. Al Mathafar Al Hassan says, I don't see many reviews about the hybrid solution, and I don't see competition on this. Does that mean it's useless or not worthy for those who run overclocked GT 24/7? In the past, I found them to be pretty worthwhile if you can justify the spend, but you don't see many reviews because we haven't gotten them yet. I don't know if they've even sent any out. I don't have one, though. Where are you now? Minus 150?
Yeah.
Your plans to run at minus 160?
Yep. Well, we might do 170.
Just before? You're going to do one
I'm
stock?
just going to fire it. Nah,
Okay.
there's no reason.
So
What are
we're
we
gonna
at? 1,000.
Try a victory lap here. Killer 5820, no message. Brett Huston, ZZ Tech and Jesus. Yeah, better duo. ZZ, yeah. Let's see. Any info on NVIDIA Hopper?
Gotta love ZZ
No.
Top.
More gloves questions. We've answered that a lot. Other than heat, what's the main concern here? I would say my secondary concern is condensation. But we've accounted for that. Wow, it's spoiling now. Was that a pace crack or was that?
No, it's usually, most people think that's base crack. Well, usually what it is, if there's water in there, that water is freezing and it's building ice and it explodes
Okay,
inside
cool.
the pot.
That's good to know.
Usually it cracks on load.
When paste, can you hear paste crack?
Well, not all the time.
Is it similar to that sound or is it different?
It depends. If you do a hard benchmark and you basically you'll hear a loud pop like that.
Okay.
It's almost like a fire, but it's not always like that. Sometimes it's just like low, like it doesn't. It just does it a little bit at a time.
Does this paste normally crack during a load or is there like a time?
It could be a bad mount, so it doesn't. You don't know. It's hard to really. It's not. You got to study it a little bit.
Right.
The exact science behind it is not really known.
Right. Oh, Keegan's in chat helping moderate. Thank you, Keegan.
Just closed my store to watch this.
Dedication.
Dedication. Love it.
So is this fully clocked? You're going for
This would probably be a 1,400 run.
1,400 would suck.
Or 14,000,
There
sorry.
you go. Owen Sykes sent a sticker. Thank you. Adam said, do you think two-factor authentication would fix bots? I have no idea. I am not a security person.
Two-factor. I mean,
It'd probably help. It'd make it harder.
not necessarily.
But
Well, yeah, two-factor could, but then somebody would have to get the message, then go through,
Yeah.
and then the people would complain about it.
they'd be pissed.
I think it would piss off consumers way more.
I think whatever NVIDIA does, they're going to have to not say what they're doing until the day that it's up. Because then...
Yeah, because people build around it.
Yeah. So if they don't announce what they're doing beforehand, even if it's like normal CAPTCHA, old CAPTCHA that's broken now, I think it'd be enough of a stopgap to stop it.
Yeah, I think if they did throw a caption in there, it would probably be fine.
Especially if they don't announce it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kevin says, I have an app that updates 3080 in stock, but is there anything else you'd recommend to be able to get my hand on one singular card?
Buy a 3090. I think that's probably going to be an easier approach, to be honest.
Unfortunately, it's like twice the expense.
Oh, this might be it right here. Might hit 7,000.
So you hit 7. All right, let's see what the score is. Previous high scores on the screen. Here comes the new one. Oh man, you beat it.
See, that's how you overclock.
Oh man, let's write it down. So
14,069.
14069, 65.14 FPS. You were minus 190 full pot.
Yeah,
Frequencies.
bringing them.
So 250 core, 1050 mem. So you're up 25 on mem. That's what helped you out there.
Yeah.
Nice. Let me update the score on the screen. Current score.
We're going to try 275 on the GPU now.
That is, I typed in a much larger number than that. 140,000. 14,069.
Unfortunately, not gonna have it in.
1050.
It's pretty impressive.
That's really good. Wow, crazy. Cool.
Yeah, I really wasn't expecting to hit 14.
Chat's blowing up.
I actually get to see some real overclocking.
Yeah, that was a good hit.
Yeah.
This is not liquid helium for the person asking. This is liquid nitrogen.
Let's see. Do another 25 on the core.
You trying 1075?
Yeah. 1075. Plus
core.
275.
Oh, core, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about mem.
Yeah.
No, I kept the same mem. Yeah, didn't like
KD
it.
Cadet, get an HDMI splitter, another monitor to fix the working conditions. Well, so Joe can see the screen. We could.
It's fine now.
This is just easier right now. Soother, this is one of those, like, for streams, I just know this works, and I don't like changing a lot of stuff. The more complicated you make it, the more
Every time I
issues.
change something, I always have to end up, like, you introduce more issues.
Yeah.
Once you get into that rhythm pattern, like, if you don't want to change too much, because then all of a sudden stuff just goes to crap.
Soother says, would love to see you guys run a user benchmark so that your 3080 would be the first one that dominates those charts. No.
Did you tell that user benchmark one?
Yeah. No, I don't want to contribute to them. They're pretty public about hating, like, tech YouTube reviewers. So, Scott Schultz, all this gadgetry and still pouring out into Yeti.
I know, right?
Man, that score was good.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to back down the core again. I'm gonna try to push memory a little bit. Memory really
Joe,
helps.
this is useless because you can't play games with it like this.
Who says it can't?
Chat, like, no. Also, we have a video of playing games like this. I did one about a year or two ago. It's just for fun, though.
It's actually kind of fun.
Lars B says, I've been watching your videos since before Polaris launched, 2015. That was like PG era. Love the channel. You had a lot less subs back then, and says, Lars B says, my ex-girlfriend always loved the cat. Well, Snowflake's still around, and she's been in the 3080 reviews and the 3080 follow-up coverage. I gotta say, though, she was the most interested, I'm not even making this up, in the cat case, which is on the shelf back there. I don't know if it's visible from that camera position, but...
Pretty cool case, actually.
Yeah, she likes that case a lot. She was, like, climbing all around it, trying to understand it. It was funny. Thank you for watching since 2015, and yes, we did have a lot fewer subs. I prefer the slow growth on subscribers. It's a lot easier to sort of accommodate as you grow. Die says, is it worth it to buy a second 2080 Ti now, or should I keep running single? I'm not a big...
SLI, they've kind of ruined SLI.
Oh, especially now.
I used to do SLI setups all the time, and then I pretty much stopped. Like, it just, I think after 1080.
Yeah.
Or 1080 Ti.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It was just, most games are only single card, only support. So it's kind of, you have an extra card for how
NVIDIA
much
said
money
it's not adding more profiles going forward, either for new devices. If you're doing multi-GPU, non-SLI for like tile-based rendering, then sure, but otherwise no.
You have to wonder though if AMD wouldn't like take that market. You know what I mean? And if you had like 2 or 3 cards from AMD,
yeah,
and they're budgeted right, that I don't know. I feel like that's a missing moment that AMD should do.
Yeah.
Because then it would actually maybe get NVIDIA to back to maybe do an SLI. Because I used to love SLI, running it all the time. I used to do dual SLI all the time.
I think they didn't like that you could take two cheaper cards and beat a higher end card. But at the same time, they're selling 2 times as many GPUs, so I mean,
yeah, like
whatever. Yeah. Clarence Lowe says, would you guys do a vertical mount thermals for 3080 and 3090? We have done that. Patrick spent a long day on Friday and Saturday doing that. We were filming ASAP.
Yeah, I have a feeling.
You don't think you're getting another one?
I think it's just too cold.
Yeah. You still beat the previous, though. That's good.
Yeah.
Adam says, I have an i7. I want to try and turn, like, super chats off if I can. Just because I don't want people to be mad that we don't get to it. I have the message on the screen. We're not reading anymore, though. Adam says, I have a 7820X on EVGA FTWK motherboard that runs 5 gigahertz. Do you think a 3080, 3090 or Super would bottleneck it? Probably. I don't know. I haven't
My
tested.
first thing would say yes, but I don't have any confidence.
At lower resolutions, probably. At 4K, not as much, if at all. Wuggy Foot says, repping NC. Can't wait for the 3090 Kingpin.
Can't wait either.
It sounds like it's going to come out sooner than the previous KP cards.
Probably be
hopefully.
the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
From what I'm hearing, but let's see.
I don't know how they turned it around so fast this time. Maybe they started working earlier.
It's because Tin left. Just kidding, Tin, if you're watching.
Yeah.
Tin's a genius, by the way.
Tin's yeah, he's insane. We have a lot of videos with Tin. He's good. Sisyphus sent a good luck sticker. Thank you. Otto Rosenberg says, longtime viewer, first time catching live out of a 2600 and Vega 64. Which one should I upgrade to improve gaming performance? Depends on how you play the games, but at lower resolutions, 1080 especially, than CPU. That said, both will get you a lot. If it's a non-K 2600, I'd do a CPU upgrade. We have revisits on the 2600. You can get a good read on your baseline versus modern. I'll fill them for you, Joe.
Well, I was worried about that. I just don't want to kill your board.
No.
It's okay. I got it. Do your super chat.
All right. Idodactyl. Is the August production date on the GA102 die evidence of a paper launch, given dies usually begin production well over a month before launch? No, that is not evidence. And they had a lot of units, so it's just sold out fast, high demand. Plus, like, the other thing is technology. This is going to keep happening with technology, especially really consumer devices like iPhones and stuff, where people can profit off of selling it. And then also, life cycle of technology products is really short, so they have to push it to market, as if they sit there on warehouse inventory.
That would have beat it.
Oh, yeah.
Try it again. Doesn't let me do any more core, but I can do a little bit more memory.
That'd be good.
Sorry, Ben.
Chris says, greetings from U.S. 6th Fleet in Naples, Italy. Greetings. Thanks for all the work you do, especially the 3600 XT OC. Learned a bunch. Can the NZXT G12 fit the 3080 FE? I'm actually not sure. I'd have to... That's a pretty old kit at this point. I don't know if... I'd have to check. I think the hole spacing is like 54 millimeters off the top of my head, but I'm not positive on that, so I wouldn't buy around that. So you'd have to find another device that's similar hole spacing. Maybe they have a... I don't remember the mounting bracket for that, but I didn't particularly like the Kraken G12, to be honest. I found other solutions better. Arctic had some good ones. Rygen Tech had some good ones. I don't know if they have new ones, though. Ronnie Vickers Jr. Why don't you do benchmarks with Hairworks on? Could you do some eventually? Just wondering. Thanks for all the great videos you've given us. Maybe with Cyberpunk. I don't know if they'll have that in there. Glenn Al's 81. 13.5K for number 1 on 3D Mark database at the moment. Easy, they say. Yeah, that's long gone. You're way past that. 13.5K top score.
Oh, is that what they...
I think so. But the page, their page is still down. I don't know if they're updating their server or if we killed it.
We killed it. Because I could have sworn I was on it before that.
The rumor mill is suggesting hold off for the XT6000. Thoughts? I don't actually know anything about it. Oh, someone says you need a new mount for the G12, so if they're right, then hopefully that helps. So on hold off, as always, it is probably the most responsible to collect all the information possible on all the devices. If inventory and restocking is slow for a little while anyway, definitely hold off. And if you don't need a computer like today to maybe do your job and use it to make money today, then holding off is not a bad idea. If you're just building to play games, waiting to see the full picture is the right move. And if you're trying to make money, like for your job, then I would say base your decision on are you going to make back the cost regardless of what comes out. ZDG, good to see you, ZDG. Says, keep pushing it. Bearded Odin and Tech Jesus. Oh, he's pushing it too far.
I think it's too cold now. See, this is why we don't... It's why we chicken clock during
Someone says, I messed up
streams.
my question. It seems you or Jay never use Oris boards. We have used a lot of them.
Boards,
I
yeah.
use Oris boards. All of our CPU reviews are done on Oris boards. For GPUs, I did reviews of 20 series Aorus cards also. David July says 3080 FTW3 Ultra doesn't seem to be overclocking much, especially compared to a 2080 Ti, which could do 150 core offset easily. So offsets are based on the baseline, which makes them a little misleading to judge off of.
Yeah, the baseline changes when you get cold because the boost changes.
And then, do I think it's even worth it? I think it's still worth it in the sense of being fun. For full stock overclocking, you're talking like 3 to 4% improvement. Is it worth it? For fun, yes. For like raw performance, probably not. I mean, if you're doing it for fun, then you get performance, then sure. But if you're just trying to get like, you're trying to increase your FPS in a game, then 3.5% or something, not really. But maybe the later boards will have higher power limits. Banana, when does the 3090 embargo lift? Please convince me not to buy one. From leaks, it looks like 10% increased tops, and that sounds disappointing. I think NVIDIA's angle for the 3090 is going to be much like the Titan RTX, where they're going to, it's the memory capacity you're paying for, and that's going to be more professional workload targeted. So if you're not one of those users, honestly, you probably, just like I would say, don't buy a Titan RTX for gaming. I have a feeling I'm going to say don't buy a 3090 for gaming, but I'm not sure right now. If you're a professional and you can use the memory capacity, then maybe it's worth it, but you're going to know that workload better than I will. So if you don't know that you need the memory, then you probably don't need the memory. Embargo lift likely coincides with, often they coincide with reviews, so you can extrapolate from there. Eric Phillips, how do you feel about the Aorus D490 Extreme? It's a good board. Tullius, big hello to thank you to both you guys.
Just one spot. I love Tullius. That's my boy over there.
Oh, you know that person?
Yeah, from India.
Says, don't forget me when you order the KP3090. Should I give it a shot, or you think it's done?
I'm pretty sure it's done.
So your high score is still the one that we have on the screen. 14,
hey, you want to try to beat it?
Yeah, sure.
Well, let me see what it is at first. I think maybe if we try this, go back 1050. Let me do one more and then you could go. Then we'll do 275.
Someone's asking about voltage. Yeah, we're voltage limited right now. We don't have a way to
control we're just basically pushing the clocks by.
You will see these scores beaten probably as soon as someone can bypass the voltage. Yeah.
But there's several, you never know with memory. The memory seems to be really good on this card.
Right.
Like there's going to be a lot of variables.
Vladimir says, what other benchmarking software do you use? Joe, I'll let you answer that.
Lots of benchmarking software.
You want to name a couple?
It really depends. Like this, one of the reasons why we're running Port Royal is because it's pretty much all GPU, right?
Right.
So that's why we run it. But there's other ones where you want to do a mix of maybe like CPU, like Cinebench R15 or R20. That would just be CPU only. Then you have a mix of ones that are CPU centric 3D that are also GPU too. So a lot of benchmarks that have changed over the years, like it's hosed, dude. Like Vantage or 3D11, they used to be really good 3D, but not so much anymore. They're more CPU related. So liquid nitrogen wise, they basically, if you have a really good 10900K, it's going to blow the doors. It doesn't really matter how much GPU you have. There's lots of benchmarks. My favorite ones are like Firestrike Extreme, but even they have changed
Let me mess around
quite a
with
bit.
it for a minute.
FSU, lots and lots of stuff. Catzilla used to be a fun one, but I think
yeah, Catzilla. I remember that.
I used to have those records all the time.
If you want to take so what I'm going to do is just get the frequency numbers, and I'm going to probably bring the clocks down a little. Joe, you want to take that chat I have highlighted at the top?
Sure. Morton Halsmo, NOK $50. Steve, DDoS, Gamers Nexus.
Yeah, sorry, 3D Mark website.
Yeah, our fault. Whoops. Unknown Stuntman, $5. Any chance of more pink reviews coming up?
I don't have any in the pipeline right now, but there's always interest in those.
Kenji S, $5. Nothing to say. Mr. Zero, $5. Are the GPU and memory overclocks independent of one another? I mean, does increasing one o'clock affect the stability of other? Love the channel. I personally have seen sometimes where if you have a certain memory divider, you might be able to, but not necessarily. My initial thought on it is not really. You can pretty much do it independently. On some cards, you have to understand the circuitry, that when you're pushing one and you're pushing another one together, it's probably going to be harder than if you're just going to push GPU all together.
Right.
So it's kind of like the opposite, I guess you can say. So I think that answers it.
Frequency, for what it's worth, before it crashed immediately, it was 2370 megahertz. It did crash, but that should be around where Joe was running.
Yeah, I think I was 2350 or around there. Or 2355.
So yeah, 2370 or so, not bad.
All right, Christian Logan, $10. This is the best Assassin's Creed Valhalla promo
yeah, that
ever.
one. Caught that one, yeah.
All right. So what are we doing? So just keep going on the next one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Erigo Parati, $5. Love all the hard work you do to produce such in-depth reviews. Will you ever do a video where you go over the preparation for LN2 overclocking?
We kind of did that at the beginning of the stream. You'll be able to catch it in the archive. It's not as efficient, the videos, when they're streamed, because we're answering other questions. That should help the basics, though, when the archive's up. Joe, do you have anything on that? Like any dedicated stuff yet?
No, I
probably
think
in
I
your
have
streams
to.
also,
If you watch
right?
some of my streams, I pretty much go over usually everything I do. I go from like insulation, overclocking, even on water. I mean, just check out a bunch of my streams and you'll see a bunch of good stuff.
Right.
There's some edited videos of Joe too.
Oh, yeah, we have some edited videos with Joe.
Hey, they were a while ago, right?
Yeah, a while ago, but we did OC setup then. It's probably in there.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. All right, Ali Maori, $1.99, no message. Thank you for the $1.99.
That's only what you sent.
What?
That's not what you sent me.
I
during
know,
the
I love the
streams.
dollar. It's $2.
And then you get to advertise yourself.
That's right. Kenji S, $5. Maybe do LN2 gameplay stream for charity. Looking forward to
That'd be
nabbing
good.
a few 3080 to replace my 1080 Ti. Keep up the good work.
I
That's
like
a
that
good
idea.
That's a really good idea.
That'd be fun for like Christmas or something too. Like as we get close to end of year.
Yeah.
Because like around that time, normally the content schedule winds down a little bit, so it'd be easy to do something like that, fit it in there.
Should probably do one of those and then do an LN2 one.
Yeah.
It's probably done.
Dunsky.
Yeah, I would probably end up. I knew it was probably not going to last long. That's usually what happens when you go full pot.
Yeah.
I bet you if we were at like minus 170, it would be. I think we would
still beat your previous score though.
Oh yeah, yeah. But I think what it does once it starts soaking into there, then it just goes to crap. We'll have to play around with the power combined. Or actually, oh, I missed one. Antony Vandermeer, 666. I am making a handheld console out of ITX hardware and have some issues with a GT710. I can't change the power limit with Afterburner. Any advice? With a GT710?
Yeah, you're gonna have to try and find a VBIOS online. I doubt anyone's done.
I don't even remember on the. I have a
it's
710.
that really low end card.
Yeah, but they should be relatively easy to mod.
Probably.
Power mod. I don't know. That's
They're not gonna have much intelligence.
I don't
to block
think many.
it.
Yeah, I don't think. I think it's actually easier than you think.
Yeah, I don't think the card would be that smart at blocking it, because NVIDIA probably doesn't think I was going to overclock it. So.
Yeah, because that's really on the real low end. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's what I usually use for like overclock 2D.
Yeah, they still
Like
sell
a
them.
710. All right, Jacob Headley, $5. With your powers combined comes a Captain Overclock. I love that one. Tangang, $4.99. You guys gonna review the Oris cards when they drop?
I think so. We have the Eagle, which is not Oris right now, but we have
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that Oris?
No, it's Gigabyte technically, but we will be once we get them.
David Guritz, $4.99. Hey, GN, big fan of the channel. What are your thoughts on the band Tool? I love Tool.
Oh, the band.
The band.
Yeah,
Tool,
Tool's great.
I
Yeah.
like Tool.
Their actually new album that finally came out was really good, I thought.
I need to buy that.
I forget what it's called.
I'll have to check that out. Maybe for the ride home. Bang out the Tool.
That'd be a great ride home.
Oh, I love Tool. I can't believe how long they've been around.
Yeah.
Like, it's been a long time.
They do
Original
cool stuff for their album launches too. They always do something interesting. 46 and 2, I think, is one of their best.
All right, next one. Zircondi Grism.
Oh,
$10.
ZDG, yeah.
ZDG? Oh, that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
It says, I do not want a refund from the other one. I don't know if it was lost in packaging. Please do not combine the packages. I just need the static strap. The old one is getting ragged from use.
Oh, ZDG, yeah. If a package from us got lost in the mail or something, please email support@gamersnexus.net. So every now and then, it's super nice of people, but every now and then we have people email support where they're like, hey, I think the package got lost in the mail, but I don't want it to come out of your guys' pocket. Like, I'll just buy another one. No, please just email us. We'll do our best to help you. I appreciate it, but I don't want people to, like, if you get, for example, if you get like I don't know, if we ship you like a beer glass and it breaks in transit, please let us know and we'll replace it for free. Like, I don't want you paying twice for something like that. But ZDG is always cool.
All right, Defarius, $5. Hi, good luck with the OC. Question, what's your recommendation from an upgrade to 2080 Ti SLI or RTX 3090? I would go with the 3090 over the dual SLI. Because the support is going to be much better on a single card versus dual. It's a shame, too, because my default go-to was SLI, so I'd always do 2 cards. So, but not anymore, it's frowned upon. So go with the 3090, just don't buy it when I buy it.
I'll add this too. Like, the 3090 is going to be way overkill pricing for gaming stuff because, again, the memory is what they're selling to you. That's production load. So overclocking competition, sure. Professional workload, sure. Gaming, that's kind of the same territory as a Titan. So not a huge recommendation normally for that.
Okay.
I'm going to run this full stock.
Slame Duncan, $5. Hello from Montreal. Love all your content, Steven. So when are we going to LN2 overclock Joe's beard? It's already overclocked, my friend. Already overclocked.
Of course it is. Joe wakes up overclocked. Gotta get that beard oil going early.
Oh, man.
Store those tater tots in the beard for later.
I could use some tater tots right now.
I'll just reach into the beard. I think I see one right there.
And you killed it. It's done.
Yeah.
It's Dunsky.
It was stock. I think you're right. I think it's done.
It's too cold.
Because that was full stock. There's no OC on it or anything.
No, that means it's frozen. I think we just don't. I don't think it likes full pot. I think we need to keep it at minus like 175, and then
should I
just run it?
Shut down.
It has to be redone.
Melt it, and then we probably call it. I think I'm pretty happy with the score. It's on the screen. If you missed it, the score is up in the corner.
Yeah, we hit the magic 14K first to hit it.
Yeah, you saved it, right? So you can upload it later.
It's all there.
So Joe will upload that onto his account once their website works again. It's been down for the whole stream.
All right, we'll hammer out a couple more of these. Monster Mine, 100. Knock 100? I don't know. What is knock? I always try to
Norwegian, I think.
Is it?
I don't know if it's
Kroner. Love your content. I sadly have been told by everyone to sell my 3080 because it is business, and I felt morally disgusted when I hear from my own family just how greedy they are.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
Sell the 3080.
Yeah, they want you. Maybe because I don't know.
Because they don't want to support.
I have no idea. I'm not sure how I understand that one.
You can make a profit on it, I guess.
Yeah, if you sell it now, you probably. I guarantee.
Maybe that's what they were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe
that's maybe what it is.
I bet they're saying maybe their friends are telling them to sell it to make a profit, and that they're upset about that. I mean, if you wanted the card, like, don't contribute to the scalping problem. Just enjoy it if that's what you wanted. Be happy you got one, and that's my view on it. But.
All right, I'll move on to the next one. Entity 01. I'm not going to go through all that. $5.
That is a.
Yeah, it definfinely has a translation.
Very long binary name.
Yeah, is an AIO good enough to do a small overclock on a RX or R7 2700 Wraith? It's dual fan Corsair H100 IRAD. That'd be fine.
Yeah, definitely. No problem.
I think I've talked about it. If you increase the fan speed on those, it helps quite a bit, and it should be fine on the 2700X. They're very low. Like they're not as many cores. What I mean by that?
And
so
it's
like,
also
the heat is not going to be too crazy.
Yeah, you'll be good with that.
So that should be fine.
What do you want me to heat this up to? We're at
20.
minus. Okay.
I always hit it the positive 20. Positive
20. Okay.
Yeah. That's like kind of the go-to, because then what it does is the pot melts the rest of the, so that way when you go pull it out, the slot doesn't go out.
Got it.
Because I've seen people pull the cards out and they rip the slot with it.
Right.
So you don't want to ever do that.
That's a good point.
So I always do plus 20 on CPU pot and plus 20 on GPU pot. Monster Mine. Oh, we already went over that one. That's the Solace, $5 with a 3080 and a 10700K. Will I see any benefits even minor at 4K with higher memory speeds? Looking at 4000 and tweak timing. I would say you might.
Yeah. What was the spec?
It said 3080 with a 10700K. I would say with the 10700K.
Yeah. We did our reviews on a 10700K, so you can look at our reviews and see the scaling between the 3080 and the other stuff, and that is on the CPU.
I'm gonna say I only have a 10600K.
10.6 is a great CPU for overclocking, though. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, crazy. I wanted to try 10700. Anyways, Brian P, $9.99. I'm a noob who just bought an Alienware R10. Regrets on building already. Did
I
you
got
go
that
over all
one.
these?
Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah.
I think they asked twice.
Never regret anything you do, because
Yeah, I mean,
always use it as a learning experience anyway. Never get yourself down, because you'd be surprised that path that it took you would probably be a lot better in the future.
Yeah, I mean,
you'll know better in the future.
And like buying stuff, especially regretting purchases, I understand it. I've definitely regretted some purchases in the past. Normally when stuff just like breaks and you didn't expect it, but like computer stuff, it changes all the time.
Literally, as soon as you buy something,
it's like
something
obsolete.
better is coming.
Yeah.
So you can't even really get sad about it.
And also, like I said earlier, you make the decision with the best information you have at the time, and I think you should just trust the decision you made at the time. And like Joe said,
It's not a bad system anyway.
No,
you got a
yeah.
2070 Super with a
it's fine.
10700.
You might have paid a little more than DIY, but you know, hey, do this. Like if you buy an OEM system and you wish you had gotten the experience of building one, take it apart and then put it back together. And that'll be a great learning experience too.
Yeah, he was asking whether he can upgrade or not.
Definitely
so you just because you bought a pre-built doesn't mean you can't upgrade it.
Yeah,
so.
just make sure you got the power cables and the space
Exactly.
in the enclosure.
All right, Mac X, $40. Why are you not using Cryonaut?
Using what? Cryonaut?
Yeah. Because I like KP paste.
We wanted to use the KP paste. Joe likes using it, so.
I like using it. All right, Almafar on $10. What's your thoughts about the hybrid solution of EVGA for video cards? As I don't see a competition on this, does it mean it's
I got
useless?
that one earlier.
Yeah, I think I heard that one before. I like their AIO solution. On the KP was really nice.
The hybrids have been good in the past. They're a bit expensive, but.
Reese, $10. If there were a hypothetical GPU that, say, had memory modules on the back of the PCB, how would you handle cooling them? Do you think it would be an issue, theoretically? Well, that's not something that is not theoretical. The old Titans used to be, you had memory on the front and the back.
I think the 3090 might be front and back, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, so you don't necessarily have to. The problem with cooling memory is usually, with liquid nitrogen at least, is you get it too cold. Usually it's an issue. It's not kind of a big difference. I could see.
Do you think a memory heater would have helped us today?
Probably at the top clocks, yeah.
Okay.
I think maybe it's something we should probably try.
Try next time, yeah.
Yeah. I forgot else what I was going to say. All right, Tullius. Big hello to you guys from India. To Joe, don't forget me when you order the KP3090.
Got that one.
Yeah. Tullius is my broski from India. He's a good dude. He does a lot of the server stuff. So
really?
like the big server stuff, he'll build like all the Epic servers and stuff like
nice.
that. He does some cool stuff, yeah. He's big AMD. All right, was it Lithium Electro, $5. Where the bottleneck starts CPU-wise on a 3080 AMD Intel?
Intel, they start at 1440p in some games, but typically not really in 4K. Well, it depends on the CPU, but lower resolutions, you'll probably start bottlenecking like in the i5 10.4 range. AMD, we did some 3900 benchmarking. You'll probably start bottleneck. You'll bottleneck pretty much immediately, but bottleneck here is like in the most literal sense. It might not be meaningful, but I'd say like eyeballing it from the results, the testing I've done, I'd say like R7 3700X probably for the lower resolutions.
All right, I think that was a good answer. Adam Lynn, $5. Gigabyte has slipped up and basically confirmed 30, 80, 20 gig modules.
Oh, I saw that.
And a load of others. Google 30, 80, 20 gig for the info.
That is one of the few rumors I actually saw.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
Gigabyte accidentally confirms a lot of product launches.
It's amazing how many times they do stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, P. Patrick Tuckers, 666. YouTuber Debauer overclocked with liquid helium reaching minus 230 C. Would you do that? Helium is important rare. Didn't we do over this?
We got that one.
Okay. Bruno Cabral, $5. I use the volt curve and afterburner to lock the card voltage in the max range. In my 1070 amp extreme, it's 1.093. I run it at 2126 stable that way. Okay.
Nice.
Awesome,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, certain cards and stuff.
Lock-in voltage can help. It depends on the generation.
Exactly. Well, yeah, and the card.
And the card.
Alexander Fleener, $4.99. Great stream. Thank you, guys. Can Joe please teach Linus how to grow a beard? I agree.
Have you seen it? Have you seen his?
Not lately, but I know he looked. He had, to be honest, he actually looks better with a beard.
That's what I thought too.
I thought it fits him.
I think everybody was along.
I was
with that.
actually kind of taken back. I was like, "Whoa, beard looks good, bro. Beard looks good."
Did you send him the official Beard Club invitation card yet?
I should.
Does he have to do you have to be a member for a certain amount of time before you get the invite?
Well, yeah, I'm not only a member, I'm also the president. Yeah, I'll have to send him something. But yeah, I think he needs to just keep growing it because I think he cut it short at one part. I was like, no, what are you doing? It's the worst. Go back to baby beard. Baby beard. All right, BMMC word.
Oh, I found a problem, Joe.
What was it?
Let's get a close up of this. So before I pull this out, allow me to note that no components are dead from water, but they can be if you keep pushing, which we did not. So we broke down.
Oh, careful.
Yeah,
yeah, because it's going to leak out in here.
Yeah. There's actually, it's not super visible now that I pulled it out, but there was water in the slot here when I removed the card.
Oh, yeah.
So that's when it's time to break it down. Board still works. Board's good. It just means that we need to dry it off, and that'll be the end of the overclocking session, though, because you don't want to push it after that point. You'll kill stuff.
Yeah, we're going to have to go take that border and spray it out and stuff.
I just dropped a bunch of water on the floor, too, so that was definitely about at the limit.
All right, let's see where I go. Teach Linus how to grow a beard. he does need to just keep growing it. Let's see, Jonathan Quayo, $9.99. CD Projekt Red states that minimum requirement for Cyberpunk 2077 is with a NVIDIA 780. I have a 770. I know the PS4 is weaker than a 770. Will it still work?
Probably. Normally.
Probably, yeah.
Just might,
but their APIs are usually.
You're not going to be at settings that will look great, but normally the minimum requirements.
770 and a 780, you could probably overclock the 770 just to even a bit to get a 780. So I think it should still be fine.
Yeah.
Replace your paste on the card and overclock it a little bit, and you should be good to go. All right, let's see. The next one, Christopher Kaminmeyer, $2. Sitting here running SuperPi 32M as I watch.
Nice,
broski. I like that.
It's always cool to hear people overclock along with the stream.
Yeah, it's awesome. All right, we got Chen. I don't know, Zizzy. $5.
I've seen that name before. ZZ Chen or something.
Said I got a foil.
Oh wait, where is it?
Here. Chen Zizzy.
Oh,
Zizzy?
Chen
Got a foil shirt last stream and a mouse mat with this stream. Congrats on the 1 million sub mark. Hopefully you can get the 3090 for the win in next week.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah, 3090 I will be working on ASAP.
Let's see.
That means I can beat Joe's score before he has one, because that's the only time I'm going to beat Joe's score on my own.
It doesn't matter. Probably won't be able to even put my score up for a little bit. All right, all VRSD, thanks for the $1, broski. No message. Tomfoolery, $20. I would watch your Saturday morning cartoon, Tech Jesus and Tech Odin, maximum overclock. I love that. That's awesome, broski. Tomfoolery. Joel Moraes, $10. Had to wait in line for 11 hours at Micro Center for a tough 3080. I used your past overclocking stream as a reference for my OC testing, so thanks. That's awesome, broski.
That is, yeah.
I'm glad you got to get the tough. Do you plan on modding it? I would.
The
You
yeah,
got the
that's
power mod from Roman, if you check out his video
Oh,
on
that's
it.
true. Yeah.
All right, Nori, what's going on, buddy? $9.99. Can you wish DeBauer's CEO, Cat Chic, hey, happy birthday? Also, hi, Bestie, aka fellow Florida man. He's from Florida. He always comes. He's my bestie.
Where's the pressed air?
That hairstyle looks good. Thanks, broski. Yeah, I couldn't. Long hair just drives me nuts. Long beard hair is a different story.
Well, there's
Also,
a lot
Steve's
of water.
bangs look cute as well.
There's so much water in the socket right now.
P.S. What shirt is Patrick wearing?
What shirt? Oh, Patrick's not in today. People like Patrick's shirts because he got like a pack of, I think, AliExpress shirts or something, and they're like $5 each, but they all look crazy.
Really?
He has one with skeletons all over it, so people always comment on it.
That's funny. Herbert Brown, $4 for a cup of coffee and a bird. Vic Viper, $10. Oh, that's cool. He'll probably like my. If you check out the end of the week, we have the Viper stuff going up. Congrats on the 1 million GN. Very pleased the channel has become a pillar in the review and tech communities. Keep it up, and some greenies to snowflake or a preference.
Yeah, she does like greenies actually. Thank you.
Vladimir Putin, huh? $1.49.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you got a peach. Oh, interesting. Jared M, 1999,
He's-
number 1.
1999 number. You are number 1 now as well. As soon as you can upload your score anyway.
Zachary Redmond, $5. Thanks for the great content. I have a 3700X running 4.4 on a X570 motherboard. Should I grab a 3080 or a 3070? 1440p and 4K monitors, 144.
I can't
only gaming.
answer that right now because I haven't tested a 3070. So the value on it might be good. I don't know. 37 is going to be pretty near the AMD launch too.
Yeah, that should be interesting.
AMD really has to. We were talking about this earlier. AMD has to put something good out. Like.
It's one of those things where, which one is which? Did you put them out like
They
this?
are in the exact order that they were
Okay,
in
good.
the socket.
Makes a difference. Let's see. Rainer Kuhn, $25. I'm donating my smoke money for a month. LN2
Oh,
is
wow.
much healthier. Have fun, guys. You should quit smoking. I quit smoking back when I was in Wuhan, China, actually.
Oh, really?
Not even a joke. 2016 is when I quit smoking. When I was in Wuhan, my last cigarette I had was in Wuhan.
You were there for that Galax?
Yeah, the Galaxy
OC event,
Overclocking in 2016. Yeah, I got really sick, and I was like, you know what? I'm quitting smoking, and I
And
quit.
you haven't gone.
I haven't
back?
had a cigarette since.
Awesome,
so
man.
that's 4 years ago.
Good work. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah. So you should quit too, broski. Much better. Let's see. So Matt Bryan, $10. Hello, I have a NVIDIA 2070 Super.
I hear you correcting yourself on that.
I say it all the time. It's just
You're
just
used
habit.
to it from the old days, right?
Yeah, it's habit. It says, and currently voltage at 100%, and current GPU CC is 2085, and memory 7750. You say this is reasonable using Afternoon? Seems pretty decent. 2085 on a 20. I mean,
Yeah.
that seems
2085
about
megahertz
right.
for a 20 series.
Yeah.
That's about right. That's
Sounds
maybe a
about right.
little on the high side, so that's good.
Well, I think well, I remember doing some KP cards.
Yeah, early on, a lot of them were 2050. But yeah, KP will.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid score, even with memory, too. So, all right, Nile Dog, $5. I currently have a 1080 with the 8600K for 4K playing. I'm looking at getting a 3080 to be able to play Cyberpunk 2077 4K RTX on. Am I okay with my 8600K?
I don't know.
What if you push that 8600K to like 5.2, 5.3?
Yeah, it'll help. Keep in mind that I haven't
Oh, it's
tested
8600.
Cyberpunk.
I'm thinking 80s. Yeah.
You're thinking 8086, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I always do too. 8600's a little, I don't know.
I don't remember.
Well-
Is that no hyperthreading?
I think it's 6-core. I don't remember
anymore.
hyperthreading. I thought it was 6
I
core.
feel like it's so long ago. All right, Russ Ryan, CA $10. Steve, love your content. Thanks for getting me into overclocking.
Oh,
That's
nice.
great to hear,
Awesome.
to be honest.
Check out Joe's channel.
Yeah, check out my channel. If you like overclocking, you'll love my channel, Bearded Hardware. Wondering, with 8700K at 5.2 gigahertz, will I run into issues with a 30 series? Keep up the fantastic content.
I think we had 87 or 8086K numbers in one of our recent CPU reviews. So check out the CPU review with the 2080 Ti. That'll give you an idea of if you're going to limit the 3080. You can just do percent math between the 3080 and the 2080 Ti to figure out the rest.
All right, Scott Schultz, thanks for the $2. Calroon, $5. How do you overclock, Joe? 25 megahertz, EVGA, chicken clocking. I can't remember who said that. Sorry, Steve. That was actually Tin's chicken clocking. This shirt was actually for Tin.
Have you sent him one?
I haven't.
You should send him one.
I should. I don't know, after last night. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Tin, we put out a call to him last night, and we're like, Tin, please help. We had an idea for a voltage mod. He didn't have time, though, but we'll get up with him later. Joe's got some voltage mod ideas, and
just take too much time to be able to do it.
It'd take too much time for this. Tin's, if you don't know, Tin's like he's like a savant in board work, so he's good.
he's an amazing guy.
Very good. We have a lot of videos with him on the channel too.
All right, so let's see. Let's go. Vagrant, $10. Says, hey Steve, I wanted to thank you for the amazing content and also to say I agree with you 100% on the toxic consumerism. Keep it up, and I'm waiting on my order for the GN store now.
Yeah, I was just talking about how people went from being like upset to being like next level furious, over the 3080 launch and the inventory, and it's like I get it,
but it's always like that.
It's like that a lot, but it's also like, it's just kind of, it's not healthy or good for anyone to feel like that over a product.
Good juju.
Yeah.
You gotta have good karma.
It'll become available eventually.
Eventually it will come around.
I know people were like, it's easy for you to say you have those cards. I get that too. I definitely understand it.
Yeah, but those are work cards, man.
Yeah, but at the same time, I understand how it could look tone deaf. But genuinely though, like I've missed product launches for things not here that I like, and I've had to just walk away from it and be like, that's right, I'll get it later. But yeah, I'm glad that person agrees.
All right, what's it, King Ghidra? $5. Will my Q6700 bottleneck at 3090 at 720p?
Yes.
That's like the most interesting combo.
Yeah,
Q6700, what is that, Gen 1?
That's before Gen 1.
Is it?
That's before an Halem. That's a quad core.
No, I know, but what is the PCI gen?
Oh, that might be
Gen 1?
I think that's Gen 2. I don't know.
That alone.
Just that alone, yeah.
All right, Lucas Siddams, $5. Is there a temp you try to stay at, like you're aiming for 0C or -10? I'm not sure when that was.
Yeah, we moved it around. Board's all clean now. That's all I'm showing here. We moved it around depending on what the current kind of stability was. Let me. I'll let you look at this, see if there's anything that needs doing. I think I got most of it cleaned up.
What do you want to do with it?
Let me see. We're not going to be able to get through all of the super chats today. I did put in a time cutoff. How close are we to that time? Let's see. Oh man, there's.
There's been ones lining up for the past several.
I said
it's hard to keep up on them.
Yeah, man, we're gonna have to figure out a long-term solution for this because now that the channel is larger, it's actually becoming impossible to keep up. Like I think I could answer these nonstop and I wouldn't catch up.
Yeah.
If I'm giving because I'm trying to give good answers, not just burn through them. And so that slows us down to where we're slower than the chats are coming in. I have to figure out a long-term solution.
You might be able to finish them up.
We got a couple pages. If we try and go quickly while still providing good answers, then maybe. Okay, so let me recap where we are for the content of the stream. And then what we're going to do is Joe and I will spend probably about maybe 20, 30 minutes trying to answer as many super chats as we can.
Yeah.
We appreciate all the support. Like I said, if yours doesn't get in, I'm going to do my best to get up to the time I put on the screen. And if it doesn't get in, I apologize. It's just it's been impossible to do all the clocking and put on the show.
Even with two people,
look at normal chat. Yeah.
And plus, we want to make it interesting and good for you, so that way you want to watch.
It's tough.
It's a lot of work.
Need a solution. Okay, so let me get through. I'll go through these quickly, and then I'll throw them to you if they're depending on what they are. Scott, sorry, I said I would recap the results. Let me do that first for people who just want to catch that. So initial score that Joe did that beat the high score that was there when we started was 13,513 points. That was when he broke the world record.
It's kind of funny though, because we didn't even realize we did.
Yeah. Yeah, the response to that, we both looked at it and then we were like, oh, oops. So
we broke it. Yay.
So 13,513 points was his first one that beat the score. As far as I know, the score world record was, what did we say it was?
I was thinking it was
13,488.
Yeah, I think that was the original one that was at least posted at that time.
And
so I don't know. They could produce another one in the in this timing whenever it comes back up.
The Hall of Fame website is still down, it looks like, so I can't check. But that's what it was. We beat that quickly. So that was at minus 120 degrees, L2 pot temperature, 125 core offset, 850 mem, and then later jumped up to 13,860. I'm skipping a few iterative steps, and that was minus 155 degrees Celsius, 210 core, 1,000 mem. Finally, Joe settled on well, actually, we had two more I'll read. 14,059 was the first past 14K points. And again, if you, like, the points don't really mean a lot to you, it's just a scoring system, but you can take percent differences from the points high, points low, and then extrapolate that roughly to like a gaming scenario too, if you're curious about it. 40,059 was the one that beat that number. Minus 180 C for that. 250 offset, 1025 mem. Finally, 14,069 was the final score we ran on. That was, I think, your first run back after rebuild.
Yeah, and then everything.
And then it was done. Yeah. All the parts still work, by the way.
I think we got too cold. Yeah, I think it doesn't really like full pot. So I think if we maybe do like minus 175 and keep it there for a while, I think we could probably beat it again.
So that was minus 190 and then 250 core, 1050 mem, and then it was done. It needs to be broken down. So that's the score recap. I'm going to get us through as many super chats as we can now. I have updated you as much as I can on kind of the numbers we have today, and then we'll do a stream recap video, I think, afterwards, if you want just like a dedicated recap, you know, without the chat interaction in it. So, okay, let's get through these. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around so far and for the huge amount of viewers we had earlier. Scott Schultz said, is that RTX 3080 running? Someone better catch it. Skill Rose said, can you put liquid nitrogen chiller blocks under the motherboard as well? Would it even be doable with the PCB material?
Do what?
A liquid nitrogen chiller block as opposed to a heater.
I feel like everybody's so fascinated with doing the back of the block, or back of the board to cool. I heard somebody would say that cooling the back of the board and not the front, and I was like, that's not going to help.
Yeah, I think they think it's because it gets you still close to part of the CPU, but you're still closest at the top.
I think if you had a block on one side and a block on another, it probably would help a little bit. But I don't think, since it's not really hitting the substrate, like it may just very little.
You might cause problems too.
Yeah, it's interesting, but
Ash Morris
setup would probably not be worth it.
Any idea when the teardown crystal statue with LED will be in stock again? Also, will you possibly benchmark Aorus 3080, 3090 Extreme? I will ask for one. We will probably benchmark the 3080s. 3dmark.com/search apparently loads. And then teardown crystal, I think I have an order out, so maybe like a month or so, something like that. Ryan Simpson, Bearded Hardware. I'm not going to read the name of that site because YouTube will flag us. Air Troops 83. Can you hook up the? Joe saw it and he thought it was funny. So
it was pretty
that's
funny.
all that matters. You know who you are. Air Troops 83. Can you hook up the NVIDIA PCAT or whatever it was? I'm curious how much power the car is pulling. I am not going to hook up the testing tools for this setup. We can check with like current clamps later though, potentially when I run it, and then I'll do a stream, solo stream probably for like the 3090, and we'll check then that stuff. A2 VRSD, X570 overheating. What board with 3700X and 3080? X570 Tomahawk's good. X570 Master's good. If you want an overclocking board that's expensive, then the Crosshair 8 Hero's good. I think those are my main recommendations right now. MH, how much does the lower temp adjust the power draw? I'll answer this first, then if you have comments, go for it. But so for about every 10 degrees reduction in temperature on a CPU, at least, I'm not sure about these, but you will have about a 4% reduction in power leakage. That doesn't mean a 4% reduction in power consumption. It means in power leakage, which is a much lower number. So lower temperature will, at the same everything else, will decrease the power marginally, but obviously we're increasing all of this stuff
Yeah, there's too
at
many
the same
variables.
time. So
Yeah, because usually we're pushing everything much higher and not just leaving it as is.
right. Toxic Skittle says, I think my super chat was the one lost, but I managed to score from stock to OC 11,288 points to 11,840 in Port Royal using an MSI Ventus.
On Z390, 9900K. I can't wait. My 2 orders of merchant mouse mat. That's awesome, broski.
11,840 is pretty
That's
good.
a good 600 point score increase there. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's very good.
Very nice.
To Swabo, thanks. Paying for the content. You earn it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Trail Features, good to see you. Trail Features says, don't read the super chat. Joke's on you. Trail Features, I think, has a channel on mountain biking. Sam T.
Awesome.
I have to ration my super chat money between you and VTubers. I'm not sure
What's a VTuber?
I don't know what that is, and I'm afraid to ask.
Yeah.
Will EE, $5. Where did you get the idea of the chicken with a beard? Tasty was me on your live stream. So we talked about that earlier, but it was inspired by Tin.
Tin originally, like years ago when you were benching, he would say, are you chicken clocking? And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, that's when you go up. So technically, he came up with it. But I had a buddy that wanted to do some images, and I was like, put a beard on a chicken. Just kind of like, and it came out. So if you look at that's what I came up with.
Chicken clocking.
So chicken clocking.
I wonder where
chicken.
I wonder where Tin came up with that. Like,
That's a
I wonder
good
if that
question.
came from someone else or if he came up with it.
He probably stole it. No intent.
Snipple Rifsky. I know in Pascal, P-Power state was forced and had to be set to P0 using NVIDIA Profile Inspector. Was this still the case with turning an ampere? Did you ever do that?
I tried.
So not sure then.
No, I know it's kind of like boost lock.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we didn't really even try, so I can't really answer that right now. We'll find. If you pay attention to my channel, basically you go to my channel, we'll end up going over that because I'm curious. Because usually the performance is a lot better when you lock the clocks.
Oh, someone says VTubers use a 3D avatar and that's it. I guess as opposed to a host. Virtual YouTuber, I guess. Cody Wilson, thank you for, how do you know we're not? Andrew actually animated this whole thing. That's what's happening. The camera movement, it's all done in Unreal Engine. None of this is real.
This is not real. This beard is, well.
That part's
It
real.
is too legendary.
Cody Wilson, thank you for all the content.
Maybe it's all myth.
Just use the Gamers Access toolkit for my new rig. Awesome. Thank you. I hope you liked it. Henry Godbolts, the 4th. If I only play games, occasionally stream and render a video or two, do you think the 10900, 10850K would be the better option than a 3900X? Yes. If you only play games and only occasionally do other things, then for absolute performance, yes. The Edge of Rage. Hey, Steve, when are you going to join Floatplane? We have no current plans to join Floatplane. Linus does good work with it, but I am stretched too thin as is with Patreon and everything else. To Kazelhoff. I think I got this one. Oh, yeah, I got this one.
Yeah, the i5s.
The i5s.
Yeah.
We've answered that a few times now from other people, too. Alexi, we're doing pretty well in the times. Alexi, Dr. Greenberg, no message. Dave Leviathan Prim, thank you, though, says, Tech Jesus.
And Tech Slacker.
And Tech Slacker. LN2 streams are always fun to watch. Just ordered one of the mouse pads to go with the mat I got at launch.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for picking up the mat at launch.
I'm
Those.
scared to how many I'm going to have to sign.
Yeah. Spaz Reflex says, what PSU wattage for the 10700K and 3080? 750 watts should be more than enough, correct? Question mark. Also, I have a highly binned 10700K 5.4 gigahertz on an AIO realistic.
So you're going to be running on 5.4? So I would go a little bit higher on the 750 watts, if you're going to be running 5.4 gig on the chip itself. Yeah. I would go with like a nice platinum PSU.
Yeah, I definitely with an overclock, you're pushing.
You're pushing the higher. It's going to be a little bit more.
Yeah.
So I like to shoot over more.
Because you're talking like 300 something, like between 300 350, if you're overclocked, that is, for 3080 already. So then you add in an overclock 10700, you're going to be over 200 watts for that. So like 750 enough, yeah, but you're going to be on the inefficient side. Yeah. And I'm a little hesitant to commit to yes, that's enough, because I don't know.
That's why I would say just go.
Yeah, I don't know what your other components of the system will be.
It depends if you're water cooling and like you have a bunch of stuff you want to run off of it.
Right.
Too. Like,
Hi from Russia. Now I have a 9700K 2080 Ti. I want to upgrade my system on Alder Lake and new NVIDIA GPUs. Will it be smart upgrading comparing with the current specs? I really want to build a new PC with DDR5 and PCIe 4. Well, I think my question to you is think about why. Why do you want a new PC with DDR5 and PCIe 4? If you don't have a good performance-related answer, and the answer is because I want DDR5, then keep in mind that, and you'll remember this too, but generally at the switchover point,
yeah, performance
it's
is real
not
crap.
better.
Yeah. A lot of the time, so like even with PCI Gen 4, you really didn't see too much of a.
It took a while.
Yeah, and then when DDR4 came out, like everybody was just figuring it out. Not only was it more expensive at first because they're new and everything, DDR5 is probably going to be really expensive. So for the performance that you're going to get, is it really going to be worth it? I highly doubt it. But
Yeah.
if you're just looking for those two things, I feel like those are the last two things that
Those
you're probably
are
going to want to
not,
look at.
not the top of my list.
Yeah.
Single serving friend SSF says, Steve, blink twice if you think you can beat Joe in a head-to-head match. Shane Eslick. Good day, Steve and Joe. So much fun when you stream together. Steve, did you get my present from the P.O. box yet? Oh, is it Australian? It is Australian money. Where is it? Yes. I actually just got
it. It
it.
was on my chain.
I got it like 2 days ago. This
What are you doing?
this particular viewer, I think, is the one who sent this thing. This is from back when we did the Australia. So we had a special shirt with it. It's like a heart made out of components with Australia in the middle, and there's a koala on the GN logo on the back. It was a limited thing we did for, I don't know, maybe a month or so, around the time of the bushfires. So what we did was 100% profit, or proceeds, not even profit, just 100% revenue from those shirts went to the charities that we picked. We had South Coast Wildlife Rescue, and then Adelaide Koala and Wildlife Hospital. So that was during the bushfires. And the reason we did that was just because there was a lot of habitat loss, so we wanted to help out with that. And the viewer purchases of those shirts, I forget the exact numbers, but that plus donation matches plus viewer donations, it was about 20 grand.
That's awesome.
Which was friggin' insane. So 100% of that went to them. And then this viewer.
I wish I could go there.
Yeah, this
I
viewer.
miss going there.
Did you ever go for OC competitions or anything?
Yeah, I did. Was over there with Cookie and everybody.
Oh yeah. So a viewer sent this out, which was a pop figure with a firefighter and a koala. So that was awesome. We definitely appreciate
That's a
that.
cool one.
I put it in the background of the main set actually. I don't think it's shown up in a video yet, but it's been back there for a few days. So let me get the next one. Exin Farizi said, "What's your take on the Oris Extreme cards? Haven't seen them in stock anywhere. Haven't seen any in stock anywhere.
Yeah, it's become almost impossible.
Yeah, is it worth it to wait for them to release? A lot of the times, the card differences like out of box, unless you get a really bad one, they're not that different a lot of the time for stock usage. So it's hard to say. I will review them, but is it worth it to wait? I guess depends on how long you're waiting. Avant-Garde says, open Blender right now and try to render something that's 8. We didn't have it installed in there, unfortunately.
Yeah, we did a strip down, so.
Someone's asking for an update. Yes, we did one victory lap after broke the 14K. It is in the top left of the screen, I think. Okay, Twisted Biscuits Gaming. This is a 9900K, good enough for a 3090. I currently have a 2080 Ti. If you're gaming at I don't know that I'd recommend Titan class card. That's what it is. It's a Titan card. They just renamed it. We wouldn't recommend like a Titan RTX for gaming. So if you're gaming and you're on a 9900K, I would say maybe instead of spending $1,500 on a 3090, I would say take that money, and if you want to upgrade, then maybe upgrade the rest of your system and get a 3080. Because that's enough money for both of those things.
Yeah.
And you might get more out of that. If you're doing professional work, then the answer is probably yes, because you're VRAM bound. And that's why you want it. Tripping with Tech, water bottle, courtesy of LTT. Yes. Mitsuki Heavy, speaking of liquid canisters, get your own liquid canister at LTT store. Tiger PJM, $5 to help you buy the colder altitude Jensen head to get 2 times faster than a 2080 Ti. Did they claim 2 times faster than a 2080 Ti? I don't think they, I think their claim was 2080. But yeah, so the only time it was ever 2 times faster than, I think it was a 2080 was the claim. Was an RTX, like path trace stuff, Minecraft RTX, Quake RTX. That's because the RT cores had that big of an advancement. But yeah, normal gaming, nope, didn't happen. Richie De Alto, the card's running so fast because it's scared of Joe.
That's a great one.
Matthew Long, or Lane, who's that on the phone? Jacob with EVGA? He's famous now. Yes. M, no message.
It's better than saying Jake from State Farm.
That's someone said that on Twitter too. How close are we to the 714? Or you see this?
They keep on coming in.
Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna make it all the way down there, but I will. We're making a good pace right now. Let's give it like maybe 10, 15 more minutes, because we got to sign stuff and film a stream recap too. So,
yeah.
You driving home tonight or?
Nah, tomorrow.
Okay, that makes it a little easier. Upgrading from 1440p is from Lucas. 144 hertz with a 1080 Ti ultra wide, 2 ultra wide, 3840 1600. Should I go with a 3080 or wait for 20? Assuming they're stock. I don't think 10 gigabytes is going to be limiting with GDDR6X for this kind of gaming workload. It was not an issue for us. Remember, it's faster, so you're not keeping. There's not as much residency in the memory. So that said, I haven't tested a 20, but we did not have any issues at all with 10 gigabytes for 4K gaming, which is pretty close. 4K was 3840 by 2160. It's actually more pixels. Rasaj says, I like the Xbox Sony poster. Could I buy a signed one? Unfortunately, I don't have a way to intercept those orders. We have the mouse pads here, so that works, but sorry about that. Lolo K3, you guys doing an amazing job. By the way, small question here. Will it work to use a 3080 with an Xbox Sony motherboard with 3070X on a PCIe 4-speed with a PCIe 3-speed riser cable, I guess to get vertical mount? Yes, it'll work. It just will be 1 generation slower speed.
Yeah, should be fine.
You'll be bound by the slowest speed in the loop.
The riser cables just make me nervous in general. There's too much variety, so
there's a lot of bad ones.
Yeah, there's so many bad ones. Like I'd say a good 75% of them are bad.
Yeah.
Like probably even more than that, to be honest.
Well, that one Tin had at his lab was like $400, and that was the only one he trusted for testing, obviously, for production.
Well, the ones I have, I got from them.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, they're little ones like this.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they are though. I know one of my guys were over at my Discord. We're basically going over ones that you can get for free or something like that. That were pretty cool.
Oh yeah, with like cases and stuff too.
Yeah.
KNXVE just bought a mouse pad. Thanks for the education. Well, I'm glad you learned something. We went over a lot today, so I don't know. Some of it was educational, some of it was less educational, and just fun. But
it's usually my stuff, right? More fun, less educational.
Zalix wanted to say, always love the content. Proud to be a longtime Patreon supporter. I'm curious why you don't use boost lock and precision. I'm gonna let you take that.
Sometimes it causes more issues than it's worth. A lot of the times that's more of a precision problem than anything. So trying to limit as much. So usually when I check start a generation and card, I don't just do the normal stuff that I usually do on the last version. I try to think out of the box, and because you never know when something's changed, and a lot of the times some things don't work. So I just didn't use it this time. There was no real preference. I'll probably test it as we go on and go. As I mature through going and doing OC, I will definitely test it without a doubt. Even like what Steve and I are talking about, even driver settings, I just left that at stock. Everything was running real good. Efficiency seemed like on point. So
yeah, you might be able to get a few more points.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff's
sometimes better. You'll get negative points from it. You'll minus points.
I think that's better to play with off stream too, to figure it out.
Yeah, it's not something you want to do on the stream.
It's just kind of boring and it ends up with a lot of issues. Vocaloid, hey Steve, how does Snowflake react when you take her to the office for filming? Does she ride in a car or with you on your bike? Snowflake doesn't come to the office with me for filming. The shots of her are at the house or the old studio when I film in that room. Steve G, good luck token for 14K. Hey, we did it.
We did it.
So thank you.
Thanks,
your good
Steve.
luck token worked. Senax, I've managed to grab a 3080 FE without a bot. What do you think of NVIDIA going not going with a reference design this year? Well, they technically still have a reference PCB.
Yeah, technically it's the...
Yeah, it's just not on their card. I think it's very interesting. I think there's potential NVIDIA could start cutting some of the sales volume that partners get if they improve their designs. But I saw one kind of like, we'll go with insane conspiracy theory that NVIDIA is specifically only making a few FEs because they don't want to sell them because someone thinks that they make more margin by selling the GPU to the partners. Couple things to explain here.
Yeah, I don't think that's anywhere near true.
NVIDIA had a team of engineers and technicians on that cooler for like a year or more. That cost millions of dollars. So they're not going to want to sell like 100 units.
No, they're probably going to be using that for a while.
Yeah.
They need some ROI on it.
Second thing, they don't make more margin from partners, as far as I'm aware, because NVIDIA sells the GPU to the partners. NVIDIA doesn't take, like, if a partner, let's say it's 700 MSRP, partner sells it for 750. NVIDIA's take isn't adjusted based on, it's not predicated on the price the partner sells it for. That's the partner's cut.
Yep.
So,
It's like the wholesale price.
in theory, they should make more selling their own thing, the FE card, because now they're marking up the cooler and the GPU, and they don't have to buy the GPU from NVIDIA.
Yeah.
They made it. So,
That should be the more of the moneymaker.
yeah, I would think so. Carson Hutchison, I have an old Phenom 2 X6 that I just replaced after 10 years of use. I could send that in to you. We have some, thank you though, but we do have some X6s. We actually revisited one of them recently. I think it was a 1090T. Let's see. Scott Schultz. Everyone is in this chat will cry if you don't hit 14K. We did do that.
We hit 14K, so
Yeah, good job, Joe.
twice actually.
Someone's mad because I read that $140 super chat before the others. I mean,
Yeah, there's nothing intentional.
it was just, when someone sends that much money, you know, it always makes me feel a little awkward, to be honest, because I'm like, that's a lot of money. Like, I don't know if I deserve that from one person. So I'm never quite sure how to treat that. So I wanted to shout that one because I knew it was after our cutoff. I wouldn't see it, I wouldn't remember it, and I'd feel super bad, whereas I feel bad already if I miss them.
Because
So-
I feel like there's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot. And we do our best to get them. Oatmeal Ocampo, can it run Crisis at 14K? Haha. No. No, it cannot. Whatever 14K is. Let's give it like another page or so. Emmanuel Rafai, what do you think a fair overclock on an 8700K is? I'm at 5.2 gigahertz on an H150i.
Didn't we used to read that one?
Oh, did we?
No, I think he wrote it again, maybe?
A different one, maybe? Maybe I read it.
2 pence?
Will it be bottlenecked? Oh, yeah, I did answer that. I think. Like I said before, check the CPU reviews where we have the 8700 and 8086 present, and the 2080 Ti, and that'll give you an idea if it's limited. Control-Alt-Owned gaming, nice. How well do the signatures stay on the mouse pad if they're being used regularly? We try to sign, I think we were signing in the top right corner last time. I think we normally try to sign the top right corner specifically so that it's away from the mousing area. If your cable's dragging over it, it might rub it off over time, but you would try to...
It's hard to do anything
try
to
move
try.
Try to move the cable away from it. Should be fine though. It'll last if you're not mousing over the area, but we do sign the top corner to keep it away as much as we can. Kusakabe, what about sink the test bench under oil, having a heating rod around the nitrogen pot to prevent freezing up, Joe?
Interesting. Well, I already talked about before doing the under the oil, but the heating rod, that could be interesting. We could just use a heater. We don't even need the heating rod. We just use one of the KP's heaters and just make sure it comes out. But yeah, I'd like to do that. It's just really messy. Like, you don't want to be... It's enough things we got to clean when you're putting Vaseline on a card to put mineral oil and stuff on a card, so...
Right. I sent a super chat asking if you wanted to tear down MSI during the MSI 3080 Gaming X Trio. reviews are underwhelming at the price. I have one actually. We just got one in. Thank you though. We will be tearing it down and reviewing it in opposite order. J76 Gaming, thanks for the great content. Question, what lapel mics are you using? I'm fine sharing that information. This is a Sennheiser G3, both of them. I forget the name of the mic. It's their cheaper one. They have like a $80 and a $100 model. These are the $80 ones. I find they work a little better for us. Ben Fox, no message. Bruxis, put this towards buying a KUKA robot for automatic and controlled VR testing. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm not sure if I should look it up either. This is Tiger PJM, especially if it's like a robot. You're like, here, put this $5 towards unknown cost. I need to get Jensen's colder LN2 to get 2 times faster. Oh, I got that one. Users at Whore love the content. When do you think humans will be able to buy 3080s? It sounds like a few people have in the chat today, but they're being restocked every day on EVGA's site and NVIDIA's site, from what we understand. EVGA publicly confirmed they're getting thousands of units in over the next, I think it was couple weeks, next 2 weeks maybe. That was on Twitter, Jacob said that. So hopefully soon, I guess keep an eye out. Okay, let's, I think let's stop at this one maybe. Not this one I'm about to read, but I'm highlighting one for Joe to see, yeah. Okay. Let's see, deep fried lettuce says a state fair food, I'm sure. It says MSI, Asus, Zotac, and Yeston all have introduced anime mascots. Will there be GN benchmarks? I don't know. It depends. The late shift. Private Beefaroni or LN2 Tech Jesus for my new kitten's name. Beefaroni. I'm not going to choose the name. You got to choose the name. Choose one the cat will respond to. Sandre Hyen says, do you think liquid nitrogen will be changed out in the near future when it comes to overclocking? I guess changed out, the only option would be like liquid helium, so.
Yeah, the price is just not going to do it.
Too high.
There's just no way.
Too difficult to handle.
Yeah. And you need 3 people versus 1.
Mark Preston, feels very similar to chasing the once elusive 5.0 CPU overclock.
I remember that too. I remember when I hit 5 gig for the first time.
What was it on? FX, or was it after that?
Well, 5 gig is different though. Like I've been 5 gig. Well, no, it was I think it was Nehalem.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, I mean like legit 5 gig.
Actual 5 gig,
like, yeah,
not
like,
FX 5 gig.
Yeah, I want to say that I did Nehalem on a phase change system,
Nice.
but I was actually doing it 24/7. So I had a 5 gig Nehalem that was running at minus like minus 40.
Right.
It was awesome. It was pretty cool to see that 5 gig number. It just makes it kind of like look like nothing today. Like 5 gig, what's 5 gig?
Yeah. Claudio Paredes says, how many CMs grow bearded hardware for every LN drop? Sorry for my English. Your English is fine. I think maybe they're asking about how many centimeters the beard extends for every LN2 drop you pour. Lucas Simons. Have you tried using a fish tank and argon clouds to keep the moisture out of the board? No, I have not.
It's interesting. I was actually thinking about it. Doing stuff, not a fish tank for the glass would probably be. I don't know. I'm thinking of something. I've been trying to work on something. So, if you sub my channel, I'm sure there will be something up on that in the future.
I'm gonna do like a couple more, and then we're gonna have to call it and film a recap. We've had the message on the screen for a long time now about please don't send any after 7, whatever time it was. James Morris, great job, guys. Here's a down payment towards your Duke energy bill. Yeah.
You have a Duke here?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're awful. my electric bill is ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Yeah, ours went up this month for the 30 series. It was visible. It was kind of funny.
Really?
Yeah, it was actually noticeable.
That's pretty funny.
Our special Gen our special Gen 4 riser cables needed for 3000 series or regular one's fine without additional performance hit. You're going to have a very slight hit, Gen 3, but it's very slight. We did a video on it, so it might matter more for like RTX IO or something. John Duhart, $50. Good game on 14K. Thanks.
Thanks, broski.
Joachim Stensenes says, are there any differences from non-OC to OC cards? OC cards are only pre-overclocked slightly. Higher frequency out of the box.
Well, I think they're guaranteed that frequency.
They are, yeah.
So that's kind of your bonus.
Okay, let's conclude on the next few. Ed A, congrats, thank you. Delta Byte, debating buying a 3090 versus 3080 for gaming at 5120 by 1440. Any clue if there will be that big of a performance difference? Wait, bench for weight marks. Wait for benchmarks on that one. Henry Godbold, if I only play games, stream occasionally, make a video. Oh, I got that one earlier. Okay. I think everyone in this chat will cry if you don't hit 15K. We did hit 14, so we're good. We're not going to hit 15. All right, that's going to be it. I apologize to anyone who sent one after that. We've had a message for quite a while on the screen, but we're not going to be able to keep up with all the super chats. I wanted to turn it off once we got to that point, but I was afraid that YouTube would hide all the existing ones from me and screw us.
They like to do weird things like that.
They'd already scrolled some off the page.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm going to do is do some testing next time and see if we're able to turn it off without losing the ones that are there, because that will make me feel a lot better. I hate the idea that someone might have missed the message that's been on the screen in the corner for a while and sent a super chat and they don't get it answered. So like I said before, this is becoming more of a challenge for us as it grows. I apologize if we didn't get your super chat. Thank you for all the support, though. We're doing our best to keep up with them, and we'll figure out some kind of solution in the future. But yeah, recap again. 14,069 points, minus 190 degrees Celsius, 240 offset core, 1050 mem, and it was on an EVGA FTW3 that is not modded other than BIOS. So, pretty good. And we'll film a recap video if you want the condensed version without chat interaction, just focused on the points and stuff. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to Joe on YouTube, Bearded Hardware.
Bearded Hardware.
For that. And yeah, we'll see you all next time.